Sostenibilidad.
Sustainability.
Sjálfbærni.
Bæredygtighed.
Sustentabilidad.
For me, sustainability is about responsible living.
So it's not about doing fancy things, but doing small things that can make a change in the world.
Caring about the future generation and the economy.
Ensuring our impact on our environment is reduced.
Thinking long term, thinking about the future.
Often people assume sustainability is just about the environment, but for me, often it's about leadership.
Sustainability is a joint effort.
Is to be empathetic.
Vision, vision, vision. Without having vision, you won't be able to lead.
Yes, there's room for innovation, there's room for improvement.
You need to bring additional values, additional skills.
So in my case, that I'm working in the shipping industry and I'm developing the technology to make it more sustainable by using wind.
As leaders, we also need to take risks.
I'm going to choose the sustainable way, even though it's more risky.
Commit, I think it's a key.
I mean, sustainability it's expensive, right?
Yes, it will cost money, but otherwise it's costing us the environment, our health and our future. By all working together, we can achieve a great deal.
Welcome to a more sustainable future.
Welcome to the Global Alumni Reunion.
Welcome to day 2 of the Global Alumni Reunion. Brand new format, brand new campus. What a great place to be talking about sustainability. If you haven't been to the Madrid campus, you should certainly make a point of getting here sometime in the next few months. Now that things are opening up, you'll be getting a lot more views of it today. I'm Greg Burke. I'm the Director of Communications at IESE, and I'll be joined for the next few hours with Michelle Amato.
Thanks, Greg. Good afternoon, good morning, or good evening, depending on where you're connecting from. Welcome again to day 2 of the Global Alumni Reunion. It's a pleasure to be back here with you today. And welcome back for those of you who joined us yesterday. My name is Michelle Amato. I'm an Associate Director of Executive Education here at IESE, and also a proud alumni of the school from the MBA class of 2010. So we had a great start to the day yesterday, a lot of really thought-provoking and interesting keynotes and speakers. A key message for me was the idea of sustainability, not just for the planet, but also for the planet's people. We opened and ended the day with some great keynotes, one with Vivian Hunt from McKinsey, who spoke about stakeholder capitalism, and then ended with Professor Michael Sandel, who spoke about the idea of meritocracy, or the failure or lack thereof, and kind of this overarching idea of inequality and how we can fix this, and how this is really a core message for sustainability at the core to fixing this before we can jump to further issues. So today we have a great lineup of speakers planned for the day. We're also going to listen to some alumni and also some new initiatives, for example, the new sustainability chapter. So Greg, what's up next?
It's a pretty full day. We're going to be talking shortly with the Dean, Frans Hooikamp, Dean of IESE. But before that, let's go to a short video talking about IESE's global approach and the global approach of the Alumni Reunion this year with Professor Fabrizio Ferraro.
Sustainability is not just about environmental challenges. Sustainability is indeed the intersection of economics, society, and environment. It's true that perhaps in the last few years, climate change has become more pressing because there are important decisions to be made there, but the social factor have always been at the core. At the end, this is all about people. We decided to call the Global Alumni Reunion Sustainabilities to emphasize that this is about building capabilities to making progress on sustainability, to building organizational capabilities and corporate capabilities to make it happen. To do that, we identified 4 challenges. The first is understand. We still don't necessarily understand many of the complex issues we're dealing with. The second is align. We cannot make progress just as corporations, as much as the public sector or NGOs cannot do it by themselves. We really need to find better ways of working together. The third is innovate. A lot of these challenges will require new technologies, new business models, and new habits probably in consumers. Finally, commit. Many of these challenges will only bear fruit in the long term. So corporations and executives have to be able to commit today resources and strategies for the very long term.
We're back at the Global Alumni Reunion, and we're here with Franz Heukamp, who is the Dean of IESE Business School. We have a whole lot to talk about. We want to talk about the subject of the Alumni Reunion, sustainability, but we also want to talk about the new campus. We want to talk about what's going on and what will be going on. What's the future at IESE? What are we looking to in the coming years? Starting with the subject, Franz, what's special about sustainability in IESE?
Well, thanks for having me. I'm glad to be on the show. I think it's been a wonderful idea to create this little studio and this live TV from the GAR. And let me also state first and foremost that I'm happy about the great turnout of alumni that are following the alumni meeting, both in person here in Madrid and many also online. And sustainability is a topic that we chose quite some time ago to prepare for this meeting, because we realized that sustainability at the same time is at the heart of what IESE has been doing and the way IESE thinks about good management, responsible management, and at the same time it's a topic that as such we have actually never explicitly dealt with. So we figured this would be the right time, the right opportunity. We also realized pretty early on that this would coincide with the COP26 conference at the same time. So everything sort of comes together to talk about this very important topic. No? And sustainability as a topic, I think it's been with the school since the beginning. Actually, if you think about it, we talk about responsible management, and when we talk about responsible management, we believe that this is about the organization today and the future. So there is a long-term perspective to it, and at the same time, it's also not limited to the boundary of the organization. It's also about how the organization, the work that's being done there, impacts clients, suppliers, everyone, and the planet, literally. So I think that's a reason why we thought this is the moment to actually discuss sustainability.
Great. Thanks, Franz, and thank you so much for being here with us today. I'd like to jump to the topic of this hybrid format that we have. Congratulations, it's amazing to be able to have so many people connecting online and also here with us in the campus. So I think the question in everyone's mind is this hybrid format here to stay? Not just for the Global Alumni Reunion, but also for our classes. We've seen that it can work. Are we going to go back to presential, or is this the new future?
So the pandemic, among the good things of the pandemic, I think we can list the ability to create good hybrid events, meaning combining the good things of the in-person with the digital channel. And I think what we see today in this meeting here, it clearly has increased the reach, first and foremost, no? Because we have never had 5,000 alumni in one single alumni reunion. So clearly the reach is there, and we always wanted the alumni reunion to be global. So this is our way of doing so. So I think that's from that perspective clearly here to stay for these kind of events. No? And in the past 20 months during the pandemic, also we have de facto operated, even though we were running in-person classes, any person who couldn't make it for whatever reason, be it because they were confined due to the pandemic, they could actually attend, they could participate in these in-person classes from the outside. So we had de facto hybrid events. No? So while we acknowledge, and I think we want to actually even deepen the quality of our in-person classes, technology now allows us to actually bring in more people from the outside in a seamless way, you know, and that's also true, by the way, for maybe guest speakers, etc. No, and certainly for these kind of events like today's Global Alumni Reunion, it's definitely the way to go.
We've been pretty impressed with the quality of the participants here, and are quite impressed actually. We started a little fan club, you know, the Michael Sandel fan club, but. Is this especially strong this year, the Global Alumni Reunion? Which is interesting because in a time of COVID and travel restrictions and stuff like that, but just looking at the variety of speakers and the strength.
I agree. I think this year, Global Alumni Reunions have always been the annual meetings where extremely strong speakers would come, but obviously the hybrid format actually makes it possible to combine some outside speakers who are connecting online, some presential speakers there. So I think that increases the reach also on the speaker side. And I think, frankly, also, this is, for many of our speakers, the first in-person event after the pandemic, or let's say at this stage of the pandemic, because it's true, it's not really over. And I think in that sense also, I think we are lucky that there is also a desire to come back, to meet again, to work together. And I think that has benefited us also in securing some of the very good speakers that we have in this lineup.
I think so. It's great to have this event at the new campus, which is an example, as we've been saying over these past 2 days, of sustainability. So Franz, can you tell us a little bit more, what more can we expect from the campus in the coming months, years, any big projects, initiatives?
And so the campus has been open now for operation, so we have the 4 classrooms that are already being used. We have the big auditorium, we have meeting rooms here, we'll have an entrepreneurship hub as well. And so we have, as a goal, said that we would want to, number one, increase our presence actually in Madrid with younger students, and we launched the Master Management program, a master's program, a 1-year master's program for students who do not have yet work experience, so they do the program right after undergraduate. That's already operative, so we already have the program working. We said we would expand also our executive education offering here on campus, and we're working on that, and specifically also international custom programs. So that will happen now in the next few months. And we also said that the Madrid campus needs to be an entrepreneurship hub for IESE. And so we already do a lot of entrepreneurship work in Madrid, but we want to create specific spaces that are meeting points, that are places where our alumni, where our students, and where the general interested public actually interact. And that's another task that will happen now in the next few months. And plus, of course, we also will have time in the next few months, next few years, more faculty also join the campus here. So
fantastic.
I thought of you yesterday, Franz, when we were talking to Michael Sandel, because you went to a number of these, you know, elite schools in France and in the United States. And sorry about that, but anyway, just to say you have an experience with different schools and with alumni groups. How do you see IESE alumni, you know, in terms of engagement, both Madrid area and globally? I know we have pretty high customer satisfaction, or very high customer satisfaction, because I'm a proud alumnus myself of an AMP program, and I saw it from my fellow students. But how do you rate our engagement, level of engagement of alumni?
Yeah, so the school, I think, is actually blessed with alumni, more than 50,000 now, that are very engaged with the institution. How can you measure it? For example, there is about 40% of them that are actually members of the Alumni Association. That already supposes a level of engagement, which also means they are willing to support us materially, and they also are participating in our alumni events, like the one we're celebrating today here in Madrid. And last year, during the pandemic, you said we had several hundred thousands of participants actually in our online streaming events that we started during the pandemic. On top of that, we also see the number of alumni, for example, that come to the MBA program as guest speakers, as representatives of their companies that are looking for talent, that come also, for example, we talked about entrepreneurship before, as investors. We have the largest business angel network in Spain, and many of the business angels are actually also alumni. So I think across the board on many different metrics, we have a very engaged alumni community.
Okay. And I think an example of this is what I mentioned just a minute ago. We're going to be seeing the launch of the sustainability chapter. And maybe can you tell us a little bit about this? What are the key benefits of this initiative?
Yeah, so the sustainability chapter is an initiative that started 2 years ago, really. We had the first conversations during the last GAR, actually, the Global Alumni Reunion in Barcelona that we had in 2019. And the idea was that in addition to the geographic chapters, which we have very naturally, in Spain, in other countries of Europe, in the US, in other continents, that there is also an interest among alumni to work together on different topics, on specific topics. And sustainability is a topic that has created an enormous interest. And there is a group of alumni that will now, in a second, present this new chapter that have, over the past few months, already done the groundwork. They have sort of laid out, okay, what are the objectives of the chapter, what are the ways to collaborate, and the idea is that this brings together the alumni that are interested in the topic, that can work together. There will be specific alumni meetings also, the sessions that have to do with this topic, and that also will support, of course, the school in this way. And we have many faculty members that work on different aspects of sustainability in their research. In case writing also, and so there will be a direct link. And another interesting aspect, I think, of this chapter is it's probably the only chapter that we have right now where current students and alumni already work together. We have current students, MBA students, Master Management students, Executive MBA students that are already participating in the work of that chapter, and that's great because it, of course, content-wise, giving inspiration, but it also means that they will be seamlessly integrating into the Alumni Association.
The biggest things to happen recently, Franz, you've talked about the Masters in Management here in Madrid for the students just out of school or with just a year of experience. Also, obviously, the new campus here, the new building. What else is in the future for IESE in the next few years? Where's the emphasis going to be?
So the emphasis, I think, for the school is going to be basically on three broad topics that I think that are specifically important right now in the world, in society, and where IESE can actually make a contribution. I think they've come out over these past days already, but I'm happy actually to talk about them briefly. So one of them is precisely that we believe at IESE, and we have seen over the decades of IESE's existence, and with the work that many alumni do, how important it is what organizations, what businesses do in society to make society move forward, to make progress. So we believe we need to underscore right now, we need to work in any way we can through education, through research, that it becomes clear that business needs to be a force for good in society. That's very important. We know that other partners, other stakeholders in society are important as well, of course, but business has a role to play, and we as a business school, I think we can help through the ideas, through the teaching of the capabilities, that this is actually the case. And the second large topic precisely is sustainability. So we're here today, we're talking in the GAR about sustainability, but that's not meant to be just a one-off that we do today in November 2021, but the sustainability chapter, our sustainability initiative that brings together research and teaching initiatives, is meant to actually give a push for this, a permanent push, so that we can say in the next 5-10 years that IESE will be one of the leading schools on the topic of sustainability and recognized for that and making contributions to society in that area of sustainability. And the third area I think that will be an emphasis for us, again, we see it here today, is precisely the connections, the relationships that we have and that we want to deepen with our alumni, and to facilitate that the alumni among each other can also do that. As alumni, you know that yes, it creates relationships. There are strong relationships. We talked about the engagement of the alumni just a little bit before. And today we actually have more ways to maintain that engagement and even increase it over time. After the program, through different ways that can be presential, that can be digital. I think that's something that as a school also we want to focus on.
Great. So would you say, Franz, that the GARS, it's fulfilling its purpose of being a space to reconnect, exchange, network? Have you been using the app, participating in the polls?
So I think the GAR is absolutely living up to its expectations. I see that the people who are here in person are meeting, are greeting each other, are reconnecting, are talking about the subjects that were raised during the sessions, I think which have been interesting, were interesting yesterday, and I have high expectations also about today. And I have also seen that there is indeed a big engagement right now on the online platform, and there was yesterday. And I think Michael Sandel did a great job in also fostering this by asking the questions. I think there's 2 specific questions that he brought through. So I think I'm very happy, I have to say, about how the alumni are responding and how the platform is working.
So friends, we have more than 52,000 alumni from all over the globe and more than 5,000 people connecting online. There's such a strong base in this family feeling. How can people give back to IESE?
Oh, many ways. So that's it. No, thank you for that question. So I have to say that IESE is blessed with the dedication of our alumni. We really have to be thankful for everything that the alumni are doing, and it really is in so many different dimensions. I mentioned before we have almost 40% of the alumni that are members of the Alumni Association, alumni that come as recruiters, alumni that come as guest speakers, alumni that ask us questions about why are you doing what you're doing, and that ask us questions also about can you do better in some areas. No? And of course, there's also an important material support. You know that IESE would not be able to do what it's doing simply with the tuition fees. They are high, they are very high, and still it's not enough because research is costly. Having the right infrastructure where people can learn is costly, and precisely we want to lower also the barriers for those who cannot pay. That's why we need scholarships. So in all of these aspects, alumni can contribute, and we're very grateful for all what they're doing.
Great. Thank you so much, Franz, for your time. It's now time to head over to the auditorium. We're going to be with our roving reporter, Billy Gray, who's with one of our alumni, Manuel Rodriguez, who's decided to participate in this initiative of Give Back. Billy, over to you.
Thank you, Greg and Michelle, and hello to all of our viewers. I'm Billy Gray. I'm sitting here with alumnus Manuel Rodriguez, who I'm going to talk to in just a second. We're here in the executive building, a little bit in front of the auditorium. We're sitting in these chairs. These chairs are similar to the ones you'll see behind us in the auditorium. And some of these chairs bear the names of alumni who have been very generous with the school, given back to the school, and thanks to that have become a part of this new IESE Madrid campus. We're going to talk a little bit about giving back to the school and our wonderful alumni community with Manuel. Manuel is an EMBA 2011 alum. He is the country head of SAN Spain. Manuel, thank you very much for being here with us today. Now, Manuel, I understand you actually have your own connection to IESE, but in your family, there's another one. Is that the case?
Yeah. My mom, she studied PARE in 1996, and this is why I decided to attend an executive MBA program in 2011. So I'm here because of her and because she loved the experience, she loved the knowledge she took from here, and more relevant, she was super happy about the community at that time, and 25 years later, I decided to attend the executive MBA.
It's fantastic. We love to hear about families experiencing IESE together and having a cross-generational appeal and legacy. Manuel has his name inscribed behind us in one of the chairs, as does his mother. Manuel, let's talk a little bit about that. Why is it important to give back to IESE? I mean, at some schools, I think when you graduate, you're done. The connection to the school is done. But what is important to you about giving back and being part of the community?
So first of all, it's because I studied in a public school and then a public university, so I wasn't part of any community, so I didn't have that feeling. So when I studied the executive MBA, I realized that this was bigger. So the feeling about all of the colleagues at the team and at the program at that age, and afterwards seeing the different programs. And this is why I decided to fund 2 seats, one from me and another one from my mom, because we should build community, all of us. At the same time, if we want to have a better world in the future, we should support institutions. So the bigger and the stronger IESE is, the world will be better. And also to say thanks to the IESE, because the knowledge I took from here, the friends I did, and also the experience I shared with many people at my school, in my class, and all the members. So this is why I decided to participate of this. And when I see this, it's so gorgeous that you feel very proud of this small investment.
Yeah, let's talk about a little bit about the new IESE Madrid campus. I know you're very big into entrepreneurship, innovation, and also sustainability, which is the theme of this year's event. How do you think that the new IESE Madrid campus is going to build sustainable entrepreneurs, innovative entrepreneurs of the future?
So first, more capacity, means more possibility to have more people attending programs and receiving training and better education. So with this sustainable environment, and if you feel the vibes here, it's a very calm environment, very light environment, so ideas could flow easier and better. And also because the bigger you are, you can attract more diverse people from all the industries and all the type of people. It doesn't matter whether it is woman, man, black, white, or whoever. So IESE is global, and the campus now is much bigger and more global.
Excellent. And we talked a little bit about you giving back to IESE and our alumni giving back to the school. This can be through donations or fellowships or research or their ideas. Just curious if you can talk a little bit about how IESE, the school, gives back to society, how the school crafts leaders who can help society, and how you mentioned inclusivity, how future leaders can help make a more inclusive and cohesive society and world.
So first, everything that IESE does is always close to the people and the person and the human touch. So this is something I learned. So you started a program, but it never ends. So you have always the possibility to come here to attend more trainings, more sessions. The community is hard in Madrid and worldwide, so you can reach any IESE member in whatever country, and that person will help you. And at the same time, it's a kind of global feeling to support any challenge that as a community we will have, as the world will have. And nowadays we're speaking about sustainable environments, and IESE and all the other institutions should be part of it.
Very good. And just a final question. Are you planning on seeing any of your former classmates, fellow alumni, friends, professors here over the course of the day? Maybe reconnect with some people?
Yes, sir. The idea is meeting here to do what the things we used to do in the past, and then having a dinner and having fun, having drinks, and some memories of the past, not just school, but the things that happened along these 2 years. That for me, it was a vital experience. And I know that for many of them, the same. My friend of mine found his wife here. So it's not just about the school, it's also about a vital experience.
Excellent. I hope you enjoy that, Manuel. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Now we go back to Greg and Michelle on the set.
Thanks so much, Billy, and thanks, Manuel, for helping build the future of IESE. Now we have the great opportunity to connect with an alumni who's connected via Zoom, who's been attending the sessions. We have Andre Pinto, who's an MBA from 2007, and I believe he's connecting from Lisbon today. Andre, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. How are you?
Very good. Very good, actually. I'm in Lisbon. I do live in Rio de Janeiro, in Brazil, but I had a hybrid meeting also in Madrid this week, and today I'm in Lisbon.
Great. So have you been able to connect to the GAR, the sessions yesterday? How's your experience so far?
I mean, it has been very good. I mean, the good thing about having this option, this hybrid option, it's living very far away. Typically, I'm in Brazil, so connecting to Madrid, typically it's, unless I have a business meeting, it's difficult to connect. So having this option was great, and some of the meetings I could join yesterday were great. Of course, I mean, it's not the same as being in person. I would love and prefer to definitely be there. But that having this option, it's a great option for those that are very far away.
Great. Have you been able to connect with any of your classmates from the MBA?
I mean, not in this meeting in particular, but in Brazil or in Madrid, I could meet some of the alumni guys. I mean, it's more than some of our very best friends that we get together in Madrid. So I do that very often, indeed.
Excellent.
Andre, this is Greg here. I'm interested in that point that you connect with your people from the MBA, your friends. Tell us a little bit your IESE story. What got you to IESE, and how your engagement is still with your classmates?
Sure. I mean, it was a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I started from 2005 to 2007. Why IESE? I mean, a couple of coincidences that I was looking for an MBA, top MBA. My wife, my girlfriend by the time, she was Spanish, she's Spanish. She was living in Barcelona, so mixing both things together, top business school and the connection with my current wife was great. And that makes sense a lot for me. So I joined IESE. It was, as I told you before, it's a one-in-a-lifetime experience and something I really remember, and I'm kind of a lot of grateful about this experience and what about the doors it has opened to me, and how important it was to my career development in the last almost 15 years.
So good personally and good professionally, both.
Definitely, absolutely.
Okay. Andre, I think I feel exactly the same. I mean, I think a lot of the alumni, and I'm an MBA from 3 years later, but I think the same feeling, the experience, and I also had a similar situation of being in Spain and staying there. So I think really amazing. You kind of have this bond that you create, and that really lasts. Sounds silly, but lasts a lifetime. I think it's amazing. So Andre, you work at a consulting firm with energy sector clients. Can you tell us a little bit more about that and sustainability? Of course, it's a big topic. It's on the forefront. How are you seeing this in your business?
I mean, I work at BCG, and I'm leading the energy practice area in Brazil. I mean, Brazil, it's definitely a country that we cannot ignore in the energy transition. What I can say is that sometimes I think the world looks at Brazil as a country that is not so connected with the relevance of this topic. But indeed, what I see with my clients, and most are in the energy space, I see a lot of importance given to the energy transition topic and sustainability. And I can say, I mean, most of the projects I have done this year, I see the clients with a very ESG agenda and giving a lot of importance to that. And if we look at Brazil, I mean, Brazil has like a kind of a clean matrix, energy matrix, with a lot of hydropower, a lot of ethanol, but still we see a lot of pressure and actually coming from investors. So most of the large companies in Brazil, they have several investors from abroad, from the US, from Europe, and we see the pressure that these investors put on these Brazilian companies that goes to the CEOs and goes into the strategies. So we see a lot of this pressure coming into reality and on concrete actions that these companies are taking. So I see although on the client side, I mean, we see some pressure as well, but what we see first, and when we talk to CEOs in Brazil, it's this pressure that they see from investors. And whenever we do a strategic planning, we talk to key investors and institutional investors that have positions in Brazil, and they claim that if the Brazilian companies they don't move forward with an ESG agenda, I mean they will drop the paper. So that's very interesting, and it's something that 2 years ago I didn't see that, and in the last 2 years, 1.5 years, and I think all the COVID thing has accelerated this trend. Probably there is no project today that I do where ESG is not a topic, sometimes more relevant, sometimes less relevant, but definitely it's on the agenda.
Great. Great. Thank you so much, Andre, for your time, and thank you for sharing your experiences with us. Thanks again. I hope you enjoy the rest of the GAR. It looks like they're telling us, thank you. It looks like they're telling us we're just about ready to get started in the auditorium with the main sessions. So we have 3 big things coming up today. Greg?
Yeah. Well, we'll start with opening remarks with Mireia Rios from the Alumni Association, and also Fabrizio Ferrara. We've seen him a lot. He's really been behind the whole drive for sustainability, and the academic director is technically what he's called of the Alumni Reunion. After that, we're going to have a very interesting thing. First for IESE, which is the launch of a sustainability chapter of the Alumni Association, so that fits right in with the subject here. And then a full session on leading the apparel industry towards sustainability. We've been talking a lot about fashion over the last day, and we'll continue today with really some great guests. So we are here and about to begin in what we're calling the Big Tent.
Well, it's a pleasure, honor for me to be here on behalf of the team that Mireia has introduced before. It's a group of people very passionate about sustainability and about business and about profit and about how we bring those all together that have been working the past few months to shape this initiative and be here today. I think as I prepared for this, I reflected on when I graduated from this institution almost 20 years ago, and I realized that we came a long way in mobilizing business sector to be a force for good. And most importantly, it's really about developing a generation of leaders with the talent, with the commitment, with the skills to make that a reality, with the depth, with the determination, and with the urgency that is needed. I feel very fortunate, actually, we feel very fortunate to be here speaking to a group, a crowd of already convinced, right? It's like, we don't need to convince anyone here about the importance of sustainability and how we bring that together. We need to move directly on the how we do that, and I think that is very important. And when we think about the role of business, it's like the world has very complex problems that when we think about water resources, when we think about climate change, about malnutrition, gender inequality, pollution of oceans, and these complex problems can only be dealt with the speed that is needed if we aim at systemic change. We have been doing steps in the right direction, but these are very often incremental steps. And if we need to take that at the scale that is needed to achieve the objectives that we have for the Sustainable Development Goals in 9 years from now, in this decade of delivery, we really need to tap into the pool of resources, of dynamism, of people with talent, engineers, everyone, humans, as Franz has mentioned yesterday, that only the private sector, the corporations, can do that. We are leaders in an immense pool of problem-solving organizations. And if you think that the most admired organizations in the world are addressing they're really seeking to address. Is that okay? Oh, I feel.
Thank you.
That made me feel important. Oh my gosh. So if you think that most admired companies, they are really thinking how to address the challenges of humanity in a profitable, but also responsible, sustainable, ethical, and inclusive ways. And that's what we want to bring today here, because we are talking to a community of 55 decision makers. It's like people who have the capacity of influencing where you allocate resources, where you're going to make the investments in the next budget round that you have in your companies. And in this chapter, what we want to do is really to equip this alumni community with the capacity to take these bold decisions, to make contributions towards the needs that we have on a social, environmental way. And how we will do that? Basically, we'll focus on the knowledge of the alumni community. We want to support the career and the leadership development of people that are interested in sustainable business. And we want to mobilize the community to make their contribution on a professional and also on a personal scale. I think many of you who yesterday saw one of the panels that I found very inspiring on the circular economy, there was a very interesting question that I never heard before the way it was articulated, which is, we have to think not only on the planet that we're leaving to our kids, but what are the kids that we are leaving to our planet? In the sense that we have a responsibility as parents, it's like as citizens, as people, also how we are taking decisions in our private sphere, how we are educating our next generation also. Well, how you can contribute, and here's a call to action. It's like for you here, but everyone else watching us via YouTube and other channels, and who will see this afterwards in the communication. There are concrete ways to communicate. We are focusing on 5 activities, priorities for the next year. We want to organize discussion and exchange groups that will really think about how we'll build on each other, experience, knowledge, and build alliances, focus on sustainable business. We want to design and launch the experiences for IESE alumni and students. Because very often it's very much easier to focus on more traditional careers or in finance, in marketing, in consulting. But how do people who are passionate about sustainability can also pursue their careers, their dreams, contributing to sustainable business? I think that's what we also want to do here. Support the MBA Responsible Business Club and the Doing Good, Doing Well conference. We want to have career chats with experienced senior leaders already operating in sustainable business to share their experience, their challenges with the people. And finally, strengthen the relationships between companies that are committed to sustainability with IESE, with the alumni community, so that we can create the path for people to make those contributions, those career shifts or career development. So we are here for you. So this group of people that I was mentioned before, here you have their names. I think many of you might be connected to us in different ways. Mireia mentioned that we are launching an alumni platform beginning of next year. The sustainability chapter will be featured on that platform. With the 5 work streams that I mentioned here, we really want to have volunteers from the alumni community to be contributing, to be participating, but above all, to be leading the development of those 5 work streams. And meanwhile, in the next few weeks, you can also see us, find us in the LinkedIn group of the IESE Alumni Sustainability Chapter. Some of my colleagues here are here today, and we can connect with us afterwards. We'll be more than happy to hear from you, your thoughts, your experience, how you want to join here. If I may ask you to raise your hands here, Ernest, Maria, and Terry. Terry is somewhere in the other, up there. So please reach out to us the rest of the day. We'll be more than happy to discuss, get your input, your thoughts here physically, but also online. You can reach out to us anytime. With that, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And again, like yesterday, so we have prepared a very rich program, probably very tight on schedule. So we are going to have a few hours of great content and great ideas. We think inspirational, and probably, hopefully, we're going to be a call for action for all of us. And I'd like to thank again the team that has been putting together this chapter, which I really think is going to be helping us a lot in this journey. And invite Alejandro Bertran, Chairman of McKinsey Iberia and President of the IESE Alumni Association, to join us here to introduce the first plenary with Pablo Isla, Executive Chairman of Inditex. So we're going to transition without a break directly into the new session.
Well, good luck to the new Alumni Sustainability Chapter and everybody who's going to be a part of that. We just had the Dean, Franz Heukamp, on a short time ago, and he said this is actually one of the interesting things, a group at IESE where you can have both alumni and current students, MBA or MEMS, involved in the same organization, and I think it goes right to the purpose of IESE, which is making a difference in society. Michelle?
Yep, so coming up next, we have, as Fabrizio just mentioned, our first keynote speaker, Pablo Isla, who's the executive chairman of Inditex, someone who's very well known to all of us. Pablo will be with Alejandro Beltran, the president of the IESE Alumni Association. A really interesting session. As we know, the fashion industry is quite polluting. This is an issue in the industry, but Inditex has been doing some amazing things, and we've seen with Zara, for example, some things, and really even breaking in their own objectives that they've set with initiatives with sustainability in this area. So it should be a great session, but before that, we're going to jump to a quick video to see a little bit more about this upcoming session.
The fashion industry accounts for 4% of global carbon emission, the same as France, Germany, and the United Kingdom together. Also, the apparel industry has hundreds of thousands of workers all over the world. So their practices affect both the environment and the social well-being of people all over the world. So this is a central industry that we need to work with to address most of our SDGs. In this session, we'll have Pablo Isla, Executive Chairman of Inditex. Inditex is probably the world's leader in the apparel industry. Companies worldwide have been copying its practices for decades. Their sustainability practices might have the same impact on the industry as their original retail and production practices. So a great opportunity to have him talk about sustainability at Inditex, and the interview will be moderated by Alejandro Beltran, a senior partner at McKinsey and president of the IESE Alumni Association.
That I admire the most. And I always tell him, and I'm trying to see whether there is another reason, but there are three things that for me stand out very clearly. The first is the ambition and the leadership mindset. No matter what they do, they always want to do the best. It's an excellence mindset that is very hard to find in any other company. The second is they move very fast. They don't have, layers in between, and they are very fast movers. And the third, they've got an ability to question themselves and challenge themselves. That in the context that we are in is actually quite interesting. So, ambition, speed, and challenging mindset is a big recipe for success. With this, we're going to get into Inditex now. I'm going to just make a few framing comments on sustainability. And I will start with a question. I mean, let me make 4 points here. The first point, obviously, fashion, it's important when it comes to sustainability. I mean, it's hard not to say this because, we all know, and we have just done a few pieces of research right now, 4% of the GHG emissions are coming from the industry, the water usage, the chemicals, so it is clear that it's important and the impact of fashion in this sustainability is quite important. It's also true when you look some reports that sometimes there are a few exaggerations, no? Like 15% of the GHG, and this is not the case. So there are other industries like energy, transport, agriculture, that they are more pollutant industries. The second comment that I will make for this industry, to go into the 1.5 degrees pathway or the net zero, is moving from 2.1 billion tons to 1 billion tons, and this will require a big change. And a change that we have analyzed, and again, there could be many different levers, many different intensity in those, and I would love even to listen from Pablo what his right mix is, but there are things like the circular models. No, if you want to get into this 1.5%, you should have 20% of the garments be traded in circular models. 15% returns rate in e-commerce, while now it's 35%. Overproduction being reduced from 20% to 10%. And the split between sea and airport and air transport, 83 now is sea, 17 air, to 90-10. So it's a big agent for this sustainability. Big things have to happen here. But my third comment will be, we can see this with a half-empty glass or with a half-full glass. And I've not shared this with Pablo, actually more on the half-full glass for a few reasons here. First, when you see there are many new models and industries coming out of this sustainability, re-commerce, that I'm sure that we will talk later on, recycling, but even new brands, new business models. So there are going to be, things that are going to grow because of this sustainability. When you look at circularity and specifically to recycling, you also see cases now where the cost is cheaper than actually doing this with virgin raw material. So the business case is actually positive now. Still the scale is not enough, but actually they are cheaper than the virgin raw materials. When you see as well the level of contamination of the recycling materials, they are, I don't know, cotton could be more than 90% reduction of contamination in the recycling material than in the virgin one. The other thing, and we have done a lot of research on this, we have been talking to customers. And what customers, Generation Z, millennials, they do not want to buy brands that the only attribute is sustainability. They want to keep the consumption they've got with brands that they are sustainable. So, and that's actually an important thing to do. We're asking whether you will buy and consume, and they say yes if they are sustainable. It's not that I want to change my pattern on sustainability. That's my third, so the half full glass. And last, I was trying to see, I mean, it's very hard to follow Inditex because you look at what they presented 6 months ago, and you forget to look at what they presented 2 months ago, and they are completely different. So I make sure that I actually get in, your commitments that you made them public. These net zero emissions, we are aiming as a world to do in 2050. Inditex said, let's do it in 2040. 100% more sustainable cotton by 2023. Previously, they said 2025. 100% renewable energy by 2022, from 80% previously in 2025. Joint life plus 50% by 2022. Water consumption minus 25% in our supply chain by 2025. I'm going to say actually too that I was very shocked when I read them. 100% recycled and sustainable polyester linen by 2025. 100% sustainable cellulosic fibers by 2023. I may probably be outdated and you may have contaminated. So Pablo, with this, let's get into sustainability, but I know that you have even been communicating sustainability is a big piece of your strategy, but also digitization, there are other things. Before we get into sustainability, I mean, can you tell us where you are, where Inditex is, how does it fit with your overall strategy?
Well, first of all, thank you, Alejandro, and congratulations to you, and to the IESE for this unbelievable place in which we are. I was thinking when you were, well, you have nearly explained all our sustainability strategy, so this will give me more freedom to speak, to talk about different things. No, but I was thinking, while you were saying that as our culture to challenge permanently ourselves, the speed, well, all this, the ambition, and thinking about the speed, it is the reality that when we take a decision and perhaps 2 or 3 days later we want to change the decision, it has already been executed. So speed in execution is also a key characteristic of our company. Well, Of course, we will talk about sustainability, but perhaps just at the very beginning to give some type of global framework about where are we today as a company. Well, as you all know, the year 2020 was very challenging. At the same time, we learned a lot of things. It had many, many positive elements. It accelerated a lot of trends that were already there in terms of what we call the fully integrated approach between stores and online. It was unbelievable from the point of view of our people, the commitment from every point of view. There are things that cannot be explained. For example, at the very beginning, when we were putting all our logistic capacity at the service of the pandemic, bringing material and so on, you cannot imagine the commitment. Or more talking about our business, when we were able not to reopen the store, but to access the stores in order to use that stock for our online orders, our online customers. Then we asked for volunteers. Well, everybody was coming in the logistics centers that at the very beginning of the pandemic, we also asked for volunteers and everybody wanted to continue working. It was unbelievable, the commitment of all our teams all across the world. And in terms of the business, it accelerated several trends that were already there. And the most relevant one is this digitalization, full integrated approach between stores and online. And by the way, talking about sustainability, I think something which is very, very remarkable is that all our sustainability targets for the year 2020, we achieved all of them, even with the pandemic, even with all the issues that took place during that years. We accomplished all of them, and those that, because being a percentage that it was possible to be above the target, we were above the target. But we achieved all our sustainability targets in the year 2020. If we think about our company today, of course, we have the essence of the company, which is our business model. You know perfectly our business model. We can talk about many things, but flexibility, ability to react during the season, very integrated approach between design, manufacturing, logistics, investing a lot in our stores, in our online operations. So this is the essence of our business model. And then there are two elements which are absolutely key when we think about our strategy. The first one has to do with digitalization and the fully integrated approach between stores and online. We began with Zara selling online in the year 2010, with Zara Home in the year 2007, then of course after 2010 with all the brands. And from the very beginning, for us it was key online to be completely integrated with the physical stores from every point of view. Of course, in store delivery, in store returns, then thanks to RFID technology, what we call full stock integration, also the product, the collections, the way they show the collections, well, from every point of view to be fully integrated. And this is a full reality. And for example, during the year of the pandemic, it was incredibly relevant, this idea of SINT, what we call SINT, stock integration. So this is the online orders that are served from the stock that we have inside the stores were more than 1 billion euros, 1.2 billion euros in the year 2020 of the pandemic, and being able to offer that product to our customers. And then we decided a few years ago to develop our own online platform. We call it Inditex Open Platform, that now is well, it's nearly 100% of the operations now are run through our own platform, and it gives us huge flexibility, scalability. It's totally adapted to our way of doing things. And the second key element regarding our strategy, so it's the essence of the business model, full integrated approach between stores and online, and then sustainability as the second key element regarding our strategic priorities. Our first sustainability plan was we approved it in the year 2006. It was from 2006 to 2010. And we were beginning to talk about the eco-efficient store. We were beginning to talk about many different things. But what was a huge change was in the year 2019, and we wanted to do that at the shareholders meeting, so in a very formal way and showing the commitment of the company, we announced very ambitious targets regarding the fabrics, regarding the raw materials, in terms of being fully sustainable in the year 2025 with cotton, with linen, with polyester, and of course, since then we have continued this advance. Sustainability for us is a key element in all the different areas of our activity. It is clear also that it is something that you cannot change from one day to another, but when we announced in the year 2019 all these very serious commitments, it was very clear for all the suppliers, for all the industry, for all the sectors, that Inditex was extremely serious about that, extremely serious about moving to become a very sustainable company. And internally, it is unbelievable, because this is not something that we decide at the top of the company. It's something that is coming from our people. Several years ago, we could say mainly young people, but now sustainability is absolutely intergenerational. I think it's people of every age in the company. In fact, when we announced this commitment in the year 2019, it was with a huge difference, because we always send the relevant news to all our employees in the world with the app that you have in your smartphone. And then you can make comments or put a like, no? And this was with a huge difference, the news with the highest number of comments, likes, because everybody wants internally also our company to be sustainable. But this commitment about the fabrics, the manufacturing process, what Alejandro was mentioning, because in this shareholders meeting we made some additional commitments. We anticipated the dates for some others, and these commitments for us is absolutely key, and we perfectly know, and this is something we are totally aware, that we are a very relevant company. We can move things not alone, because this, when we talk about sustainability, it is clear that however relevant can be a company, alone it is impossible. It needs the action of many, many different stakeholders and governments, but that we have, let us say this way, that we know that we have an extra responsibility because of our ability to change things from many different points of view. But this is something which is, I would say, all our teams are enthusiastic. It's extremely motivating. So on one hand, as many other things, it's challenging, but at the same time, it's something which is extremely motivating. Becoming, I would say, year after year, a more sustainable company, being in our sector with a big difference, I can say leaders from the point of view of sustainability, and always seeing things that, for example, you were mentioning polyester. I was, the other day, I was with the team, and for example, polyester today, more than 25 is already recycled. This was anecdotal 3 years ago. So this, of course, technology is very relevant. There are things that today are not possible because there is not yet the technology there, but this is something that is going to evolve very fast, very quickly. Of course, we are also trying to support the startups. We are working with the MIT, with many Spanish universities, also trying to generate these technologies. Well, there are many, many different areas from every point of view, everything which has to do with sustainability, and for us is something absolutely essential, a key element, a key part of our strategy, and with the whole company working in this direction, beginning with the design. Well, it's the whole company working in this direction.
Thank you, Pablo. As I said, make very complex things very simple. He explained in 5 minutes things. It seems to be very simple, very complex, but he made it actually quite simple. I'm actually replicate your model probably tomorrow. One question, Pablo, because I mean this is happening, as you say, it's affecting many areas like employees and the purpose. But how do you think sustainability is going to change the industry? How this sustainability will change? And what has to happen? I mean, from the customers or for the brand's point of view, what has to happen for sustainability be successful?
Yeah, well, I think, I think for me it's very clear that the relevant companies such as our company, we need to be, I don't know how to say, but perhaps to be moving the whole sector in this direction of sustainability, because you cannot be as demanding when you think about a company such as Inditex, or when you think about a small company or medium-sized company with less resources. That is why it was so relevant what I was saying before when we announced all these public commitments commitments, and the suppliers, the raw materials, the manufacturing suppliers, they know how serious we are, then this begins to change the whole industry. I can give you one example, which also has to do with sustainability, in this case not with circularity, but it's relevant. Several years ago, Greenpeace, they began with a campaign that was called Zero Discharge, and we were totally committed to the campaign. And then one of the areas in which we were working was what we call the list by Inditex, and it was a list of substances that the chemical products used in our manufacturing process could be we authorized or we didn't authorize, no? And then we began to work with the chemical companies. At the beginning, they were not skeptical, but they were not putting all the resources, well, but seeing that we were so serious about this, it was more and more and more the case, and now this is becoming an industry standard, which is something, so this shows also this power of transformation that we can have from many different points of view. And we are working with many stakeholders in all the different areas at every level, I would say. Technology also is something very relevant. For example, what you were mentioning, one of the commitments about water consumption, that we have a very explicit commitment now for the year 2025. The year 2025 seems very far away, but is, I mean, it will come very, very soon. And here, technology with laser, well, technology needs to continue helping a lot in terms of circularity, because now there are some issues when the products have different type of fabrics. But all these are areas in which this combination between the commitment of the companies, of the suppliers, technology, all the other stakeholders, I think we are seriously, very seriously moving in the right direction. Of course, there is a lot more to do. And at the same time, it's something that you need to do being realistic at the same time. No? So but we have, I would say, in the last few years, we have done a lot of things, and there are many more that we will continue doing in the coming years.
And what would be, again, you are clearly leading, walking the talk, but what would be the big challenge? It's not an easy industry. It's fragmented. It's global. Suppliers, they've got the size that they have. You've got competition. So what, from your perspective, what would be the big challenges for this industry to reach these targets?
No, the ones I am mentioning, I would say, and it depends, for example, for us to have more sustainable raw materials is something that is totally dependent on ourselves. In terms of circularity, as I was saying to you, it's also technology that needs to go in this direction. It's something that I couldn't commit today to a certain percentage without having the technology. Then it's very relevant when there are things done at the industry level. For example, there is one initiative which is the Fashion Pact. We belong, of course, to this initiative, and this is also to give the possibility of not so big companies to have access to all the information, to all the know-how that the relevant companies we could have. So, well, there are, I would say, challenges. There are many elements, but I think what is very relevant is how seriously we are moving in this direction.
That's clear. By the way, just a reminder, if anyone wants to ask questions, I was even provided here the questions, so you can do this through online. Pablo, many people talk about this e-commerce, the importance and the relevance, or let me even before this about the consumer. Let's talk about consumer, because sometimes we talk very internally, no? We are inward looking, and in the end, my feeling is consumer is going to drive changes, no? When you look at your consumers and you see, what do you see from them? What are they asking you?
Yeah, I would say the consumers, of course, you cannot be, if you as a consumer, you cannot be an expert in sustainability regarding every sector, regarding everything you do. But it is more and more the case that you are conscious about sustainability, about emissions, about that we need to take care of our planet. So, and consumers are more and more conscious about that. They don't need to be expert about this or that, but they are more conscious about that. We introduced, you were mentioning before, we introduced in the year 2015 this label that we call Join Life. It is an internal standard according to which we characterize a garment as Join Life. It depends. It could be care for water, care for fiber, care for planet, depending on if it's, for example, recycled or organic, or it has been manufactured using less water. And we explain, so you have the label, Join Life, and we explain why this garment is Join Life, 100% recycled polyester, or I don't know, 25% less water consumption, whatever. We explain why this garment is Join Life. And we have the feeling that this is something quite appreciated by our customers. You were mentioning that for next year, our target is that more than 50% of our total garments will be Join Life. Last year, we were talking about 35% of our total garments being Join Life. This is, for example, something very, very relevant. And we have the feeling that our customers appreciate that. So I would say that customers more and more will have in mind if this or that company pays attention to sustainability, so without needing to be an expert in every aspect related with sustainability. For me, it's also very relevant from this point of view, this idea of, in a sense, external standards. If I think about the Dow Jones Sustainability Index or other standards, to have a more objective approach to why this company can say that it's sustainable or not. Not this, to have more and more ways to measure this sustainability here. There is also well, regulation and transparency. When you think about labeling, it could be also very, very relevant. Well, I think that customers clearly are paying more and more attention to sustainability, and at the same time, as I was saying, well, probably if they don't like the product, of course they are not going to buy. But if they like the product, they see that it's sustainable, or they will discriminate more and more to buying companies that they consider that pay attention to sustainability.
Good. I'm going to mix with questions from the audience. One is about circularity as a key enabler. The question is, what is Inditex, or what are Inditex's key targets and also initiatives to achieve this circularity?
Well, I was saying, in terms of circularity, it's very difficult at this stage to give precise targets as a percentage of garments, because there are areas in which you don't have yet the technology. In terms of the fabrics, the raw materials that you are using and being sustainable, here we can have very specific targets. And we have, as Alejandro was mentioning, 100% more sustainable cotton in the year 23, or for the year 25, linen, polyester, and many, many other raw materials. But when you think about circularity, it's an area in which it is very difficult. Today, I was mentioning, for example, more than 25% of the polyester we use is recycled. So circularity is key. What are we doing also in terms of circularity, apart from what we are talking about the targets? We have what we call the Take Back program, that is now available all across the world in all our stores, and not only in the stores, also online in several cities, well, in Spain, in Paris, in New York, in China, through this Take Back program, we talk about reusing. So we have these containers in the stores, and not only in the stores. You can give us not only our own garments, but whatever garments you want, and then we have agreements with NGOs. In Spain, it's mainly with Caritas, and then we give a second life to these garments. And by the way, in the process, we create social jobs. We are talking about more than 1,000 social jobs for their social stores, for reusing these garments. No? So we pay attention to reutilization of the garments, and then of course we are more and more working in recycling. We are also working more and more in trying to find new fibers of different origins. We have the Inditex Inditex Sustainability Hub. So we are working with many startups. We are working with the MIT and with the Spanish universities, trying to find projects that would mean a difference from the point of view of circularity, from the point of view of new garments. So many areas with very serious partners working in this direction.
Yes, link to this, and you have mentioned something right now in terms of these new business models that are being created. And you know, sometimes you wake up one morning and feels that it's going to be the only model, this re-commerce. What are your thoughts about these emerging new re-commerce, you know, sale, repairs, rental business models in the industry? You feel that this thing will develop, or it will always be marginal, or?
But not thinking about sustainability, but as business model.
Yeah, re-commerce, no, you say, if I actually reuse or I do the rental, I mean, there are many, you know, startups.
Your opinion, Alejandro?
That's very good, Pablo, that you asked me this question.
No, because you are McKinsey, you must know.
Yeah, I would actually say no. No, I would. My opinion is that, as I said, I think I always start from the consumer, and the consumer says, I want to use what I want, what I like. I want to actually, if I have a party tomorrow, I want to have it, and I want to make sure that, you know, it is sustainable. Now, I think that this will be a niche. There will be something there. I was even trying to do the numbers before coming, but I didn't learn. So if I have to do this 2.1 billion to 1 billion, it's hard for me to believe that this re-commerce will bring this down. I actually think more about recycling and things like that. So in my sense,
or new fibers.
Or new fibers.
That this is an area in which, as I was saying to you, there is also a lot of research. No, about this business model, before talking about sustainability, but well, I think as everything, it's interesting, no? I would say. In fact, in terms of because I would say that in general terms, most of the people, so in terms of your clothes, typically, no, it's like in families, no, that it goes from one brother to the other, or from the mother to the daughter, no. So you tend to reduce garments, and then now, of course, there are these platforms. Well, I think everything is interested. We have preferred to have this Take Back program working with NGOs, having this social impact, which is very meaningful. Very meanuful, and as, we also offer this possibility when you order online. If you want to give back something, not all across the world, because this is complex, but we are offering this in Spain and in China and in several relevant cities in the world, that if you want to give back garments, and then always with this idea of, with an NGO, having this social, or donating, or selling in the social stores of the NGO. But I think all these initiatives also can be interesting. But as you were mentioning, Alejandro, I think, of course, it's the raw material itself, the manufacturing process, which is extremely relevant, but then circularity that is becoming more and more, and well, technology needs to help for this to be not 25, but 50, 60, or with other fabrics to be 20, 30, 40%, and also new fabrics. Some of them fabrics coming from forests, fabrics coming from, I don't know, how do you say in English, algas? Algs, no, I think.
What you've got on the seas.
So this new type of fabrics that, and as I was saying, we have the Inditex Sustainability Innovation Hub. We are working with many startups, and many of these projects will fail, because this is for sure, but some others could become relevant and could be, well, we already have new fibers, for example, Tencel Lyocell. No, there are all these initiatives about new fabrics, and of course technology, circularity, water consumption. Technology is helping a lot. That was another big element from the point of view of our sector. Well,
I replied well then.
Yeah.
And by the way, if this applies a very premium product. I mean, I cannot see repairing something that costs you 80 euros. So it will be. You mentioned before, Pablo, and I will get to some questions. I'm sure that you will not like them, fast fashion, slow fashion. But you mentioned about and it's linked, not technology, or what could be the role of technology in this improving sustainability, tracing or having information. What's the role of technology in sustainability?
Key. As in any aspect of the business, I would say technology, and it's Bill Gates, who is talking about technology to try to find new sources of energy. I mean technology from every point of view. Of course, there are very simple examples as the eco-efficient store, and how do you measure and how do you monitor to try to save as much energy as possible, and then technology, I have said several times during this conversation, for thinking about circularity, technology is going to be absolutely essential. And in order for circularity to become really very, very, very relevant as a percentage of the total fabrics that we use. I think this is applicable to our sector and probably to many others, But technology is going to be a very, very, is key to continue advancing,
One question, and this could be interesting, you ask me one question, I'm gonna go hard against you now. You have discussed material, technology, suppliers in your sustainability strategy. One of the biggest issues is overconsumption. How is Inditex tackling this issue? Can it be done without harming the business model?
But I mean, I would say, who decides what is overconsumption? For me, do you want to decide what people, instead of people to be you who decide? Sometimes there are debates which are, I think, and our role as a company, because what do we do as a company? And I think this is something which is very relevant to have in mind. We try to have a very attractive product and to show it to you in a very attractive way. It can be in the stores, it can be online, and to give you very high quality and to give you as good service as possible, If it's online, how it arrives, if it's in the store, but we are not even trying, in our case, not even trying to sell you anything. We do not advertise, we nearly don't have promotions during the season. So what we are doing is trying to offer to you our product in a very attractive way, and then you will decide if you want to buy or if you don't want to buy. If you ask me, but don't you think that in our society consumption is too high, thinking about everything? Well, but who decides what should it be?
With the mobiles as well.
Who decides what should it be, and who decides what is the good level? And then, in our case as a company, of course, we take care about quality, and we take a lot of care about sustainability. A lot of care about sustainability, and whatever standard, I would say external standard, we are always extremely well rated. In fact, you were mentioning this Harvard Business Review recognition as the best CEO in the world, and they were both years, of course it had to do with the financial performance of the company, growth, but at the same time they were putting a lot of attention on the ESG elements in our company. So because they were making a ranking that was a combination of financial metrics and then ESG standards, and when we were making this recognition to Inditex, they were putting a lot of emphasis on how well-ranked we were regarding the ESG standards. So we as a company are acting with a huge commitment regarding sustainability and offering our customers what we consider is an attractive proposition. So at the same time, for example, we never have non-sold garments at the end of the season, and very few promotions during the season. It's something, so we don't have at all the feeling that we are trying. Sometimes I say that what we are doing is offering to our customers, but we are not trying to sell you anything. I remember many years ago, because of course we have many million followers on social networks, more than 200 million, so it's an incredible way to communicate with our customers, but we are, compared to any standard, we are not particularly active. And at the very beginning of online with the newsletters, I remember having a meeting, this was in Fidelity in Boston, with, and there were a group of portfolio managers, and then instead of talking about the quarterly results, we were analyzing the online, the web, and everything related with the web. And one of the portfolio managers, she was a woman, and she was, we were talking about this, and that we were always with our customers, let us say this way, very respectful, never trying to sell you anything. Happens the same in our stores, and we were replicating that. And then in the US, which is very active market from the point of view of marketing, promotions, and all these things, this woman, she was saying to me, yeah, Pablo, but sometimes I even have the feeling that you don't care about me as a customer because you are not sending me newsletters, because we want to be very respectful. And then this is something that is totally in our mindset. We have never been pushing. It is more, we offer you the product and we try this to be attractive, and of course today, very sustainable, and you take the decision.
I have to say this is true. The first time, very smart, went to see him, Pablo, but you need to identify, personalize, Alejandro. We are not selling here. We are putting the right product here, and they will choose. I was telling, but look at your web page. He kicked me out of his office, in 5 minutes. No. You didn't get it, actually. We are not.
This is something very important, and this is not exactly about sustainability, but this is something very, very important from the point of view of the strategy of the company. What you are mentioning, Alejandro, about the web is something important, because our web has two components. Of course, one is online sales, but the other one is because we have millions of customers seeing the product online, but then they prefer to go to the stores, or sometimes they come. Well, this type of behavior. And then, for example, you could say, but why don't you personalize the web? You could sell more. Yeah, but then we are not showing the image. That it is not, technically it's very easy. We could do this and it's personalized, so it is not. But then we are not transmitting what we want to transmit. We want to transmit the concept, and you to feel comfortable, you to explore, because you could be wanting to buy online, but you could be wanting to see the product online and then to buy in the stores. So that is why not everything that you could see online in other type of businesses or in other type of products or of companies is exactly applicable to ours.
I know that we are running out of time, but there are so many questions coming in. There just last one, if you are okay, Pablo.
Sure. Typically, you say this, and then it's the most difficult, and you say, well, we should have said that there was not more time.
No, it's you know me, so no, it's it's interesting. A lot of discussions we are having with many clients, not in the industries, about whether this thing will happen or will not happen. And there is some. I was in a board the other day. They push hard, not because they thought this way, but what are you telling me this is going to happen? If it's only pushed by Europe or developed markets, not developing markets, this thing will not happen because it will create a big difference. So there is a question, and again, related to this, also in Inditex, to have worldwide footprint, and we are present also in countries that seem to pay less attention to sustainability issues like China. What a company like Inditex could do to push these countries to adhere to it. And I will probably think about it, but also think about how do you see sustainability in your industry, between the difference between emerging market, not emerging markets, this global.
Well, yeah, I would say two things, and it has to do with things that we have been talking during this conversation. We are a relevant company. We can be a significant, let us say this way, force in the right direction. So, and we are trying to do that, but at the same time, we alone cannot change the world. That is for sure, And then what we are doing is, when we have our commitments are worldwide. So if we say all our stores are eco-efficient, all our stores in the world are eco-efficient. They could be here or there. Or when we have this commitment about our fabrics, this is applicable to our fabrics all across the world. or when we talk about any aspect, we talk about of it globally. And this is our role, and this is applicable if we are talking about the list by Inditex I was mentioning before. This is applicable to our manufacturing process in all the different countries in the world. So and then there are these other initiatives, global initiatives. I was mentioning before the Fashion Pact, or there are many others. And then when you work with institutions, so of course we want to play a key role in everything which has to do with sustainability, but at the same time knowing that this is something that we need to do between all of us, companies, NGOs, governments, and so it's a global effort of the whole world.
Is this working, this cooperation, collaboration, regulator, competitors, value chains? How do you see this?
I think in general, yes. I think, when of course, everything can be better, and you were saying that our mentality as a company is also that, no? That everything can be better. So we are never satisfied with anything, but I think everything can be better. Very recently, for example, the European Commissioner for the Environment, he was in Spain, and he wanted to visit us in Inditex, and he spent a few hours with us in La Coruña because he wanted to understand what we were doing, and then in order, when we have European regulation, just to be close to the industry, not to do things that are theoretical but not practical. Then these initiatives of the whole industry in things that have to do with sustainability, I think in general, yes, they are working. Of course, everything can be better, but at the same time, what I see, not only talking about us, and not only thinking about our sector, but for example, we belong as a company to the European Roundtable of Industrialists, that we are around 60 European companies, not in the financial sector. And well, in Spain, there are members, Telefónica, Iberdrola, Ferrovial, and us. And what I can tell you is that it is very clear in all these European companies, very serious commitment with the sustainability. Each one in its sector, but it is very clear and it's very sincere. And then let us try to advance all together in this direction.
Good. So first or last, sorry, apologies for those questions that we couldn't address. I'm gonna put some of them over lunch.
Okay.
You, Pablo, always leave the feeling that that is short, but that's okay. Scarcity is actually something that is good in this consumption world. And thank you for being here. Thank you for what you're doing. Not only in this sustainability, but looking at a company like Inditex and what you're doing worldwide is actually a really thing that you feel proud of. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Alejandro.
welcome back. That was a great plenary session there in the, what we're calling the big tent, the big new auditorium here in Madrid about the apparel industry and sustainability. It was with Pablo Isla from Inditex. You don't get much bigger than that. For those who were lucky enough to come presentially to the alumni reunion this year, they're going to lunch right now and enjoying our new facilities here. But we're not going anywhere, so we'll keep you entertained here, talking about alumni and actually future alumni as well. But Michelle?
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Here we're going to be continuing the streaming. So just a reminder for those of you who are connected via the Attendee Hub, you can keep the conversation going. You can also pick and choose your sessions. So with the track sessions, you can pick the one that you want to see and then view the session in its entirety. For those of you following us on the YouTube channel, the streaming, you'll be able to see different snippets of the sessions. And of course, interactivity. This is key. I mentioned this from the start. Don't forget the IESEGAR hashtag. Join the conversation, keep up to speed, and keep the conversation going.
We have a whole lot coming up this afternoon. We'll be talking with Silvio Dulinsky. He's the president of the new Alumni Sustainability Chapter. So that was the news coming out this morning. We're also going to be talking to Jose Maria Ciota. He's at IESE in the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Department, which happens to be a really active part of IESE. Certainly a lot of emphasis on entrepreneurs and helping entrepreneurs.
Great. But first we're going to have a talk with 3 alumni from different generations and also different types of programs at IESE, the MIM, the PDG, different programs, to hear a little bit more about their experiences and their interest in sustainability and how they're seeing the GAR, how they're seeing the event. We have with us Professor Carlos Gomez Mujica, Rafael Caceres, and Dariam Chirinos. So rather than introduce all of you, first off, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you very much for hosting us.
Thank you. And rather than me introduce you, maybe you could just briefly tell a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and what's the connection with IESE?
Great. I can start. I can say that I have a long relationship with IESE. My grandfather sent 6 of his kids to do the MBA at IESE. So when I decided to do the MBA, I had basically no choice. They all put me in a room and said, you're going to IESE. And that was in 2004. And since then, I've always had a continuous relationship, because that's one of the great things of this house, right? That you get a continuous relationship. And at the moment, I am teaching in the MIM program, which I have the privilege to do, and I see those new generations that will continue the IESE culture and the IESE legacy.
Great.
Okay, so I was born here in Madrid. I started my career as an M&A advisor, but in the last few years, I have been working in other subjects of advisory, such as corporate strategy or sustainability, of course, and energy-related matters. I coursed the PDG here in IESE in the year 2019. I fell in love with its culture, so it's an absolute pleasure to come back home.
Great. Thanks.
Great.
And for me, well, I just joined the program, so I'm currently a MIM student right here at IESE. It's been absolutely lovely, so definitely something that I've been really enjoying. I've been here for about 2.5 months, but prior to that, I was doing my undergrad back in university at Harvard University. So it's very interesting to see the contrast between the case study that we have here and the case that I also did over there, too. So yeah, it's been great, and I'm really looking forward to continuing my education here at IESE.
Thanks.
Why did you choose IESE, Dariam?
So actually, yeah, to clarify in that section, I've been getting a lot of questions about this. So I'm originally from South America, and then I came here. I went to the United States for my undergrad. After that, I went to Japan for 2 years, so I already had obtained experience at East Asia. And I figured, well, I want to explore my education further, so I came here to Europe. And well, I'm a native Spanish speaker, so coming to Spain was a very logical choice. And when I saw what IESE had to offer in terms of its value proposition, and the case method and a lot of the things that were really valuable, it was a no-brainer for me. So I decided to come here, and it's been a tremendous experience.
Just a quick question, did you get to take Professor Michael Sandel's course on justice?
Unfortunately, I was not able to talk to him yesterday. I took his class about 5 years ago, so maybe he remembers me, maybe not. Absolutely lovely. I told my friends here from MIM to go check his presentation out. They definitely did, but unfortunately I was not able to make it.
Just curious. Carlos, Rafael, can you tell us what we've seen in this day and a half? What's been also, Dimitri, what's been the highlight for you of the GAR?
Should I start?
Sure.
Okay. It was absolutely outstanding for me here, having the opportunity to hear several very important speakers yesterday, especially. I had the time to make it, and I would like to highlight a couple of thoughts that were shared yesterday and that were of great interest for me. One of them is that Mr. Starace, Enel's CEO, highlighted that there's no trade-off effect between sustainability and economic growth. I think understanding this is of the essence. And on the other hand, Mr. Goyeneche, Ecoal's CEO, said also that this is no longer about what we do, but specifically, or more importantly, about how we do it. And I strongly believe in that. That's ESG, that's sustainability, that's how we do it. I would add one more thing, perhaps. It's not only about how we do it, but why we do it. How do we want to change the world by doing it that way? And that's purpose.
Great. I mean, I would say that for me the first highlight is the fact that we're here. We're on campus after this 1.5 years, which has been very tough for many of us. Having the possibility to come back to campus, to this magnificent campus and this magnificent aula magna that we've just been, and being all together again to reinforce our community, it's been something great. And I believe a topic such as sustainability and ESG was really needed, right? We've heard so many things in the last 1.5 years, and some of them confusing. We talk about everything, greenwashing, something washing. Is it true? Is it not true? Is there purpose? Is there not a purpose? And having a few days to reflect on all those things and see what leaders are saying about it, and starting to grasp a bit and understand what sustainability means and what ESG really means, I think it's very important. So really, it's been great from professors being able to put this together, and from our alumni to be here.
Carlos, you've obviously seen the campus if you come to teach in the MIM, right? But what about you, Rafael? Had you been to the new building yet, or?
No, not yet. It's quite impressive. Isn't it?
Okay. Give me your reactions. I mean, what?
Well, it's like opening my mouth, no? Yeah. When am I going to close it? But I think this is a terrific space for sharing, and I also think that sustainability has a lot to do with putting efforts in common, and with exchanging ideas and creating new synergies. And this fantastic open space concept and a lot of light everywhere because of the windows, and I think it's the best place to create this type of synergies.
Yeah, it's really a fantastic auditorium. I've never seen one with so much natural light in it, you know, and not to mention a great screen. It would be good to watch a football match on it. But Darium, you're probably too young for this question, because I assume you grew up, or at least by the time you were in college, you were sort of attentive to questions about sustainability. Right. Tell me if I'm wrong, but for you older guys who aren't so old, but you're older, did you have any moment of awakening? Were you skeptics? Were you? I mean, your point. You were just talking about what Starace said, you know, and I still to this day am a little bit cynical about is this for rich people, or can it be good business too? But I'm interested in if you had a coming of, you know, a moment where you said, hey, wait a minute, this really is important.
A specific moment?
Yeah, a moment. Yeah. You know,
in fact, sort of.
Was it 10 years ago? Was it 5 years ago? Was it 2 years ago?
No. I was studying for a PhD, and I was trying to make an in-depth analysis of strategic decisions in companies, and how these can transform the company as a whole. And during that studies, I suddenly realized, hey, perhaps these guys could do much better if, instead of telling the world the good things they do or they want to do, they put that effort in actually doing it.
Yeah.
And in the end, I said, hey, this is synergic, and suddenly we can make the income statement improve. We can make the valuation multiples higher, and at the same time make the world a better place.
Yeah.
It's real. So that was my click.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it started a long time ago, in different moments. I mean, there have been moments in my life where I've been closer to, let's say, the SDGs, the COP21, when I could see what was going on, what were the consequences of what we were doing, and really that was, well, this is coming, and we got to prepare, and we got to do something because of the external negativities, which we do not price in the price of our products, but that we as civilians do pay for them, and they have a huge cost, and really that was and is something really important that we haven't yet internalized, and we're going to internalize in the next years, and we'll see that sustainability not only pays off, but it is really the only way to move forward, because the unsustainable business has a cost that we are not able to pay for it. And also, I don't know, I've seen examples here at IESE of professors helping companies that had a purpose and that have a purpose, that really change your life and what you want to do with your life. What purpose do you want for your life, right? And for example, I don't know, there's La Fageda in Barcelona, which is a great example of a company that put purpose as its first thing, and that made good business, profitable business, that is an example for other companies. And for example, I'm sure that Danone on his day took some example from La Fageda and brought it to what it is today. Yeah.
And Darium, for you in the MIM, so are you saying this, as Greg said before, it's probably just something you're used to. Do you have specific classes on sustainability? Are you used to hearing this topic?
Regarding the MIM right now, I think most of our classes right now have been regular operations, marketing, finance, and so on. However, one of the biggest things that I've noticed is that with a lot of the cases that we're doing, right, we really have a big emphasis on not just profit maximization or how to maximize the shareholders and so on, the profit and so on, but rather how can we make this a company more sustainable for our long-term growth, right? And compared to my previous experience, it's quite different because we're really focusing on more of this long-term trend, which is something that, yes, I was familiar with, but it's not something that's really emphasized. Maybe because I was in the US, I'm not really sure, but it's a relatively new topic for me too. So there's still a lot of things here that I'm learning when it comes to sustainability here at the IESE.
Great.
Perfect, great. Thank you so much. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
Directors today, they need modular formats, fresh ideas, very practical approach in a shorter period of time.
The transition is seamless, it goes along very well.
Adaptation for us means ultimately to offer more and better options to our participants while being able to keep the essence of our pedagogical model, or even being able to get the best out of both worlds.
The interaction between individuals is a really important part of learning here in IESE. The technology is working well to facilitate that.
That's a process in which you need to listen carefully to the insight that your peers in this learning group can offer to you, and in which you also start to reflect more deeply about your own experiences.
And one thing we will never give up on is on having this transformational impact on our students.
Welcome back to the Global Alumni Reunion. We're going to be live all afternoon. We're having a great time here in the new Madrid campus. Everybody's at lunch right now, those who have come presentially. Well, almost everybody. Some people are on set talking to us still. But Billy Gray is our roving reporter, and he's been pretty busy over the last day, and we're keeping him busy today. We're going to go to him right now, see what people are up to.
Hello and welcome back again from the Global Alumni Reunion 2021 at the brand new IESE Madrid campus. We're showing our online viewers, you at home or wherever you may be, a part of the campus you may not have seen before, at least in our broadcast. This is a downstairs dining hall, and as you can see, the in-person participants are enjoying a bit of a break between learning sessions. We've talked a lot about learning sessions here, about our great guest speakers, also about networking opportunities, but of course the point of a reunion also is to reconnect with old friends, to have some fun, to have some laughs, maybe even to have some wine. So it's Friday, people are beginning to relax after taking in so much knowledge, so much networking, and here you see them just enjoying each other's company. Classmates from the EMBA program, the MBA program, the PDD, all of our programs. This is a nice little Friday afternoon pause. After this, we have several more learning sessions to go. We're going to be connecting to you to those live. We have several interviews to go, so please stick with us through the end of our program. We've got a lot of great content, a lot of great people, a lot of thought leaders, a lot of alumni. But yeah, for now, we thought we'd give you a peek at a little bit more of an intimate space in the campus at the brand new IESE Madrid before these people once again make their way upstairs to the main auditorium, the two breakout auditoriums, and for networking events to come. The reunion actually continues tomorrow. We won't be here with you, but there'll be a piano concert, a golf game, and now back to Greg and Michelle on the set.
Thanks so much, Billy. It looks like the lunch is going well down there. We'll let our guests head over to lunch in just a few minutes. We're keeping them here. So we're going to continue the conversation with our three alumni here. So I'd like to ask a little bit, have you been able to connect with your classmates from your programs? And of course, Darium, you're here on campus doing the MIM, but maybe with other people from other years. Have you been able to network and connect with people?
Well, I can say that I've had a pleasant experience networking with other alumni, MBAs, even professors. Whenever I send them a message or whatever, they reply to me with a very friendly manner and a very fast manner, and I think that's a very excellent way to keep the network going. I mean, overall, my experience with alumni and everyone else has been excellent.
Please.
No, Damian, I was going to say, building on that, I mean, I believe the GAR is a great opportunity not only to be with your classmates that you probably miss, and some of them you don't see every year or every month, but also to meet new people from other generations, from other programs, and creating that network, because we're all IESE, we all share the same culture, and it really creates new opportunities, both on personal development and on professional development.
Absolutely, Carlos, I agree. In fact, I had the opportunity to meet a couple of guys from my PDG, but more importantly, I had the occasion also to meet 3 or 4 people that were not from my programs, and they were absolutely kind and willing to share, and so it's always very stimulating to share with people here at IESE.
If
Go
I
ahead,
could add
Darryl.
on
Yeah.
one thing actually
Sure.
in relation to that, I noticed that perhaps it's a matter of like the spirit of the IESE has itself, that like there's a very high level of collaboration and a very high level of service here, where everyone is willing and more than happy to help each other, right? Which I think is one of the most amazing things that we have here at this school, right? It's not like everyone's trying to like win against each other, but rather bring each other, build something better, and honestly, I love that environment.
I'd like to pick up on that a little bit. I just joined IESE a couple of years ago as in communications department, and I was, doing research on the school and going through the blogs and things like that, and there was a great little debate one day, LBS and IESE. Just like a guy said, I'm accepted at both schools. Which one should I go to? and the answer is, well, it depends on what you want to do, and if you want to go to finance, you probably want to be in London. And he said, however, I spent the semester at IESE or whatever. And he said, I never had more fun in my life, because he was in Barcelona, but also just talked about the quality of the teaching and the closeness of professors to the students. He said, you know, what you were saying, like a quick reaction, quick answer. He said, and the one line that really got me is, where else would you play paintball with one of your professors? You know, so there's a lot of paintball. I was going to say there's a lot of that. There's not a lot of paintball, but there's...
I do agree with you. I do agree with you in that mentality. So I applied to like other schools here within Europe too. And at the end of the day, my decision to come here was based on the fact that the community and what you said, right? The fact that I could interact with any professor, invite them for a drink over, or just have like a little like, you know, ping pong match or a chess match, right? It's there, it's available, right? And that's what I love. That's what I wanted to be a part of when I came here, and I've gotten exactly what I wanted.
Great. Yeah, as I told you, I have the privilege to teach here at the MIM, and there are only 2 generations that have already ended, but I still have a very good relationship with some of my students. Although it was a short period, I mean, it's a 2-3 months period that I teach them. It is true that it creates a legacy that we're all bound together, and that relationship continues. And it's a bit like I had and I'm having, right? I have a very good relationship with some of my professors, and now it's my time to have a good relationship with my alumni.
Great. I'd like to get your thoughts on this hybrid format that we have. You know, we've been saying this, it's our largest GAR hybrid. We have more than 5,000 people registered. It's fantastic. We have the 3 of you here in person. What do you think about this hybrid format? First off, have you guys been able to connect, to use the app at all? Good?
I have done both things, in fact. Yesterday, I connected remotely, and today I have been attending several sessions, and it's fantastic because if because of the place where you are located or because of your workload, you may not have the time to come here and share with other people live, you can always participate from home or from your workplace, and it's a terrific idea.
Do you stay in touch with your classmates from your programs? You were the MBA, right? You were MBA.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're having a dinner on Saturday. We are 40 people going to the dinner in a class of 170 we were when we finished. Oh. So it's not bad. So we do have a relationship. It's a very long-standing relationship, and it creates, I mean, we've helped each other in many things, and now we've grown together, have kids together, and everything. So yes, absolutely.
Great. Thanks to all of you, and we are going to let you get to lunch. Okay. So,
thank you so much.
But thanks very much. It was wonderful. It's just what we were looking for. Now we're going to go to a short video, which is about some of the people involved in the new sustainability chapter.
I'm Camila Guerrero. I currently work in Sigma Alimentos, and I'm the head of operations for the plant-based initiative in Mexico.
I'm Ernest Barceló. I'm a proud alumni PDD 2008, and since 2013, I'm the Vice President of Sustainability for OMIA.
Hi, I'm Kate Deckman. I'm an MBA from 2017. I was previously a fashion designer in New York, and I have a background in corporate culture and sustainability. And now I'm working on my own startup in active fashion for a brand called Ruby Snacks.
We're looking to develop different initiatives to connect alumni with different companies and corporations in their sustainability efforts.
And I'm now working on the Knowledge Subcommittee. So part of this is working with the IESE community, our alumni, our business partnerships and corporations, and how we can better educate, share knowledge with our communities.
First is what is sustainability? Because there are a lot of current definitions, and this will be one of the clear roles of our participation in Alumni, to define what we do understand for sustainability and what we can add to these big discussions and topics that are burning nowadays and reaching all the boards and every position that we are developing in different companies.
So I hope that we can, as an IESE community, as individual leaders, we can leave a positive imprint wherever our community exists.
And welcome back. We just saw a great video about the sustainability chapter, and now we have here with us the president of the chapter, Silvio Dolinsky, and we also have Ernest Barceló, and the vice president, who we just saw in the video. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
It's going to be great. We're going to get more details about the sustainability chapter, the initiatives, what you're doing. But first off, I'd like to ask Silvio, we know that you just came from Glasgow, from COP26, and you participated in the Walk to COP26, a march of 26 days and 510 miles. We're going to talk about the chapter, but I have to ask, I mean, the most I've ever done is a half marathon. How did this go? Tell us about it.
Well, unfortunately, I didn't do the whole walk. I disclosed that from the beginning. It's like I never pretended that I did the whole walk. I joined a group of climate leaders that I know from London, and they took the whole month off and walked from London to Glasgow, those 510 miles. Wow. They invited me to join whenever was possible. I joined the last 5 days, so I did 150 kilometers in those 5 days. Considering that it was mostly in rainy Scotland, no, it was mostly rainy. It was all in Scotland, but it was raining all the time. I discovered that really Scotland defies even the gravity, because the water, there's as much water on the ground uphill as downhill. I never understand that. How is that possible? It's like, but it was a wonderful experience. I think we could engage with many local communities to discuss with local leaders what they can do to transition their communities at local level, make decisions in their way that they consume, that they invest, that they educate the next generation, to transition towards a net zero economy at local level. And it was also a journey for personal reflection. It's like as a result of that, I did my personal carbon footprint of my personal life. It's like in the last 12 months. I discovered then I emitted in the last year 10.5 tons of CO2, which is the double of an average citizen where I live in Switzerland. Wow. So it's like, and then that makes me think. It's like, why do I have the double? Well, I know why. It's like because I fly much more than the average Swiss citizen. But what can I do to change that? How can I mitigate and offset on a personal level, not only my professional activity?
Congratulations.
Ernest, your thoughts on the chapter, on the sustainability chapter. Why is this important? Where's it going? And what can you do concretely? I'm the cynic at the table, so I think talk is cheap. But what can you do to move the needle?
Well, I think one of the beauties of IESE is the strong values. When you are here learning, you get these values, then you take them or not. But when you join these and then you stay on the community and so on, you have this feeling of family. And then this is like, we are a big family facing a difficult time. So we need to act. Yeah. And the beauty is that thanks to our training and so on, we are having all the tools that are needed now to make those changes. So I'm a realistic optimistic. Okay. And then, yeah, I think we are in a good path nowadays.
Okay. If I can just follow up quickly on that, I think, Silvio, you've been involved a little bit with doing good and doing well in Barcelona. I mean, sustainability fits well with IESE and the idea of purpose, right? I mean, if you can give us some of your ideas on that. Mm-hmm. Purpose and sustainability.
Okay. Look, I think and we saw a lot about it yesterday when we were talking about stakeholder capitalism. I think what that means for me, also in my previous experience with the World Economic Forum, when we would be talking about stakeholder capitalism very actively, it's really about transforming organizations, companies, to serve society, and have profit as a way of generating the means and the resources for the organization to address the challenges that humanity have on the social environmental way. Profit is good, but not profit as a purpose. Yeah. I think that is the migration of the thought in the minds of leaders, business leaders, that we need to do. It's like there is no inconsistency between sustainability and shareholder value creation. But it does require that we move away from a trade-off mindset, from a zero-sum mindset. As leaders, we can always fall to that. We say, oh, yeah, well, if I need to invest more here, I will be hurting my bottom line. I think as leaders, the challenge that we have is to think beyond that, think, okay, how do I innovate? how do I transform my business model, how do I target the segments that will value a better sustainability performance, and how I work across my value chain in building alliances. Pablo Isla talked very much about this in his address today, saying that it's impossible that in the field of sustainability that a company, an organization can do it alone. You cannot go alone. You need to work with your suppliers, with your customers, with your industry. You need to work with your peers, because very often a single company cannot change alone. Even the size of Inditex, they cannot change alone, because otherwise you really hurt your competitiveness. It's like there are many areas where you need to work at industry levels. You need to work with government, because you need to make the regulations evolve to create a level playing field. I think there are many areas where, as business leaders, we can, we should, and we must take an active role in thinking how to embed the sustainability in our day-to-day business decisions.
Mm-hmm. Can both of you maybe tell us a little bit about what are the plans in the coming months, year for the chapter? I mean, I know we've been talking about this at the beginning of the day, but for the people who are joining us now as well online, it would be great to hear, again, a bit more of the initiatives and what your plans are.
Well, we are developing all the detailed plan and so on, but mostly we are here with the Sustainable Development Goal 17. This is partnership for the goals, no?
Okay.
What better than an alumni platform to partner about a common goal, no? So that is what we are doing, this through our 5 main aspects that we were announcing now during the presentation. We try to have a place where our colleagues can have open discussions with similar interests. We want to develop the knowledge, we want to push this, and we want to do the career services, because you can select a company because it's a sustainable company, or because you will do a sustainability function into a company, and then all those relationships is the key point. And one of the distinctive maybe elements of this alumni chapter is the strong relationship with students. Most of the times on our working life, no, you learn, and then after some time you come as alumni. Yeah. Here we are interacting on the doing good by doing well is the perfect example. No, our platform of students is pushing us to behave better, and then we are taking this into the alumni atmosphere. So, which is a great exercise. Thank you.
Yeah, and that, as you know, IESE has a really super international, at least in the MBA program, really broad swath of people from all over the world, which is great. One of my questions about sustainability, and my cynical question, and not so cynical, but I know Sylvia, you were at the World Economic Forum, and this was of big interest there, is sustainability and inequality in the world. You know, I mean, it's not the same for the first world, if we want to call it that, to afford to be sustainable as it is for developing countries. Any thoughts on how that can happen, or is it just more of, well, we got the first world has got to be more generous in helping everybody?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think there are different scales on acting on this. I think on overarching scale, if I would start on more systemic scale, if I make you made a reference to the COP26 last week. So during the Paris Agreement in 2020, COP21, there was an agreement that developed countries would put $100 billion at the table to support the transition of developing economies towards the net zero economy. Only a fraction of that money has been put at the table. Right. And so I think that is, we are failing there. We are failing, and we cannot expect that the developing world, who did not to cause the problems that we're facing, because all these emissions are coming from the developed markets, from first world, the developed economies, and they are the ones who will suffer most of the consequences of the climate change, that we are not helping them in making that transition. I think the concept of just transition is absolutely fundamental there. So that is on the government and societal level. When we think about the companies, I think what's very important is that we do not make the easy decisions of dumping our waste, dumping our former less than ideal practices in the developing countries. I was in a meeting this morning here with another business leader, August von Jost, a German, excellent, very inspiring guy who is attending also the conference. He was saying, it's mind-blowing, it's outrageous what is happening in terms of waste being sent from Europe and North America to Africa, And you have situations in Garo, in Nigeria, and he mentioned another, Kandashi, that they are kids, people are living there on the waste that we are generating here and dumping there. I think we as business leaders need to question ourselves on that. It's like it might be cheaper to do that, but is that the right thing to do? It's like, and I really think that we have a moral obligation to address that.
Great way to end this. Thank you. Silvio, thank you. Ernest, thanks for coming. I hope they let you have a little lunch now. And,
thank you very much.
We're going to go back to Billy Gray, and he's with Jose Maria Ciota to talk about entrepreneurship and innovation at IESE.
Thank you, Greg and Michelle, and welcome back to our viewers. We're here at the IESE Global Alumni Reunion 2021 at IESE Madrid. I'm standing here now with Jose Maria Ciota. Jose Maria is the Executive Director of the IESE Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. He's also a corporate venturing expert at the World Economic Forum. Jose Maria, thank you for being here with us today. We appreciate it. The first question, as you know, and as our viewers know, the theme of this year's Global Alumni Reunion is sustainability. You obviously work a lot with entrepreneurship and innovation. How would you say entrepreneurship and innovation and sustainability are all linked together?
Sure, thank you. I would say entrepreneurship is more a verb rather than a noun. It's a process, it's a way of thinking. And here at the IESE, we think that there are many ways to be an entrepreneur. You can create a startup and a scale-up, to be a co-founder, but maybe you can be, I don't know, a researcher in a research center and then do a spin-out, to be a corporate innovator with a corporate accelerator, a corporate venture capital, or be an investor. So there are many ways. And we have many stories. For instance, Arun Renuka, an IESE 40 under 40, does an MBA and later on goes to London to create Airlight, a company that reduces pollution by more than 80%, supporting society, supporting the environment. Now, we are in a quite unique campus. This is a huge opportunity, a 52 million investment on more than 33,000 square meters with two focuses, sustainability and entrepreneurship. And as Alejandro and the Madrid mayor were describing in the opening, those innovation, entrepreneurial and sustainability skills are quite relevant. However, if you want to learn more, I highly suggest to follow the two panels that we're going to have on high impact entrepreneurship with Professor Julia Prats and also on circular economy with Professor Desiree.
Fantastic. Well, you mentioned this already, the new IESE Madrid campus with its emphasis on entrepreneurship and innovation. Could you tell us a little bit about how you think this campus in particular is going to help shape those future entrepreneurs that are not going to only do good business, but also do good for the world through their business?
Sure, and thank you. I would say there is a forthcoming, and I can say kind of some news, a forthcoming physical space, and that is going to encompass activities that we are already having but extended. On the one hand, mentoring programs such as the We Start and the We Grow program. Then also the Up Innovation Institute, the Search Funds Institute, also for investors, the Business Angels Network, the Venture Capital Fund of IESE Finabes, the Technology Transfer Group, and more. However, we have to keep that, I would say, with historical perspective. This is not new. We have been in the field since 1974. We are a school founded by entrepreneurs, for entrepreneurs, when Pedro Nueno many years ago started this initiative. And now, on the other hand, I would say there has been a lot of activity across alumni, and this is a huge example, that those alumni have created already 70,000 jobs across the globe and has raised 3.6 billion American billion for their ventures. Now, when you say, and what's next, Jose Maria, what's the future? So we have tried to align with those social goals on sustainability, mainly with, I would say, 3 KPIs or 3 lines of work. Number one, we want to build with our alumni more than 50,000 jobs, supporting 5,000 entrepreneurs that are going to raise 500 million for capital. Number one. Number two, we would love to have a positive impact in more than 2,000 chief officers across the globe with activity, with research and others. And then third, at the end of the day, we are an academic institution. We want to continue developing insights through research. So we plan to have 200 new publications in coordination with the faculty department on this field.
So basically, you don't have a lot of work in front of you, is what you're saying.
Yes, we are going to enjoy a lot, and the whole team that is behind it's not only me. We have a team of more than 10 people, then more than 20 professors dedicated to this, but we are going to enjoy during the forthcoming years in this field.
It's very exciting, the topic of sustainability and innovation, of course, but there also come with those things challenges. It's not always a smooth ride, of course. I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the challenges and then afterward the opportunities about sustainability and innovation, particularly in Europe.
Yes, perfect. I would say that we published a report, I would say around a year ago, and we found the following huge challenge and opportunity. In Europe, we have 21% of the best research centers worldwide, according to different indexes. However, if you go to the European Patent Office, where there are more than 3 million patents, 95% of those are dormant, inactive, underused. However, be aware, the remaining 5% generates impacts in the 40% of the GDP of Europe. 40%. Do you imagine to activate just an additional 5%? Now, one of the conclusions that we found there is a lack of funding for proof of concept for deep tech entrepreneurs, those connected with emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, blockchain. Now, on the other hand, second trend that we will connect later. If we go to the corporate venturing, which is any collaboration between established companies and innovative startups, also called corporate venturing, has increased fourfold since 2016. So there is a lot of funding and capital from the corporate side. What if we connect both worlds? So a lack of funding for a lot of innovation from deep technologies, and corporations looking for innovation that have the funding. So there is a huge opportunity on connecting these two worlds, as we call it, the corporate venturing in deep tech on those technologies.
Fantastic. Just curious, we can't totally avoid the topic of COVID-19, which was obviously a huge challenge, speaking of challenges for the whole world. I'm wondering, we spoke a lot at IESE about making opportunity from crisis. How do you see innovation and some of these young entrepreneurs filling this space after this worldwide challenge and really tragedy and crisis?
Yes, I would say from the two perspectives that we were discussing before, from the, let's say, the founder perspective, but also the corporate perspective, more the innovative side. On the founder perspective, we have seen an increase on the demand of the services that we are providing, such as mentoring, financing, access to networks, and others. But then from the corporate side, we have seen a new emerging trend called corporate venturing squads. And what's that? Groups of corporations, either in the same sector or in different parts of the value chain, working together to innovate with the startups. So I would say we are in the right time on the topic on entrepreneurship and sustainability from both the perspective of the entrepreneur, but also the corporation.
Wonderful. And final question for you. If you had one piece of advice for business leaders of today or the business leaders of tomorrow in terms of becoming not only an innovative entrepreneur, but one that can improve the future of the planet and of society, what would that one piece of advice be?
Serve others. I think that this is quite connected with our mission, this spirit of service. And I think that now, more than ever, we need people, leaders who you can trust.
Excellent, Jose Maria. Thank you so much for your time and your expertise. We're going to go back now to the set with, no, we're not going to go back now to the set now with Greg and Michelle. Jose Maria, let's talk about the GAR a little bit. I don't know, we started yesterday, today's the second and final day. Has there been a session you've already attended that you particularly enjoyed, or one that you have coming up that you wouldn't miss for the world?
Yes, I would say it was quite interesting, the session of yesterday from Circular Economy from Professor Desiree Pacheco, and then I look forward for the Wallbox and the president of Endeavor that is going to be moderated by Professor Julia Prats today, that they are going to talk about high impact entrepreneurship. Before you were discussing, how these two worlds connect, and I think that is going to be one of the many examples on how entrepreneurship and sustainability can be connected and how they can create this 1 + 1 3.
Cool. Very good. Another question, I think something that has changed recently over recent years, it used to be maybe even a decade ago, correct me if I'm wrong, it was seen that sustainable business was not good for the bottom line, for profitable business. How far do you think that perception has changed? And has it come to be seen that being sustainable, being green-minded, is actually good for business, good for the world, but also good, let's be honest, for profitability?
Sure. I would answer with the name of the conference, one of the conferences that we have at IESE, Doing Good and Doing Well. In short, it's possible. And we have seen, especially connected with what we were discussing before, deep technologies, this opportunity. At the end of the day, deep technologies are not only a huge advance on innovation and technology, but also they are trying to tackle some of the biggest social challenges. So I think that there is a huge opportunity on connecting these two worlds.
Excellent. And just talking about society, just in generally a little bit more, a lot's been in the news recently about Facebook and social media, so getting a little bit of a bad reputation, some of the past decades innovators and entrepreneurs. What do you think about that, and how can it change?
Okay. We have seen in the news also with the change of the name of Facebook, now Meta, and other changes that we are seeing, also acquisitions, mergers, and others. More and more, sustainability is getting a higher relevance weight with the entrepreneurship field, but on three axes, not only on the, let's say, on the co-founding side, so I'm going to create a venture that is going to provide a social impact or is going to support society or the environment, but also from the investment side and the corporate side. From the investment side, we see how Europe has increased the number of what we call deep tech investment funds or impact funds that are focused on these fields. Before, the European Commission was trying to cover that gap of funding that was before on those type of ventures. However, the private sector is entering more and more. And also from the corporate side, I remember talking with one chief innovation officer in the energy sector, that now what they are doing is they are supporting with tickets, small tickets between 50K to 250K for proof of concept for those deep tech entrepreneurs. And they are starting to have some promising results. In short, I foresee an emerging trend on connecting those three, but from the three axes, the entrepreneurs, the innovators, and the investors.
Fantastic, Jose Maria. Well, thank you again. I think we're ready to go back to set now with Greg and Michelle. Thanks again, and thank you to our viewers. See you soon.
Billy, thanks to you, and thanks to Jose Maria Ciot. It's great to see everything that IESE is doing to help entrepreneurs. It's really an entrepreneurial mindset, which is key in helping business become a source for good. I'm back here with Michelle. We're keeping things live all afternoon.
Yep, and just a reminder that this GAR is fully hybrid. So for those of you connected online, if you're in the attendee hub, you can set up meetings with professors, peers, you can connect with people. You can also pick and choose which track sessions you want to see, so you can see them in full. Or if you're in the YouTube streaming channel here with me and Greg, you can sit back and kind of see snippets of the different sessions. And again, don't forget the hashtag IESEGAR. We want this to be interactive, so please join in the conversation.
You learn a lot at an alumni reunion. Many people don't know much about the professional transition program at IESE. You're going to be finding out a whole lot more in the next few minutes. Let's start with a short video about one success story from the PTP.
I was working in an industrial company for the last 12 years, and it was an amazing experience. But in the last 4 or 5 years, we suffered different change of control. And for that reason, I decided my time of the company was ended. It was a difficult decision, but really I believe that we are the master of our destiny. So I realized that my time at the company was over. I was studying the PTG program, and someone told me about PTP, and I decided to join with the intention to manage my career transition. What I have learned during PTP program is how important it is to focus on your objective and how important it is to prepare the storytelling. I was focused on industrial companies, energy sector, sustainability environment, and finally, here we are. I am the head of HR of RIC Energy as an photovoltaic company with more than 20 years of experience and with international experience. Now I am in an open and super flexible company in a growth stage, and I am fortunate to work with a CEO who believes that the result of the company is achieved by the people. Obviously, it was a difficult decision, but I was brave enough to take it. And now I realize it was the right decision for sure.
So we've just seen this video with an example of Beatriz Pascual and how much the professional transition program has helped her. Now we have here with us Maria Angeles Loza, who's the director of the IESE Career Management Center and really the heart and soul behind this new program. Maria Angeles, thank you very much for being here with us today. Can you tell us a little bit more about this program, which, to be honest, was a bit new for me as well. I'm learning lots of new things over these 2 days. Tell us a little bit more, please.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Greg, for being here. Thank you for inviting me. I'm so happy just to be able to talk with you and explain you what's the professional transition program that you show in the video. In fact, Beatriz, it was just one example. We are running now the 7th edition of this program, and more than 500 alumni have already done it. So how everything started? It started 4 years ago, even before, when I took the position of career management at the career management unit. So I was just talking with many alumni, but many alumni, more than 400 a year, and the majority of them, they were changing, they were facing a transition. They were considering a change. And I was trying just to give my best, but you know, at that time, my older brother, who is also an IESE MBA alumni, he faced a change. So after 14 years in a company, he came to me and saying, Maria Angeles, I'm also looking for a new job. And he was lucky because his company paid him an outplacement program. And he started explaining me what he was doing. And I thought, I need to do something similar for our alumni. And everything started at this point. So 4 months later, we started the professional transition program in Barcelona. It was a pilot. There were 44 face-to-face participants. It was pre-COVID, so everything was personal and in the same room. And after the first pilot in Barcelona, we moved and we did it in Madrid. It was 66 participants here in Madrid. And, you know, all of them, we need a focus group after finishing the program, trying just to find, you know, new ways of doing this program and make it better. So after the COVID, we moved to online. So we are delivering now the program online with the idea of supporting alumni in their transitions. And maybe this transition is because they are looking for a new role, they are out of the company looking for something else, things have changed and they are considering something.
Maria Angeles, what's the average age, the profile of somebody doing this? I mean, the average age and position.
Thank you, Greg, because it has changed from one edition to another. The edition we are running now is quite senior. We have an average age close to 50. Close to 50, but we have got previous editions with average age of 40. So it changed from one edition to another. But something I really like is the combination of young generations and generations with much more experience, because you can learn from each other. And in fact, because we include teamwork, and the criteria for organizing this teamwork is diversity. Diversity in sectors, in functions, in geography, also in age.
Okay, let me be a little cynical because Michelle's the nice person and I'm the cynical one. You know, these are people with IESE degrees. I mean, if they're IESE alumni, are you telling me they don't know how to look for a job or they don't know what they want to do? What's the, you know, come on.
No, but the market...
What's their problem?
The market has changed so much. And the way you look for a job 15 years ago and now has nothing to do. Everything has changed. Now your value proposition needs to be clear. You have to create your storytelling and be likable. This is something that the real guru about career management, Steve Dalton, says. You need to be likable. You need to be memorable. Why? Because nowadays, and maybe LinkedIn has something to say about it, you know, the players in the job search are totally different. And even more, because 80% of the positions are never posted. It's what we call the hidden market. So if you really want to enter into the hidden market, which is something new, and it didn't exist 10, 15 years ago, you need just to work a lot on your value proposition and on your network. Because someone asked me, what is a sustainable career? And I say, okay, a sustainable career is not working 20 years for the same company. This is history. This is time ago.
Okay, I wanted to ask about that too, because in Europe, the tendency, Americans change jobs a lot in general. Not everybody, but in general. But that's changing in Europe as well, right?
Yes.
I mean, you no longer have a job for 35, 40 years until you retire.
At all.
Why?
In fact,
Why?
statistics says that we are going to change our job 9 times from a very conservative European perspective. So in our whole career, we are going to change 9 times. Other statistics say 12. Okay, maybe at the very beginning, we change a bit more often. When we are 20s, 30s. When we are 50s, maybe we are a bit more conservative and we stay longer in the same company. But from 9 to 12 are the different companies we are going to work for in our career.
Okay.
So we're here talking about sustainability. That's the theme of Lagar. In general, apart from sustainable careers, are you seeing a focus of people looking for jobs with sustainability in the title, for example? Is this now being a more demanded topic with the job's purpose, sustainability?
For me, the topic about sustainable careers is sustainable networks. For me, this is the topic, because, of course, we need just to focus on our results. Viviana mentioned yesterday we are in the capitalist, so we need just to bring results to the company. We need to achieve our goals. But apart from this, we need just to create our network. So no one is going to remember us because we achieved the sales and we increased the sales 4%. 10 years later, no one is going to remember you because of this. But anyone will remember you because you are supportive, you take care, you are a good colleague, you understand each other. So this is something that people will remember about you.
Not enough to deliver results. You have to be a team player, you have to have empathy and
Absolutely. And in fact, yesterday at the cocktail, at the dinner, I was talking with one recent graduate MIM student. His name is Santiago, and he asked me, which recommendation might you give me right now at the starting of my career? And this is what I mentioned to him. Take care of the people around you, not only your boss, your peers, your colleagues, anyone, because you are going to change your job, you are going to move to another, but it's nice to be able to keep in contact with them, to have dinner, to explore a project, to do whatever, because when you will be facing a change, there will be the first people you will contact and you will talk. And remember what I said before, 80% is hidden market. So is the way to access to this hidden market.
Does that mean those jobs aren't on LinkedIn? If 80% are hidden, I mean, they're never posted. The jobs are never posted? Or?
No, senior positions are never posted. And you know why? Because, you want people you can trust. And if you apply on LinkedIn, this is something that you will never be able to know So people you can trust is people who is recommended from someone close to you. If a good friend of me recommend me a person, it's because it's a person that I can trust. Otherwise, we will lose our relationship.
Right.
So, and it's the way that more and more positions with responsibility, not entry level, but middle management or high management, is the way that they are covered.
So if you're looking, someone's coming, they're looking for possibly a change, a transition. What's the first step? What are the first few steps that they should do?
Okay, so if please let me answer to you, explain you the structure of the professional transition program, what we call the PTP. So it's a structure in 3 areas. The first one is self-awareness. We really need to understand our strengths, our value proposition, which is the value that we can bring to the company. So, in fact, as part of the 11 weeks that the program lasts, more than 3 weeks are dedicated to this self-awareness, understanding what I'm good at, what can I bring to this company, and this is crucial because what happened? People that never dedicate any time to this and just go to build your brand, the second part, or connect with the market, the third one, which is very common. Yeah, I'm desperate. I'm really worried. I want to find a job. I connect with the market without doing this self-awareness part. So they are good. They have an amazing profiles. They progress in the selection process, but in the last round, they never get it. And they come back to me and say, I don't know what's happening. And I say, I do. We need just to cover this part. Yes, because, we need just to be very strong. We need just to create these stories. Remember what we said, you need to be memorable and likable. And this is having a really nice self-awareness and creating your stories because, the other one need to remember about you. So make this easy. In fact, it was great. Pablo Isla talking before, and he said, okay, we don't do promotions. We don't do discounts. We just put the right product, the nice product, and people buy it. So this is what I want from the participants in the PTP. Show your best. Show your nice product, and they will look for you.
I think we're going to go back to Billy Gray if we're ready. Billy Gray is outside of the big tent, and if he's ready, we're going to jump to him. Oh, we need. You have one more question, and then we'll go to Billy.
So exactly, how is the program structured? A little bit, can you tell us a little bit more how long it is?
Okay, yes. The program is 11 weeks. It's online. We are running a Spanish edition. In March, at the end of February, we will start the English edition. So it's totally online. It lasts 11 weeks, and it's every Tuesday at Spanish time from 3 to 6 online. And also many Thursdays for networking, interaction with headhunters, with human resources directors. But remember, Tuesdays from 3 to 6 for 11 weeks. The first 3-4 ones are self-awareness. The second 3-4 one is build your brand, focus on LinkedIn, CV, storytelling. And the 4 last ones are connect with the market. How to do interviews. We do many mock interviews. We interact with headhunters, with human resources. So in order we also pay attention to the job search strategy, which are my target companies, who is the people I really want to interact with. So this is a structure. Self-awareness, build your brand, connect with the market, along the 11 weeks online.
Okay, build your brand. We're going to go look at your LinkedIn profile to see what your brand is like.
Okay, happy to invite you to connect, or invite me, please.
Okay. We're coming back to you shortly, but right now we're gonna pop over to Billy, who's getting ready for the big events this afternoon.
Hi again, welcome back. We're here in the auditorium, the main auditorium at IESE Madrid. We hope you're enjoying this session with John Elkington and Dr. Maria Nera. We are about to witness we're about to see some participants come entering this auditorium for the following learning session with Jane Fraser, the CEO of Citi, and Jean Lemierre, the chairman of BNP Paribas. This event will only be streaming on the C-Event stream. So for the YouTube viewers, sorry, we're not going to be able to show you this one, but for the C-Event viewers, we hope you enjoy, and we'll be seeing you real soon. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Billy. We're back here on set with Maria Angeles. So, we've been talking about LinkedIn, and 80% of the jobs aren't on LinkedIn. And you mentioned there's a part of the course focused on this. So why should we pay attention to LinkedIn? Why waste the time if it's not going to help us to switch jobs?
No, it's totally necessary. It's the window to the job market. Something that anyone does before talking with you is just go to your LinkedIn, understand who you are, what have you done, and afterwards you agree or talking with that person, or maybe not, saying, okay, I don't have time for you. So it's totally necessary just to have your profile done, and not only if you are looking for a job. If you are really happy in your job working, you also need to have a really nice LinkedIn profile for talking with providers, with clients, with colleagues, with anyone. They get to know you first, even before face-to-face, through your LinkedIn.
Okay, I have a tough question for you.
No, please.
Since you guys are experts on this and you know how to teach people how to do interviews, what should you say when they ask you, what's your biggest defect?
Wow. This is...
Maria Angeles, what's your biggest defect?
Okay, mine. My time management. I really like things just to be done fast and correctly. And this is nice on the paper, it's very nice. But if you want to do them perfectly, you need time. So, it can be fast, but properly. So maybe the speed cannot always 100% kilometers per hour, 100 kilometers per hour. Maybe sometimes you need just to reduce. And even the same, when you are looking for a job, you cannot just find a job straight away after finishing one. You need just to give you time, reflect, and afterwards look in.
And the follow-up question, where do you want to be in 5 years?
Wow, you never know. I really love what I'm doing. I really love career management. I would really like just to expand my job and being able just to support more people in the different phases of the career.
I have a question. So the pandemic has been, of course, a change for everyone on so many levels. And I think a lot of people maybe have seen, what's my purpose, or what am I doing here? And I'm wondering if you're seeing this with the transition program, if people are looking for companies with, with a clear purpose now and kind of looking for something more sustainable, more meaningful. Do you see this?
This is totally important, and this is something that COVID has bring us, the purpose. Why do you want to work here? It was Simon Sinek who has a really popular TED talk. Start with why. Right. So, and it's part of the self-reflection. Start with why. Why do I want to work here? Why do I want this change? Why? Because when you can understand this why, is when you are a strong candidate and you can move forward and go for it.
Can you give a good example of what successful storytelling is?
Okay, totally. There is a methodology for storytelling, and it's what we call STAR. S-T-A-R. STAR is situation, T is task, S-T-A action, which action did you take, and which is the result. So you need to take 2 minutes for every story, and you need to create your storytelling. The first 10-15 seconds is the situation. The second 10-15 seconds is your task. What was I doing in this situation? So dedicate a minute to explain your actions, detailed actions, your ones, not the team, your actions. And finally, dedicate 30 seconds, half minute, to explain your results. If anyone listen to you with this structure, is so clear, so memorable, so easy to remember that, it's going to help you to move forward.
So we're talking a lot about things you should do, steps to take when switching your jobs. On the flip side, what is something maybe you shouldn't do? Are there things that people sometimes say, I would like to switch jobs and I'm going to start and do this? Anything not to do, to be kind of wary of?
Wow. Everything is not under our control. Sometimes, situations, for example, I love sailing. And I was sailing with one of my kids, one of our kids, my husband is here with me, one of our kids, this summer. And suddenly the wind changed. So we need to change the sails too. Sometimes the wind is smooth and we can just move forward, opportunities come, people interact with us. Sometimes the wind is choppy And when it is choppy, we need just to start thinking about the change. And sometimes, of course, we are forced to the change. But in this change, and it was Paddy Miller who always mentioned the 1,000 days job. What is a 1,000 days job? It's a 3-year job. The first one, you enter in the company, you start learning, of course, you implement new things, but it's the second year when you really implement changes. After a year, you realize what is needed in this current situation, and it's the third when you collect your fruits. So I normally recommend, and you ask me what you shouldn't do. So what I normally recommend is do this change after this 1,000 days period. Because before, maybe you are not able just to collect and bring to the company all your value.
Don't leave before 3 years, right?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, okay. Any stupid mistakes people make in changing jobs or careers?
Wow. Yes, many things come to my mind, and for me the worst one is, after being working with one person face to face, in person, and so I have accepted this job. I'm fully committed with this job. 4 weeks later, 2 months later, come to my office. That was a wrong decision. And for me, this is horrible because it's starting from zero, your energy is really low, so it's really difficult. So the problem is not how long are you going to be looking for a job, but what is key is just to find the right job for you, sooner or later.
And how long is the average job search?
Okay, Hermilia Ibarra, which she has a book, Work Identity, which I strongly recommend you to read that book. She talks about 3 years. 3 years from the time you start considering a change, and maybe you are working, until the time you really change your job and you are in the new position. Okay, for me, 3 years, and in my experience, I think a year is something that, is feasible, but we need just to have the horizon of a year looking for a new job nowadays.
So how many alumni do you have so far with the PTP program?
500.
And a reunion?
It was so nice because now the program is online, and I only see the faces in a very small square in my thumb, and I have been able just to say hello to 50 to 60 of them, and it was so nice to see them in person with being able just to say hello.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Maria Angeles, for being here with us and talking about the PTP program.
Okay.
Now we're going to jump back to the content. We're going to watch a video about climate change and health. This is going to be a preview of what we're going to be seeing in a few minutes.
Thank you to you. Bye-bye.
Climate change and health are becoming more and more interrelated. Actually, we have these estimates from the World Health Organization saying that between 2030 and 2050, every year we will have 250,000 additional deaths due to climate change, because it's going to cause more diarrhea, malaria, heat stress, and malnutrition. The two of them have some topics in common. One is that they affect the vulnerable the most. Both of them need a coordinated global response. It cannot just be done in some countries, just in the advanced economies. If we don't do this together, we are not going to get the results that we want. We will need a massive amount of fiscal spending. To pay for all of this, we will need growth, economic growth. So we need to start thinking about how can we make this growth and this development more sustainable. Maria Neira is one of the leading world experts in public health. The person who can best help us understand first the global aspect of this impact on public health, because that's what the World Health Organization does, the need for a global response that needs to be coordinated, and also she can give us some numbers and some statistics, also with the time frame. John Elkington is an authority of corporate responsibility and an expert on sustainable growth, and he's also the author of many books, amongst others, Green Swans.
It's never too late to discover new skills, to take new risks, and to enjoy new challenges. It's never too late to find a greater purpose in everything you do. It's never too late if you're willing to learn. Now's your time to speak up. What will you do next?
Welcome back to the Global Alumni Reunion, IESE, in the new Madrid building. We've been having a great second day, a really powerful lineup here. We've been making great use of our roving correspondent, Billy Gray, and Billy is right now checking out the ambiente all around the new building. And I believe he's with one of the most recent additions to the IESE, which is the MIM program, 1 or 2 students from that program. Billy?
Hi, and welcome back to the Global Alumni Reunion live stream. I'm here now with Kamil Skarsinski. Kamil is one of the students in our Master in Management, or MEM program. This is one of our newer programs. It's targeted at young students, the youngest of future business leaders, talented, ambitious, driven. Kamil, thanks for being here with us today. Just a quick question. I'm wondering, and our audience would love to know, how is the MEM program? How has it been going for you?
Thank you, Billy. So yeah, so far it's really good. We just started the second period, so I feel like I'm being challenged. I've met a lot of nice people, so our class is made of guys from all over the world, so the diversity is really huge. I love it so far.
Very good. Yeah, we're happy to have you here, and we're very happy to have some of our youngest, the youngest members of the IESE community here at the Global Alumni Reunion. Can you tell us a little bit about your experience here so far? Were you here yesterday? Have you seen any interesting sessions or guest speakers?
Yep. So first of all, I haven't seen the Madrid campus so full of people yet. It's really nice. The new building, awesome. So. Yeah, guests are really great. Yesterday we've seen the mayor of Madrid, the person I've never seen before, so really nice. And today the CEO of Inditex, also great.
Fantastic.
These are super interesting people.
Thank you, Kamil. Thanks so much for joining us and for being here, and we'll see you all later. No, we're going to see you for more right now. Kamil, can you tell us, how has your experience been living in Madrid?
Great. Yeah, I love the city. I actually haven't thought that I would feel so comfortable in a city abroad, but right now it's really good.
How many classmates do you have in the program? Do you know more or less how many there are?
Yeah, so it's exactly 77 people.
Great, and have many of them joined us? I think I saw a few of them asking you if you were being interviewed. Are a few of them here today for this event?
Yeah, I think at least half of the class.
Okay, great. Well, cool. Yeah, we have a lot more learning sessions to go with you. And then we're going to see some people walking in now to one of these learning sessions. The lunch just ended. Kamil, I'm trying to think, this is the topic of this event is sustainability. Is that something that you have in mind as a young business leader of the future, how to do business, but also maybe do better for the planet?
Yeah, sure. So right before coming to IESE, I was actually working on a startup that was supposed to solve one of the problems in the automotive industry, to use cars more sustainably. And yeah, I think I'm concerned about this.
Good for you. Well, we appreciate that. And Kamil, thank you again for joining us. Very good. We'll see you in a bit.
Great, thanks so much, Billy. So welcome back from lunch. I hope everyone that's here has gotten a chance to walk around the campus to see the new Madrid campus and the new building. And for those of you connected online, if you haven't been glued to the screen watching us here on the streaming channel, I hope you've had a chance to take advantage of the attendee hub and to connect with peers and with professors. So now in just a minute, we have coming up 3 new track sessions. The first one is a sustainable solution to world hunger. We'll have Magnus McFarlane-Bauer, the founder of Mary's Meals, and he'll be speaking with Henrik Lichtenstein, who's a professor of financial management.
The second session will be Banking for a Just Transition, Climate Equity and Inclusivity with Jane Fraser. She's the CEO of Citibank, really well-known person. John Lemaire, he's chairman of BNP Paribas, and they're going to be talking with Jordi Gual. He's a professor of economics at IESE.
And last but not least, we'll have a third session on regenerative capitalism about health and climate emergencies. We'll have Dr. Maria Nera, who's from the World Health Organization, and John Elkington. who is a popular book, Green Swans, and we'll also have Nuria Mas, who's the head of the economics department at IESE. So stay tuned and let's go live to the sessions.
Transform our world. Are we ready for this?
Well, buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everyone. I was worried that Maria couldn't hear, but it seems Maria can hear now, so that's good. It's very easy these days to say the world is about to be disrupted and everything is going to change. But I actually think it's true. And I think a global system, which we've all grown up in, that was started around the end of the Second World War with the Bretton Woods Agreement and so on, is starting to come apart. Now that sounds a fairly depressive view of the future, but I think it is the reality in which we now find ourselves. And I've just come back, like some of you, I imagine, from COP26 in Glasgow, the climate summit. And I find it very interesting, having worked now for 40 years with business leaders around the world, that people are suddenly looking to business and financial markets to sort this out, and not so much now to politicians and governments and policymakers, which I think is wrong. I think the political side of this remains incredibly important. We'll see what finally comes out of the COP26 meetings. But I think at the same time, and I was just saying this to Nuria over lunch, that I have never been more excited, I have never been more optimistic that change will now start to happen in ways that we have been hoping for a very long time. Because once the order, the system which people have grown up in and knew how to operate, starts to shift, starts to sort of almost decompose all around them, people will open up in ways that we haven't seen to date. So we can discuss that, but that's the way I'm coming at this.
Thank you very much. Okay, you'll tell us about this optimism and how you see this happening. But first, let me welcome Maria. Maria, thanks for joining us. And as you see, John is optimistic that we are moving ahead in the right direction, probably in this crucial moment that we have in time. If we talk about health and the need to transform our public health systems around the world, which are the key, most pressing issues that we should be looking at? And again, are we ready for this? Do you see that we are moving in the right direction and fast enough?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And from Geneva, it would be lovely to be there with you, but oops. Is that, can you hear me properly? I hear a lot of noise behind.
Yes, we hear you well. Maria, yes. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was saying that greetings from Geneva. I came back from Glasgow this morning, so it's as John, I have still a feeling of optimism, particularly because when you work on public health, you have no choice to be optimistic. Otherwise, you will resign the same day. Probably one of the most important things now on global health, the most critical and urgent one on climate change negotiations will be for them to recognize the need to stop the use of fossil fuels. I mean, the need to stop combustion of fossil fuels for one single reason. I mean, do combustion of fossil fuels, the result of that combustion ends in the air, and from the air it goes to our land. So if we look at this extremely simple connection, I think we have been in the good road, and people will understand. Second, I think this link to diseases, to the fact that the negotiations about climate change is about health as well. When people make that connection, you create a different pressure on politicians. And I think I agree with John that this has changed a lot, the demands, the expectations, the movements, and that keeps me positive as well. But for me, one of the critical things will be to change that approach and recognize that how much health is connected. It's funny because one of the panels we have here at COP in Glasgow, we invited Gordon Brown. You remember him? He was the former PM and Minister of Finance for several years. And he is now our special ambassador for financing global public health goods. And at one point he was making a joke and he was saying, well, you know, there are two types of Minister of Finance. the ones who fail and the ones who leave the job before that. So they resign before. And I was challenging him and said, well, maybe we can create a new categories of ministers of finance, smart ones. I mean, the ones that I realized that investing on the protection and prevention of diseases, and in this case, a clear one, which is stop destroying ecosystems, stop polluting the air we breathe, and stop creating urban environments that are totally negative for our health and will cost a lot to our health system. That will be a smart Minister of Finance, a smart Minister of Health, and of course a smart society. And all of that common sense, wise approach, rewarding, positive, and creating a better society. But sometimes the simple things are the most difficult to convince people to do. And maybe we need to keep passing that very simple and common sense message to everyone.
That sounds super interesting, right? Because that actually highlights some of the solutions that can keep us optimistic. Because somehow one can think, well, we have two emergencies at the same time. The health one and the sustainability one, the green transformation. Both of them will require lots of resources from the public sector as well, and from the private. And these resources are somehow competing with each other if we are not careful with this. So how can we find a way in which we can push for the two to happen? Because John has already highlighted this transformation is going to happen. This might leave some people behind. So we need to be very careful on how, on the one hand, we can make sure that this transformation is happening while taking care of the health, for what Maria was saying. No? So how should we think about this?
Well, I think it will leave a lot of people behind and a lot of different regions of the world behind. We're already beginning to see that in the coal industry. And on the way up to Glasgow, I was reading a book on the history of the coal industry, particularly in my country, Britain, and how for centuries we put up with the most catastrophic mining disasters, hundreds of people killed at one time, including sort of teenagers and children, air pollution problems. But that was all accepted because that was the order that people knew. And the reason why I'm optimistic is that I was saying to Nuria earlier on that when I was 14, I read a book which just changed my mind, and it was The Structure of Scientific Revolutions by Thomas Kuhn. And some of you nodding heads, some of you will remember what he managed to do was to introduce the idea of paradigm shifts. And now we think paradigm shifts are something that happens in 6 months or 18 months or whatever, possibly even a new flavor for a toothpaste. What he was talking about was changes in the way that we think about our world, which very often take 70 to 80 years to come through. And periodically, I've gone back to the book. I found that I've got 5 copies in the different parts of our home because I've kept rebuying it. And it's true. He basically said it takes several generations for a big new idea to come through. Well, as you kindly said, I became an environmentalist when I was 11 in 1961. And we're pretty far along in that paradigm shift. The other thing that Kuhn said is that the last 10 to 15 years are when things, having gone very, very slowly and sometimes underperforming the rest of the world, suddenly go berserk, where things suddenly break through and start to go in ways that are completely unexpected. So if you're in a region which is based on coal or oil in particular, but all sorts of other industries will be caught up in this as well, the risks are going exponential. And the problem is that the capacity of our political leaders to understand what's happening all around them and to respond in a strategic way and to protect the interests of their voters and communities and so on is just not keeping track with what's happening. And that was very clear in Glasgow. I happen to be optimistic about that too, just finally, because I think a new group of people have come into this conversation in a way that they really weren't before, and that's young people. And we saw them popping up, and it's not just Greta. I did one session which was called Boardroom 2030, and the idea was that companies in the future will have younger people representing future generations and the future. And I saw younger people beginning to step up, incredibly frustrated. It's almost like the rerun of the gender debate about how do we get more women up at all sorts of different levels of business and society and so on. That's also going to be mimicked, I think, by what's going to happen with younger people and their interests. So some good work, but a lot of work still to be done.
Maria, from your perspective in the health front, do you share what John sees in the environmental front? Is it slightly different from your side?
I feel I share his optimism, yes, definitely. Clearly, the health community, we have different timing, you know? When you have a health emergency, you have a health emergency. So I used to be a doctor, a real one. I mean, working on an emergency room in a hospital, and you cannot postpone certain decisions, and you need to do something. Environmentalists, you have more patience. It took a lot of years to sign the Minamata Convention, while we knew that mercury was desperately affecting the health of people. We are still waiting for a convention on asbestos, because, even if we know the damage that it's doing, but because of the negotiation and consensus. I mean, my point is that when you deal with public health, you cannot be as patient as the environmental community. You need to put the health argument on the table, and therefore the fact that we have 7 million premature deaths here due to air pollution makes me very angry as well, and very frustrated as the young people. Now, we need to channel that anger. We need to do several things. One, the hope is, I share the hope with you, John, on the mayors. I mean, the local action is changing completely the equation here. We see incredible mayors, not necessarily the big cities, even the small ones. I was discussing with the mayor of Utrecht, a woman with an incredible courage. She was saying that it was very difficult for her to do something, remove cars, polluting cars, but she managed to do it, and then she will fight for more, and we have many examples like that. So the power of the municipal authorities is very important. Second, we see as well that this debate is a little bit less politicized, because until a few years ago it was, you are in favor of stop destroying nature, you were a left-wing progressive guy probably, and you need to go against the right wing. Fortunately, this stupid dichotomy, with all due respect, is now over, and this is a much bigger issue, and a very political one, but political in the good sense of taking care of the police, I mean the population, and this will help us a little bit. Third, I think that the health and the COVID and all of that has put again the public health on the center of the debate and the importance, and is gaining a lot of traction. Four, I agree, the young generation not only is frustrated and upset, but they are taking care of some companies, or they are having some responsibility. So we will see what can they do. Five, for good or for bad, many companies now, they are doing the greenwashing and all of that. But for good or for bad, they need to do it, because their consumers are watching them, and they realize that this is not sustainable. The consumers will not affect it. And my last point is maybe about the elite. We need to make sure that this issue of decarbonizing our society is not just for the elite. I mean, the very low groups, the citizens, they need to realize that this is good for them as well. Because now we are saying you need to buy an electric car, you need to eat organic. Give me a break. I mean, you cannot eat organic, it's very expensive. You cannot have an electric car. You will have a very old car, very polluting one. So we need to make sure that there will be benefits and understanding by all type of population. And we need to avoid creating an elite thinking around how good it will be to be environmentally friendly. And at the contrary, we need to make sure that everyone understands that polluting nature is not good for any one of us.
Maria, you touched upon a very, very interesting point, right? Because all this transformation clearly will change companies, will change people in ways that will leave some behind. And in some, it will cost a lot. I mean, you gave some examples for that. I say we need to make sure that that we remember them and they are not left behind. How? What should we be starting? Because if we leave them behind, maybe they will oppose this transformation that it's so necessary, and then it will not take place, right? So how should we be thinking about that?
Well, by having a strategic thinking and not just ad hoc. I mean, I'm thinking on years ago when they were promoting diesel cars because that was reducing, it was good for the environment, but excuse me, it was very bad for the health of the people. Or when the biofuels were promoted and then the price of the food went very, very high in Latin America, for instance. So if you, at the city level, for instance, you can have a policy of removing cars, but of course you need to have very, very good public transport system, a sustainable one, affordable, cheap, responding to the needs of your citizens, allowing them for having the right mobility, and maybe even looking at how to reduce the prices for certain groups of people, and the same for the prices of other issues related to the energy consumption and use. If we start to stop giving subsidies to fossil fuels, we will be saving a lot of money. These days we are destinating billions of money to go for fossil fuel subsidy, while the health system spends $5 trillion to cover the expenses of the treatment of those patients exposed to the combustion of fossil fuels and the consequences for health that this has represented. So many things to sort it out, but always keeping in mind that we work for the long.
Back, we hope you've enjoyed that talk on climate change and health with John Elkington of Volans and Dr. Maria Nera of the World Health Organization, as well as IESE's very own Professor Nuria Mas. We're going to bring you live now to a conversation moderated by Professor Heinrich Lichtenstein, in which he'll dialogue with Magnus McFarlane, the founder of Mary's Meals, on the topic, A Sustainable Solution to World's Hunger. Stay tuned, enjoy, and we'll see you in a little bit.
To produce that evidence. One thing I would like to mention also about Mary's Meals before I forget is that today, on average, it costs us €18.30 to feed a child for an entire school year. Maybe on first hearing that sounds like a make-up number. I wouldn't blame you if you're doubting it. It's a real number. And it's possible largely because nearly all of the work of Mary's Meals, both on the fundraising side and absolutely on the delivery side, is done by unpaid volunteers, people who want to make that contribution of time to ensure that the child is fed. So to give you an idea, just in Malawi alone, over 85,000 volunteers are engaged in this work in their local communities. So you can imagine how different that cost structure would be if those people weren't contributing that gift of their time. So I mentioned the impact assessment, and for me, probably more important and more wonderful than that data we've collected is the reality of just knowing many young people who've now left school. One of the advantages of getting older is to be able to spend time now with young people who will say, you know, without Mary's Meals, I never would have stepped inside a classroom. You know, and to meet them, some of them in paid employment, some of them who've started businesses, involved in all kinds of things. An amazing young singer-songwriter in Haiti who's become very famous there, who ate Mary's Meals in school and who talks about that when he's performing. All kinds of things. In Malawi, there's a young lady called Veronica. Very recently, she graduated from university with a degree in education. We knew she ate Mary's Meals at school, and we were making a documentary and we were filming with her. And it was only then that we discovered Veronica was actually amongst that very first group of 200 children we fed in 2002. She was an orphan. She was raised by her older sisters. She describes how sometimes they went for as long as 1 week without a proper meal at home. She tells us, "I never would have gone to school without Mary's meals." So we see this thing is working, and we want to go forward. You know, ultimately, our goal would be that we are redundant. Of course, ultimately, we want to see national school feeding programs happening in these countries. And in all those countries where we have larger projects, we're engaged with the government. You know, where the governments have stated an aspiration to develop a national school feeding program, we're working with them to share our expertise and our knowledge to help them get there. But we need to be realistic because of that deliberate choice we're making to work in the world's very poorest countries. They're the nations that are furthest away from being able to do that. So I'm not claiming this intervention has an exit strategy in 3 years' time or 5 years' time. It's longer term than that. In Mary's Meals, we talk about generational change. We see those young people that I've just been talking about and how they'll begin to contribute to their economy, how they'll hold their governments to account, how they'll improve agriculture, all those things that need to happen so that these are projects that can be sustained by those nations in due course. So today in the world, there are probably 75 million children like Edward, 75 million children who are in need of meals at school. 60 million of them are out of school, and then many more in school, too hungry to learn. And I would suggest that if we're serious about creating a sustainable solution to world hunger, that's where we have to begin. We can't go past those children. What kind of sustainable future is there if children aren't in school, if children aren't eating, if children aren't able to grow and develop to be the people that they're meant to be? There is no sustainable future without that. So we believe we can't go past that, and we think that's really a wonderful opportunity for us as a global community to really focus on that. I don't know if some of you noticed just in the last couple of weeks, Elon Musk challenging the World Food Programme, who challenged him initially about supporting global hunger initiatives, and he went back and asked them for a transparent plan to solve global hunger. And of course, you know, we couldn't resist doing the sums because he talked about $6 billion. You know, so we looked at our cost per child. We know what it costs us today, that 18 euros, that $21. And when you do the sums, $6 billion would feed all those 75 million children for 3.5 years, you know, at least half their primary school education. So of course, $6 billion doesn't solve world hunger, but it goes a very long way towards that. And if our vision can be realized, that at least every child can receive one meal every day in their place of education, if that can be realized, that would be a huge step forward towards a genuinely sustainable solution to world hunger. Just finally, before I finish, and sorry, Heinrich, I've talked a little bit longer than I said I would. This is possible because of this incredible grassroots movement that's grown around the world. You know, so we get all kinds of different support. We get more and more wonderful support from corporates doing all kinds of creative things. We get support from foundations. Those bigger gifts really allow us to accelerate and go forward. But most of all, we're building a grassroots movement of many, many people making more modest donations, people giving us that amount of money that will feed a child for a year. Because we believe, because the nature of our intervention is fairly long-term, that we want to walk alongside these communities for quite a number of years, we believe building this grassroots movement is the key to enabling us to make that pledge, to walk with them for those longer periods of time, until, please God, we are redundant. So I hope that gives you a brief introduction, maybe not quite as brief.
Thank you very much. We'll make a first applause for that. That's really
Thank
great.
you.
Very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really great. So I was now not sure. So you would say you don't want the money from Elon Musk. Is that my right interpretation or wrong interpretation?
No, I don't think we would say no thanks. We're not saying we could spend $6 billion tomorrow in terms of scaling up where we are. So bigger gifts like that, we would want to use them very carefully, and that's what we do with the foundations and the bigger gifts. We talk about, would you be able to support us over 3-5 years to allow us to try and build that grassroots movement, so that at the end of whatever period that grant, that funding is there for, we're not pulling out of any schools. The grassroots movement sustains it beyond that. And that's actually been our experience all these years. We've never begun feeding in a school and then had to pull out because we've run out of funds. But that's really because that grassroots movement keeps growing. So we're very happy to get the bigger gifts. We wouldn't say no thanks if you wanted to give us $6 billion, but it would require some conversation about how we could do that sensibly.
So this is a conference about sustainability. What would you say is really making you think sustainable? Because really sustainable would mean that you disappear.
Yes.
But getting there, what makes it sustainable?
I think primarily those people who are armed with an education, who can solve the problems that are impacting their own communities. Because certainly my experience spending time in all those different communities I mentioned today is that the people are there that can solve this. All sorts of amazing leaders. So often, though, they're being deprived of their education, even the most basic education. So I believe that's where we have to start. I believe everything that we think about in terms of creating this model is about sustainability, so that local food production bit is key. And as we go on, as well as talking to governments about the possibility of them taking on a national school feeding program, we're constantly looking at what more could the community do, what more could we give back to the community. And as things change and sometimes progress in the community, we ask them to do more. So it's always about that end goal of eventually us not being required in those communities.
So you said several times grassroots. So your dream is really to have a huge grassroots organization. So how many people are now working for you, paid and unpaid?
Paid, it would be 600 or 700 globally, most of them involved in the delivery side of things in the program countries. The honest answer is we don't know how many volunteers are involved globally. I mentioned that figure of 85,000 in Malawi alone. That gives you an idea.
So you have, sorry, you have 85,000 volunteers in Malawi?
Yes, just in Malawi. So certainly it's in the hundreds of thousands globally.
So your dream is to see, as I said, a huge grassroots organization, whereas I have difficulties to see grassroots. You don't see roots, do you? But that's your dream, really.
Yeah, and it's our dream, and it's also a reality at this scale. That's what sustains us feeding those 2 million children. So across many countries, we see many people supporting, many people volunteering their time, many young people leading initiatives, to raise awareness of our work, to invite people in. So I would say it is genuinely a grassroots movement in the sense that it goes way beyond those of us who initiated this. We see so much creativity. We've structured our global organization in a way that deliberately has a lot of autonomy, that again allows for people to make decisions locally about how they can grow the movement in their own country, in their own culture and environment. And that's kind of something that runs right through Mary's Meals. We know this can't work at scale if we become overly centralized and think that we've got all the answers at the center.
Great. So technology is great. So I got already 4 questions, so that's really great electronically. It's changing, moving target. So I would take some of those here, but obviously we would love also to get some from the audience in the room. So maybe I can start with one question, that's the first question that was actually sent and it got voted. Afghanistan. So they're asking here, we have a serious problem now with the kids and the Taliban are not, how should I say, the best way of dealing with that. So you said difficult countries, there you have a difficult country.
Yes, and for that reason we are starting to look at it. if we can do something in Afghanistan, we would very much want to. One key for us, wherever we go, is finding a local partner organisation that we believe can do this effectively and that does share our values and way of thinking about this. So that would always be essential, in addition to recognising it's a place of great need. So we've only just begun looking at Afghanistan, so we're very open to that if we could find a solution.
So I would now have to answer that, to ask that. So you said the same values?
Mm-hmm.
Afghanistan state, same values, Mary's Meals?
Yes, and that's why we wouldn't partner with the state. We don't partner with the state anywhere where we work. We partner with local, again, grassroots organisations, very often organisations working in education. So they might be the organisation that's running the schools, employing the teachers, and then we come in alongside them to provide those meals in that setting.
So what are your values?
We would describe ourselves as a very value-driven organisation. I talked earlier about that learning in the early years about genuine respect of the human being. You know, I wouldn't be ashamed to describe this as a work of love more than anything. And that, you know, as we grow and as perhaps we get more ambitious in terms of our strategic plans, we want to make absolutely sure that we never lose sight of the fact that this is a work of love and that the human being is at the centre of it. And that, by that I don't just mean the child. Of course I do mean that we're feeding. I also mean the people that support this movement. That we never start to think of people as objects that we can just extract money from. When we think about fundraising in Mary's Meals, we're not really thinking about taking something away from somebody over there to give it to the child over there. Because I believe when people learn to share, when they can support something effective, it makes them happier. They become more joyful. They become more the people they're meant to be. So I believe when any of us can offer some effective way for someone to make a difference, we're giving a gift. We're not taking something away. So that would just be, there's lots of our values I could talk about, but that, for me, that would be a very central one. We also have values very much about stewardship. You know, how every single gift entrusted to us is something that we must cherish, that we must treasure, no matter its size. And, you know, finally, one other value for us would be that thing about simplicity, that at all costs we resist the temptation to start thinking we can do everything, because we can't. We can do this one crucial thing and do it very well, and we really want to retain that sharp focus.
So I'm going to take, there's actually two questions around that and got some votes. I'm going to ask that. But then my next question I would love to get from the audience. I'm just saying, so get prepared. If not, I do cold calls. Okay, got already one. Very good. Two over there. Very good. But before that, I take here. It says here, again, they ask really how you're able to raise that money you need. Because if you do the numbers, there's quite an amount. Maybe you can repeat the amount you're raising each year. Mm-hmm. So how do you really get that? And what does it say here? And then also, how do you build the loyalty of the beneficiary in the long run? You referred to it a bit already, but maybe
the loyalty
of the beneficiaries. It says here of the beneficiaries. It says here.
Okay.
But maybe it's also meant the guys who give money.
Yes.
And then it also says here the metrics you're using. So a bit of quite some questions.
Yes. So there's a lot in that, isn't there? I mean, in terms of how we're raising the money through building this grassroots movement.
The amount, what's the amount? The full amount a year?
Globally.
Yes.
So I'm saying between because, so just over 35 million at the moment, euros, okay. At the moment. It needs to be bigger next year to sustain it. How we raise that money, as I say, mainly the majority of that, probably 70% plus of that, would be through small donations. So people giving a one-off gift, people signing 10 euros a month. And how do we do that? We do it largely through volunteers. There's great examples of some amazing volunteers here in Spain, in this room, who are, tonight there's going to be a wonderful concert here in Madrid to raise money. That's typical of how we grow, you know, because that concert tonight will raise awareness. It will invite new people in, as well as raising money to feed the next child. That's very typical. It's very organic, I would say, our growth. But I think that works because of those values I talked about, because we are transparent, because we present a simple solution, and because we feed back, we report back the results of what we're doing. I think those things engender confidence and trust in what we're doing.
Great. I have seen 2 questions, 3, 4, 5. Wow, it's increasing. What should I do? I take first the first I saw, right? The first I saw is sitting over there. Can you just maybe articulate very well because of the micros? I hope they can hear you. And maybe we have to repeat the question.
Sure. Could you elaborate a bit on the challenges you find typically when you engage the local communities? So this is a pillar of your strategy, and we know from many NGOs that when it comes to the ownership of the locals, there's many challenges. Perhaps you can illustrate with some examples.
Can you just repeat the question maybe for the, I don't know whether we could just,
yeah, so the question was just the challenges that we encounter when we engage with local communities. There are many, you know, there are communities generally who are living in extreme poverty, who have all kinds of challenges every day in their own lives to survive. The reason I believe that this works and that they are so willing to volunteer is because they believe in this even more than we do from the outside. They know that this program will transform the lives of their own children. So that's absolutely at the core of why this works. So there are challenges at times around availability of volunteers, especially in urban areas. I would say in rural areas, there's such a strong sense of community and shared responsibility. Generally, we actually find it quite easy there. Urban areas where that's not always the case, that can be harder. Sometimes there can be local politics or other issues going on. We are very clear that we won't get directly involved in that has to be solved by the local community. So we'll say to them from the beginning, if the local community isn't providing the volunteers, we're walking away. That's your responsibility, not ours. So we are hard-nosed. You know, another challenge that I'm sure is no surprise in those environments we're working in is corruption, you know, at lots of different levels. You know, so as well as that local community ownership, around that we've wrapped very robust monitoring, you know, and evaluating programs. So, you know, for a school in Mary's Meals, at least twice a week, one of our own members of staff will be visiting the school, will be stock taking, and they'll also be collecting that data that feeds into the impact assessment work as well. But that battle against corruption and making sure none of our resources are misused, that's a daily work. It doesn't just get solved and go away. Yeah.
So my next person I'm going to call on is clearly I'm completely biased. So we have an alum of Nigeria sitting here, and she also raised her hand. So I think it's all on her to ask the next question. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Magnus, for a very good presentation. I've always followed Mary's Meal because I had a project that I did with Mary's Meal 2 years ago.
Oh, wow.
And I think you have a great... I think you have a very good foundation, a very good organization. Thanks for the work you're doing. The question I have is regarding entering a new market, a new country. What informs your decision to go into a new location, given that it's very important to you that you don't start and stop, so you want to continue. And then some of the places you're going to, you don't know what the political situation could be tomorrow. How do you assess to make sure that you're going to be there for the long haul?
Yeah.
And then the second question is, what kind of, do you build partnerships with other NGOs? For instance, something in agriculture to drive to further help what you're doing. Maybe if you go in a place where you can source food locally, do you try to build partnerships with other NGOs to make it work?
Yeah. So you heard the annoying thing. That means,
Yes.
and the organizer already said, stop it. So
okay. So I give a short answer.
Short and summarize and give a main message at the end.
Okay.
So
there's a lot in there.
There was a lot in there. So
in terms of where we go, first of all, the greatest need, that's where we want to be. Secondly, what I said about Afghanistan, finding a partner organization that can, that we believe, you know, really can deliver this effectively. And to that second part of your question, that will approach this in a way that does lead to that longer term sustainability, so that we're doing things right from the beginning in terms of community ownership, in terms of an attitude of continuously looking for opportunities for the community to contribute more as we go on. So those things at the beginning are key and continue to be key as we go through it. Was that enough? Was there something else?
Well, there was a lot more, but it's fine.
Welcome back once again to the live broadcast of the Global Alumni Reunion 2021, broadcasting from Madrid's new campus. This is again the largest GAR ever and fully hybrid. World Hunger, Banking, Health and Climate. We've just seen 3 great track sessions with really both theoretical and practical content. And just a reminder for those of you connected on the Attendee Hub, you can later view more snippets of the session, ask questions, connect with peers, etc. So now let's go to Billy, our roving reporter, who's going to be with Maria de Oca, who's a member of the Sustainability Chapter. Billy, over to you.
Thank you, Greg and Michelle. I am here with Maria de Oca. Maria is an IESE MBA class of 2020 alum. She's also a board member of the Alumni Sustainability Chapter. Of the many highlights of this year's Global Alumni Reunion, one of them was today's launch of this Alumni Sustainability Chapter. Maria, thank you so much for being here with us today. We hope you've been having a good alumni reunion so far. Very exciting news about the Sustainability Chapter. Can you just tell us a little bit more about it and the work it's doing?
Yes, very exciting. A great day today at the Global Alumni Reunion, and like you said, with very exciting news. So today we launched the Sustainability Chapter for our alumni, and we launch it with, let's say, the open doors. We want to, the reason why we bring it here today to the Global Alumni Reunion is because we want to have everybody come on board with us and, and grow it together. So our objectives are basically around 2 areas. On the one hand, we have the knowledge sort of pillar, and then we also have the community or more career sort of pillar. So we want to essentially leverage all the knowledge that we already have at IESE, from our faculty, from our alumni, from all the connections that we have to great companies out there all over the world. We want to leverage it to further not only the offering for our current students, but also the offering of services to our alumni. And then in the career sort of chapter or community chapters, we want to bring everybody together around this topic of sustainability. That is absolutely key today in business, and that IESE is at the forefront, and we're going to essentially with gathering the community, put the IESE community also at the forefront in this topic in global business worldwide.
It's very exciting. We can't wait to see what you guys do with this. We're talking to a few other members of the board. We're going to be talking to the audience a lot about this. You're a recent MBA graduate, Maria. I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about your experience in the program and what the MBA program in particular does in terms of creating or training sustainable leaders of the future.
Yeah, so the MBA program at IESE is a program for leaders, and it creates, it builds us as leaders. We bring in, our capabilities from our previous experience, from our previous studies, and what IESE does is it transforms us in a way, taking all those capabilities that we bring in, transforms us to, reach our highest potential. Now, today, to reach that high potential, we need to emphasize more the topics of sustainability. And, faculty and at IESE are, gathering together to make that happen. And, we are going to be supporting them in that effort, right? And so, essentially, we will be focused in the student part, in the alumni part, in making sure that we're supporting, the classes, the activities, the clubs. For example, like the very well-known Doing Good, Doing Well conference that we have, just as one example, we, supporting all that effort that we already have and taking it to the next level.
Very exciting to have this cohesive effort going on at the school. Maria, thank you again. Thank you for your work. We're excited about this sustainability chapter. For now, we're going to go back to Greg and Michelle on the set. Thanks again, Maria.
Thanks so much, Billy, and thanks, Maria. It's great to hear more about the sustainability chapter, this new initiative, and also hear from its members to hear about the new things that they're doing and plans for the future. And Greg, Billy's really doing a great job out there, huh? It's a beautiful day. He's walking around, talking to lots of people.
Yeah, it's been great because we've been able to see parts of the new campus. I wanted to send him out in the woods, counting rabbits and stuff like that, but I noticed in the last shot he also has a really good cameraman. In the last shot there was a beautiful reflection of the trees behind here. It shows what a wide open campus we have here, but we've been making really good use of Billy today.
Yep.
He's been out there just reporting different people. He didn't tell us what they're having for lunch, but he was even reporting from the lunchroom. We call him the roving reporter, and he really has been roving, so it's good. Right. And just back to back, and he really knows IESE well, and we didn't know he was so at ease as a reporter. It was only a couple of years ago when during the alumni reunion we sent Billy out doing this kind of reporting and interviews. Yeah. He knows a lot, he reads a lot, so he prepares well, asks good questions for the people, and he likes the camera likes him, and he's gotten very used to this. So yeah. We'll make a lot of use of him over the coming alumni reunions, no doubt about it. And this one is special, obviously, for those alumni who have been able to come, because they're seeing the new building, many of them for the first time. We asked, Michelle and I asked one of the alumni earlier today, as they pass through here and give us a lot of background noise, but we asked him, what do you think about the new building? He had not been here yet, and he just said, my jaw is dropping and it hasn't come back yet. That's how impressive it is. So, speaking about Billy, let's go back to Billy. He's with IESE Professor of Economics, Jordi Gual.
Hi, and welcome back. I'm sitting here with a very big guest today, Jordi Gual. Jordi is an economics professor at IESE. He's also a research fellow of the Center for Economic Policy Research at London. He's the non-executive chairman at Vida Caixa, and also a non-executive board member at Telefonica and at Erste Bank. Since September, Jordi has also been the vice president of the European Money and Finance Forum. Jordi, thank you so much for being here with us today.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
The first question for you, you've just shared a panel with two of the most relevant financial institutions and leaders, Jane Fraser of Citi and Jean Lemierre of BNP Paribas, talking about the sustainable transition. Can you tell us a little bit about how the session went?
Well, it was quite an insightful session because these two leaders represent two very large institutions, and we discussed how the banking industry can help in channeling the finance that will be needed for the energy transition to abate climate change.
And what do you think is maybe the most important, or a couple most important things that the industry can do to help chip into this really global and collective battle?
Well, we will require lots of coordination between the policymakers and the industry, the financial industry. We should make sure that as green technologies come and brown technologies disappear, there is a smooth transition and the funding gradually moves from one industry to the other, but that we avoid shortages in the provision of energy, because at the end of the day, our citizens want to continue with their normal life. The banking industry can help, and that was the conclusion of the session, but it has to be done in close coordination with policymakers.
Right, and I think one of the big challenges of this transition and how the banking sector can help is holding banks themselves accountable. How do you determine standards for climate change, which is so unpredictable? What about measurement? What are your pieces of advice for ensuring that this transition people are held accountable?
I think that this was also discussed in the right way. We should, by all means, avoid greenwashing, which means that we should, on the one hand, from the industry, be transparent, and there should be high standards of disclosure, but also we should request from policymakers that a clear taxonomy of green and brown assets is presented to the world, agreed upon by different countries. Then we will be able to act on this basis.
You spoke also in the session about inclusivity and equity. These are two things that are really on the tops of people's minds right now, I think, all over the world. Whether it's gender equality, maybe racial diversity, what do you think the banking industry can do to really make substantial progress in that regard?
The two leaders that we had in the session gave specific examples of how they do it at their institutions. Paribas in France has a division dedicated to excluded people that they can access to banking services. And Citi in the US is confronting the racial problem. More widely, I think it's important to take into account that the banking industry has been part of the solution in the COVID crisis. This has been emphasized already in the session. It's been thanks to the credit and the lending of banks that we have been able to go through this period of hardship when the income of many citizens has been reduced.
Jordi, thank you so much for joining us here for this interview and for your time on the session today. It's been a fascinating talk. We really appreciate it. Now we are going to go back to Greg and Michelle on the set.
That's okay, they should be looking at me here.
Billy, thanks a lot. Welcome back to our live coverage of the Global Alumni Reunion. Good to hear from Professor Jordi Gualder as well. We're keeping Billy busy, but we're keeping a lot of our professors busy too. We've got Nuria Mas on the set now. She's well known here at IESE, Professor of Economics, and also John Elkington. He's an authority on corporate responsibility and sustainable capitalism, also a best-selling author, and also just back from COP26. So I don't know where we start. Green swans or COP26? Take your pick.
Well, I'm happy to kick off with COP26, which is my first ever COP summit, which I found strangely encouraging in the sense that young people were there in much greater numbers, on top of business people in much greater numbers, and a sense of real urgency, which has probably been there before, but now ordinary people are feeling that sense of stress and wanting to see solutions. We'll see what happens at the end of all of that, though.
Are you hopeful? I mean,
I was born an optimist, so in a way, yes, of course I'm hopeful. And you know, in a way, regardless of what happens at a summit like that, and almost regardless of what politicians do, this is going to happen. But it would be much better if the politicians actually played into it and supported the really sort of big changes that now need to happen. So yes, I'm an optimist.
And Nuria, your thoughts? Are you an optimist as well about this?
Yeah, definitely. I think that first we have all the awareness, and also for the first time in a while, I think we are really talking about the transition towards this new future. Because clearly this transformation, it's going to entitle many changes, and I think the only way in which we can make it happen fast enough is if we take into account those that are being left behind as well.
Okay, I'm the cynic. I'm not totally a negativist, but I'm the cynic because I think I agree with you, there does seem to be a groundswell. But in the end, you have to encourage people and countries to go slightly or beyond their own self-interest, right? And I just am a little skeptical of that.
Greg, I've been doing this since the 60s, so you'd have to be stupid if you weren't to some degree cynical or skeptical or whatever. But underneath it all, there's a growing recognition of what needs to be done. And that used to be among experts and activists, and now it's increasingly among business leaders and investors and insurers and so on, and some politicians, political leaders. And when you look at politicians, it's often city level, mayors and so on, who are now aware of it and wanting to do something because they see the risk to their own sort of city's futures. So I can be, if we get into a poker match in terms of cynicism, I probably could match you, but I don't know. There's something about this moment in history which feels different. Okay. Let's talk again in 5 years.
So a question for both of you. For the people online that couldn't follow the session, is climate change a health problem? Big question.
Well, actually, we have data from the World Health Organization that Maria presented, and basically the World Health Organization, in their latest report, they think they counted that there will be 250,000 additional deaths due to climate change between 2030 and 2050. What I find even more interesting than that, apart from the fact that clearly it's also a health problem, is that the fact that it becomes a health problem might be a key piece to start this transformation, because health is something that we as people feel as very urgent, and that might accelerate the speed for transformation. So I think it's a self-enhancing, good type of combination somehow. It depends on how we tackle it.
Yeah, and I think it's always been a health problem in the sense if you go back to the toxic period of all of this, asbestos and cyanide and lead and mercury and those things, that was already a health problem. What's different now is that this is a health problem at the global level. And what's changed since I started work in this space 40-some years ago is we're now largely an urban species. We live in cities. Yeah. And it's the cities that are warming up much faster than the rural areas around them. So you start to look at what the implications of, say, 1.5, 2 degrees warming. You've got about 1 billion people suffering heat stress. And this is temperatures going up towards 50 degrees centigrade. I mean, these are huge changes in the environment in which most ordinary people live. And most ordinary people don't have air conditioning. Right. So, and even those that do are contributing to the wider problem. So it is a health problem. I think we've got to think about it that way, and we've got to think about it across that entire spectrum, individual right out to the planet.
Capitalism. Is capitalism broken? If so, to what degree? And what about my argument that if you look at the United States, it's working all right. It's not perfect, but it's working all right.
I think capitalism is breaking. I'm not saying it's completely broken. And I always remember Nikolai Kondratiev as a Soviet economist telling Stalin, when Stalin basically said communism is going to sweep the board, he said, well, capitalism may well be on its knees now in the midst of the Great Depression, but that will not last. What capitalism does is reinvent itself after a period of crisis and grief. We're just moving into that next period of crisis and grief. That doesn't guarantee us the outcome that we need, but I think the chances are in the next sort of 15 to 20 years, we will see off-the-scale innovation and deployment of solutions.
Nuria?
I kind of agree with him. No. It's not broken, but clearly we are going to see a future of capitalism that is going to look different from what we have now. Yeah. So I don't think it's broken, especially if you look at the alternative. And also I think that capitalism is one of the things that has been bringing to the humanity the most growth and the reduce of poverty that we've ever seen. So this is something that it's been very useful, but clearly the needs are different. So the capitalism in the future is going to be slightly different as well.
You used the word growth.
I did use it.
Nuria Mas, John Elkington, thanks very much.
Thank you so much for being
Great
here.
having you. And we're going to move now on to a preview of one of our track sessions. It's a video about high-impact entrepreneurship.
Tackling our sustainability challenges will require a lot of innovation. So entrepreneurs will be central to any attempt we are making at addressing the climate change, improving working conditions, poverty, inequality, introducing circularity. All of the SDGs will require new startups, bringing new ideas. And thus, this session will focus on these startups and the role of entrepreneurs. Startups will not be evaluated anymore in the future only on the quality of their technologies, their entrepreneurial team, and the potential returns. People will be increasingly looked at their impact in terms of environmental and social factors. We need to nurture this startup because most likely it is only startup that will bring the exponential change we need. We will have two great panelists to discuss this growing high-impact entrepreneurship ecosystem. Adrián García Araños is the president of Endeavor, which is actively shaping this ecosystem and bringing together investors and entrepreneurs. And Enrique Asunción, who is the founder of Wallbox. It is focused on electric chargers for electric vehicles, and less than a month ago was listed in the New York Stock Exchange, becoming the first Spanish unicorn.
Well, we just had a short break. Welcome back to the live coverage of the Global Alumni Reunion. We're now getting ready for the parallel sessions, or what are called the track sessions. This is the last batch of the 3 breakout rooms, which we remember you can follow both on YouTube and on the Attendee Hub. On YouTube, it'll be the one on entrepreneurship, high impact entrepreneurship. Michelle?
Thanks, Greg. So the first session is It's the How that matters most, serving people and the planet. So here we'll have a conversation with Juvencio Matsu, the Deputy CEO and CFO of IKEA. I think many of you, I'm sure, know the group, have the furniture at your house. I know that I do as well. And this will be with IESE Professor Miguel Anton.
Second session is Harvard professor Arthur Brooks. He's an expert on happiness, and we look forward to talking to him later. He'll be speaking with Ana Lorez from the IESE Department, Managing People.
And last but not least, we'll have a session on high-impact entrepreneurship. This will be with Enrique Asunción, the CEO of Wallbox Chargers, and also Adrián García Araños, the president of Endeavor. They'll be with Professor Julia Prats from the Entrepreneurship Department. So we have a lot to look forward to. Let's get started. Stay tuned, and we're going to head to the track sessions.
Entrepreneurship, and I guess that what led me to Endeavor was essentially that. It was always fascinating to hear these stories. I've been at Endeavor now for practically 8 years, but I had been involved in a loose way with Endeavor for almost between 12 and 15 years. And I'd always known about, and I'd gotten to meet a lot of the founders. I was just extremely curious to be able to do this myself in Spain, and be able to be engaged with founders such as Enrique and all the ones that we selected in Spain. And then as far as how do we scale this, it's as in every industry, it's all about the people. It's all about the teams. It's about finding the right launch partners. In the case of our board members, it's about finding the right managing directors every time that we're launching, and them themselves finding the right people. And then it's navigating the ecosystems and trying to find the absolute best entrepreneurs. Some of them you might have heard of when we find them, and some of them have never been heard of when we find them. So the fascinating part is for us to really dive in. It's a very uncommon model, the one that we have, because as much as we have the headquarters here in New York and another headquarters for the fund side in San Francisco, the core of our 500 employees are really on the ground. So we have employees in Spain, Brazil, Turkey. So it's a bit of an unusual model in which a handful of the employees are actually in the headquarters office, but the core of the employees are all over. So we're very much involved and ingrained within the local ecosystems.
Thank you, Adrian. We'll talk about a little bit more about the model and what do you really offer to these entrepreneurs and investors. So, Enrique, you are one of the high-impact entrepreneurs. 1 year after we were mentioning, being in Tesla, you left the firm to start Wallbox in 2015. Was it so clear, really, after a year. Do you remember what happened this first, the first year? And what do you think were the key success factors that during that year you built to be where we are today?
It was not as clear as I would like to be, but it was clear enough for me and for Eduard to decide to leave our jobs. I always tell the story of the wedding. It actually was in a wedding where we decided to leave our jobs the next Monday. And we went to the office and we said, let's leave our jobs, and 3 months later we were starting Wallbox. But what we were seeing is that at that time there were no electric cars. Everybody was trying to make electric cars, but everybody was trying to solve public charging when most of the cars charged at home. And nobody was working for home charging. So we saw an opportunity. We saw that 80% of charging was happening at home, and at home is the cheapest energy, is the cleanest energy, is the most convenient thing, and nobody was making a product that will charge when energy is cheaper, will adapt to the power of your installation. So nobody was taking care of that. So we saw the opportunity, and we decided to start. And I will say, of course, the market has helped a lot to achieve that. But what was
what are the key success factors that you believe?
Yeah, I will say is the people we met during this process. We have been able to meet people and start working with mentors, and also with people like Endeavor also that has done what we were trying to achieve. CEOs that created public companies, CEOs that launched new companies. So we founders. So we were able to meet them, and also to listen to them and to believe them, because Eduard and I knew very well which product we wanted to do, but we didn't know about marketing. We didn't know about finance. So we had the right people at every moment. We listened to them, and we did whatever they said, because we trust them. That was one thing, listening to them. And the second one was always being with the best team possible. And we have been doing this at every step of the process.
That's interesting, because one of your investors was telling me at the beginning of this week that they scanned for a lot of companies that were doing similar things, and they said they have the best team, so we need to invest on them. So it's interesting that you are saying that. Great. So Adrian, you were talking about the model. So Endeavor follows a very specific model. You call it search, select, scale up, spread, and sustain. Can you elaborate a little bit on the goodness of this model, and then what are the things that you provide to these entrepreneurs that need that Endeavor accompanies through that journey?
Yes, sure. It's interesting. You mentioned the search, select, scale up, spread, sustain. So I'll give you a bit of a fun fact. Our co-founder is Linda Rotenberg. Her husband is Bruce Failer, who's a well-known New York Times bestselling author. Recently wrote the book Life is in the Transitions. And he saw what we were doing. We always spoke about searching and selecting and supporting. So he played with those words. So that's why everything starts with an S. So it was a bit of a play on words there. But the essence is that really defines what we want to do now. At the beginning, we're, as I mentioned before, we're plugged into the ecosystems. We have tens of dozens of employees in each of our markets, and that they're really plugged in. They're looking for these high-impact entrepreneurs. They're looking for the Enriques of tomorrow, all over the world. Once they've searched for them, they go into a selection process in which we're trying to add value via our network of mentors. Once we're there on the scale-up phase, it's trying to provide the services that we can actually provide those entrepreneurs so they can scale. And as Enrique mentioned before, it's about finding those like-minded people that have already done it before. People that done it recently. They've launched a company, they've scaled a company, they've IPO'd, all of that. There's always someone that's already gone through your challenge. It might be in a complete different industry, and it might be on the other side of the world, but there's someone that's gone through it. It's being able to leverage that community. And then spreading basically just means trying to spread the word, trying to get this out there, trying to be able to create role models out of these amazing entrepreneurs. I mean, Enrique is an outstanding entrepreneur, incredibly humble, but what an amazing visionary. I mean, I remember the first time meeting him, it was so clear that he was onto something so amazingly big. And now we see this, and it becomes Spain's third unicorn, and it fills us with pride, no? But we have to be able to spread this joy of these entrepreneurs, no? And the story of these entrepreneurs, of what they mean for the local ecosystems. As you mentioned before in your intro, 1% of those companies are the ones that are actually generating the core part of employment, no? And they're companies like these, no? And then on the part of sustain, that is much more about our model and is trying to be able to sustain our model. We were launched almost 25 years ago, and basically sustaining means what can we do in order to sustain our model. And you mentioned our venture arm, and that's been part of it in the coming years, but we can dive into this later.
Fantastic. In fact, if I am right, what you say is you are looking for people with the highest dreams, right? So that is probably what defines.
Dream Big is all over our website, yes.
Fantastic. By the way, any questions you want to send, please feel free to just send it to the system, and I will try also to collect them and make them available to our panelists. So, Enrique, in 2021, you have already invoiced around $55 million. You are hoping to get at the end of the year with more than $80 million. That means 280% more than last year. What are the greater challenges in scaling a firm from 0 to 68 million to 80 million in 6 years?
The biggest challenge is what's coming now, I will say. The past is done, so we are trying to our business plan is by 2025, 1.2 billion in revenue, and we have the market. The market is there, is growing very fast. But the most important is the team, and make sure, as I said before, in every step of the company, you need the best team for that step. And if I had the team I have today managing the company the day one, we wouldn't be here. And the other way around, if everybody the same way we thought we were managing the company today, it wouldn't work also. No? So the key always has been, at every step, making sure we had the right people for every position of management. That doesn't mean we have been getting rid of people. What means is that person maybe is in another place now, no? Inside the company. That's one thing, and the second is trying to be the best, not the biggest. And for us, being the biggest, I could be working in the biggest company in the world probably, and all my employees could be working in the biggest company in the world, but we don't want to. We want to be in the best company in the world. And to be in the best company in the world, you have to be doing the best. Mm-hmm. So as long as you try to be the best, and for the difficult part is what means the best, and that's what you have to make sure everybody understands what's the best for the company. So having the best people and trying to be the best, I think is that what we have been trying to do every year, every moment, and what we will keep doing. And being big or not, or being successful or not, whatever, it's a result of trying to be the best.
I was going to say, exactly. Sales will come, right, if you have a fantastic product, a fantastic organization that delivers good services. So I cannot agree more. So Adrian, precisely, I think that hearing Enrique, the question comes to you to say, Endeavor entrepreneurs become aspirational role models. So, and I believe that has been part of your success around the world, trying to find these role models for others. Can you give us some examples of other entrepreneurs in the Endeavor organization that can give us a picture of this role model?
Sure. If we think of role models, we have to think of who they are and what characterizes them. But Enrique's phrase is key here. He just, when you asked him and you congratulated him for what he's done, he told you that the important thing is now, it's what comes in the future, no? And that's been him ever since we engaged the first time a few years ago, no? It's always thinking ahead. It's always being that visionary.
Hi, and welcome back again. We hope you've enjoyed that talk on high-impact entrepreneurship. We're going to bring you live now to another parallel track session. This one is about leadership and happiness in the new economy, and it's with Harvard professor Arthur Brooks in conversation with IESE's very own Professor Ana Lois Reyes. Enjoy. See you soon.
People in general in sunny climates, they tend to report slightly happier levels than people who grow up in gloomy places like Seattle and London and Bilbao and places like that. Okay, so this is an important part. That's part one. Part two is circumstances. Now, when I asked my MBA students at Harvard, what would make you permanently happy? You know what they say? Some good thing happening. I graduate from Harvard with straight A's, and I get a great job, and I have a huge career. That would make you really happy. And I say, no. That would make you temporarily happy. Circumstances, two things to think about circumstances. If you get the good job, if you get the raise, if you graduate from school, if you get into the best business school in Europe, IESE, you will be happy for a couple of weeks. That's important to keep in mind. That will affect 25% of your happiness temporarily. This is the thing that we know. Now, there's wonderful studies on this. For example, there's a famous study from the University of Michigan that shows that is actually studying paraplegics and lottery winners. Think about this. Now, it's an interesting thing. If you ask people, if you hit the lottery, what would you do? You talk about wonderful things happening in your life forever. I would travel more. I would get a job that I really liked. I would have more time with my family. You know what people never say? If I hit the lottery, I would probably buy lots of things I don't want and need. And then I would probably have somebody who wants to marry me who doesn't love me. And then I think I would become an alcoholic, right? Nobody says that. It turns out that's what happens when people hit the lottery, right? Why? Because they're expecting to be happier forever and they're not. 6 months after you hit the lottery, 6 months later, you are permanently slightly unhappier than the day before you played, according to the data. Don't play El Gordo. Because it's a waste of your money, and if you hit it, God forbid, it will make your life worse. Now, second group is paraplegics. People will often say, if I lost use of my arms and legs, or my legs, I would prefer to die. Wrong. You would not prefer to die. Within 6 months, your happiness will have returned to what it was, and many people are happier than they were before because they're spending their time counting their blessings about the things that they actually have. It's the opposite of the lottery. You don't want it. You don't want it. But if that happens to you, and by the way, don't go looking for problems. Problems will find you. Right? The point is, they won't bring down your happiness forever. This is important to keep in mind. So that's 25% of your happiness. You got 25% left, but here's the best news, because the bad news was 50% out of your control. 25% is very temporary. Now the 25% that's under your control and permanent. And this is what we call the dishes in the happiness meal. Formula number 2, the happiness habits. Now, there are 10,000 papers in the literature on this. I'm boiling the ocean to take this down to 4. I've read all these papers, so you don't have to. Your happiness habit portfolio goes into 4 buckets. Think of this, because this is IESE, this is an investment portfolio. You need a diversified happiness portfolio. You need to make investments in 4 areas and make sure that you are cultivating your portfolio every day. You need to look at this as assiduously as you look at the money that you are investing for your clients. And they are your faith, your family, your friends, and your work. Now, when I say faith, I don't mean my Catholic faith. I recommend it to you, but it's not required to be happy. It doesn't even require that you be religious. When I say faith, I mean a life philosophy that distracts you from the boring television show that's your life. Now, if I said, there's this TV show, you're going to love it. Go home and watch it tonight. You might. You say, I heard this guy Brooks, he seems like he's got kind of good judgment. You go home and watch it, and you come back tomorrow and you say, yeah, it was a great show. And I say, okay, tonight go home and watch it again. Same episode. You'd say, that doesn't sound like it makes sense. I don't want to do that. Why? Because it would be boring. That's what happens when your entire perspective is on your life now. My money, my job, my car, my house, my kids, my commute, my. So boring. You need to zoom out. You want life to become more like an adventure? You need to see life in general. You got to see it from another planet. You got to see it from space. And the only way to do that is philosophy or theology or wisdom or faith. You have to understand the nature of life itself. Now, maybe that's studying the Stoic philosophers. Maybe that's existentialism. Maybe it's Buddhism. Maybe it's Catholicism. You choose. But you need something in this habit. Second is family. Now, family, who are family relationships? These are the ties that bind us together and that don't break. These are relationships that we don't choose. And God knows we probably wouldn't, in many cases, choose them. I don't know, my family. But these are the relationships that last forever, no matter what. They're supposed to. They don't always, interestingly. 1 in 6 Americans is not talking to a family member today because of politics. Now, all my family is in the United States. Political problems. My in-laws, all the rest of my family, I'm closer to my in-laws, are in Barcelona. Big political problems in Barcelona, and a lot of them are not talking to each other either. Huge problem. Big mistake. Can you imagine letting politics getting in the way of love? That is insane. That is basically stepping over 100-euro bills to get to coins. It's a dumb error. It's an investment error. Never let this happen to you. 3, friendships. Friendships are the most intimate relationships that you have. Everybody here tells your friends things, if you have good friends, that you would never tell your mother, right? That just has nothing to do with your mother, but it has to do with the intimacy of your friendships. The problem with leaders is that leaders often lose their ability to maintain these kinds of close friendships. Leaders are the loneliest people. I do lots and lots of research on loneliness. Leaders are lonely. Why? Because there's 2 kinds of friends in the business world. There's real friends, and there's deal friends. Many of you probably have a lot of deal friends, and you haven't had that much time for real friends. That's a mistake. One of the things that's very interesting when I look at the data is that the loneliest people in my country are 60-year-old men with high incomes. I'm getting pretty close. I'm 57. I don't want to be a lonely 60-year-old man. I want to have a high income, but I don't want to be a lonely 60-year-old man. Why? Because all deal friends, no real friends, typically in this demographic. But it's increasingly not just men, women and men, and all different age groups. And finally, last but not least, is meaningful work. Now, you probably, if you're like me, and the fact that you're here and that you're involved with the IESE, which means you're successful, you over-index on work. The key thing to keep in mind is if you want your work to give you true satisfaction, it only has to have 2 characteristics. I've studied high-income people and low-income people, high-education people and low-education people. None of that matters. I've studied public sector workers and private sector workers and non-governmental organization workers. None of it matters. Only 2 things predict your happiness, and by the way, predict the happiness of the people who work for you. So this is human resources and information too. The 2 aspects of work that will bring you happiness are earned success and service to others. Earned success means you have a sense of accomplishment. You're doing something with your work. It creates value. You have upward mobility. Your skills meet your passions. You know what earned success is. You know what it is. You've had jobs where you didn't have it, and you have jobs where you do. Earned success is like, I don't love my job every day, but I'm getting something done. I love what I do. I'm working. I'm making a living right now. This is my job, is talking to you about happiness. This feels like earned success to me. And furthermore, it feels like service. And if you know that you're serving somebody, you're serving, and not just your clients. If there's some way that you're serving society. You know, I talk to a lot of businesses. I do a lot of work with insurance companies, for example, for lots of reasons. And insurance companies are truly, that is the most happiness-provoking profession I know. Because what it does is it takes away uncertainty. And uncertainty creates unhappiness. If any of you work for the insurance business, thank you. You're bringing happiness to the world. You're truly serving other people. You need to understand you're earning your success, and so do your employees. You need to be serving the world, and your employees need to know that they're serving the world as well. Finally, let's get back to satisfaction. Now, satisfaction, remember Mick Jagger saying, I can't get none? Using bad English here, but he did. I can't get no satisfaction. Well, why? It's because it's always elusive. I have data asking people this question. How much money would you need to have enough? A weird question, right? Because it depends on how much you have. No.
Hello, welcome back once again. We hope you've enjoyed that part of that talk on leadership and happiness in the new economy with Harvard's Arthur Brooks and IESE's Ana Lois Reyes. Now we're going to bring you to another session. This one's moderated by Professor Miguel Anton. It features guest speaker Juvencio Maetsu. Juvencio is the CEO and Deputy CFO of Inca Group. Thanks for watching. This one's titled, It's the How That Matters Most, Serving People and the Planet. Enjoy it. See you soon.
Products that come to you. Or you have to calculate, for example, if my company disappears from this world, for example, the appliance that customer connect at home, then they might come from someone else, but not from you. Or the customer, we are measuring the footprint of the customers who are traveling by car to our own store. They will not come to my store any longer. They might go to another store, but not to my store. And then, of course, there is a risk that you, of course, when you sum up all the scope 3 in the world, then, of course, it is more than it is. But the alternative is not to taking out, because if your company disappears from this world, that part will also, technically speaking, disappear. That's why you have to measure that. There is another answer to your question. We have clear standards today, for example, in accounting. So everybody trusts a financial report, and we investors take decisions based on financial reports that are done according with some accounting rules, so the GAAP rules. We need the same for climate. And then in that sense, this is work in progress. One of the best we have today now is the science-based target, because it has to be based on science. And they are very important initiative done by big institutions and alliances like CDP, the Carbon Disclosure Project, or by the World Resource Institute, that they come with a lot of science. And these standards are under construction. That's why, in our case, we are actively connecting with all the NGOs to set this standard based on science. But it has to be science. And then we need, one of the topics has been discussed this day in Glasgow is exactly this one. How can we accelerate the global standard?
So when can you say that you can sing victory? Like when things are, you are happy with the progress you've made? Because that would, as you said, we need, as we have in accounting and finance, we need to account for CO2 emissions. In a way, we need like a shadow pricing, like understanding how much you are going to deduct in the P&L of each of the projects that you are doing, a cost for that, right? And the cost that you apply is going to be different than the cost that other companies are applying. So do you think we can have a consensus of that or not?
Yeah, I think you are touching an important element, which is the carbon pricing. The carbon pricing. Here I have two opinions. What I strongly believe and what is needed. I believe that we need a standard, a global carbon pricing. It has to be global and it has to be a standard, because if it is set at country level, then you can have different levels, and these different levels create an unlevel playing field, and then it can come with challenge in the export-import, in the trade of product and so on. It has to be a standard, and this is one of the hot topics that is being discussed these days in Glasgow. But this carbon tax, the global carbon tax, is needed, but it's not enough. I think it's important to add 2 or 3 more dimensions. One, to have transparency about what do governments do with this additional tax revenue. Because if these revenues coming from the carbon tax, in my opinion, has to have a one-to-one relationship with the just transition, with the investment that are needed in order to accelerate the change, both from the climate and social side. It cannot disappear in the country budget and then you don't drive change. Then the second thing is important that you invest actually in the climate transition and you help with incentives. So it's not only about punishing bad behavior, it's incentivize good behavior and incentivize the good investment. So that's why it's important to complete that picture. And finally, what we do in our company is that we don't have the internal carbon pricing. We just do the investment. Because I have said several times internally, I can apply an internal carbon pricing, and I can get an investment project that comes to the investment committee that instead of having a 10% return, it comes with a 7% return. And then you keep going. Okay, maybe it's a bit less, but you keep going. And this is wrong. This is what I mean. Because the important thing is not to reduce the profitability, to remove the incentive for that investment. The important thing is to actually do the investment. And this is what we are actually doing.
So another important thing here that someone from the audience is raising is we have decisions at different levels, right? So there is a professor at Stanford, Richelstein, accounting professor, that went and looked into this carefully, and he realized that in many companies, the decision is where to assign resources. But once the resources are assigned, then companies don't track very carefully the carbon emissions. You have between two projects and you accommodate to one of them, and once the resources are accommodated to that project, then you don't follow the performance accounting for carbon, and also how do you account for executive compensation? Because at the end of the day, the ones that are taking the action in the company are the heads of divisions, the project managers, and they normally, I'd like to have your thoughts on how you are doing that in IKEA, whether you are tying the executive compensation for the managers based on sustainability indicators.
Good. I think this is, thank you for the question, it's extremely good. There's a lot of discussion has happened internally over the last year on this. First, how do you take the decision? And secondly, the compensation. To the first one, what we do in INCA is to really set the standards. So when the decision comes, it comes with the standard. What do I mean by a standard? For example, if we do an investment, we have many buildings across the world, stores, big warehouses, distribution center. We are a big real estate company, you could say. And then when a decision comes to the table, for example, for one building, then they have to come with the standards about the renewable standard that you need to have. And we say that every new building has to be the most advanced in sustainability. And the last one was outstanding in the BREEAM classification. And then it's in all the dimensions. So they come in the price tag of that investment. So you take the decision and then you execute as per the investment. Or for example, when you are opening a new country like India, of course, there are things in that you need to do investment. And if the economy or the society, the industry is not providing renewable energy, just by opening a new IKEA location, it will increase your carbon footprint automatically, because maybe in that country or in that region, you don't have renewable energy. That's why when we do that, we come already with a plan to really decarbonize the supply chain, but with additional investment, especially in the renewal. So all these decisions come with the standard we make, because we want to avoid exactly that dilemma. And then they come to our table, and then, of course, you have to keep challenging to fight for the right profitability, but not challenging the standard. This is one. To the second part of your question, the compensation. I know that some companies do, and even some institutions also reward that. I have a different opinion. That's why we have clarified internally what are the 4 dimensions of the value creation and the performance. The moment we start to connect, this is my opinion, the remuneration with the sustainability goals, then the next question is, then I should connect the remuneration with the coworker satisfaction. And then I should connect with the customer satisfaction. Then I should connect with the brand perception. And then at the end of the day, you get lost. That's why we have clarified, we do what we do. First, for us, recruiting by values is extremely important. And then you as a person needs to have that values with you. Being caring for the planet and for the society is an important one. Then we clarify performance, and we don't try to put our leaders in dilemmas, because when we set goals, these goals come in a holistic way. And then when we set the investment budget for the company, Then we try to allocate resources to help to reduce the climate footprint. And at the end of the day, doing a good performance, you cannot be a good leader if you are not taking care of the planet and the society.
Very good. Let me finish with one more question from the audience. This one can be a little bit more spicy, but I think it's interesting because we've been talking about these 2 days about, and sometimes we lack examples of what are you struggling with, right? So someone asks, you gave some successful examples, Sylvia actually did, such as renewable energy. Can you share a big challenge that IKEA has to achieve net zero and you still don't have a solution? How are you approaching that?
Very good. For example, materials. As I said before, 45% of the IKEA climate footprint comes from the materials. And then in the materials, we have things that we are have progressed and are happy, and we are things that we are working with. For example, wood. Wood is a fantastic product and it's renewable as long as it is sourced in a responsible way. That's why we have clearly said that we don't allow at all deforestation, and then we secure under FSC that at least 98% of the wood in our in IKEA product comes either comes from FSC or recycled. So you secure that protecting deforestation, securing afforestation we do, but also securing that the wood is FSC certified. And then sometimes, of course, you need to secure that everything that goes into scope 3, any kind of wood that comes to supply chain, it has to be 100% controlled. That's why you have to deploy a lot of auditors, externally and internally, to secure. So you have to be, so we have achieved that level today, and we are very proud, but you cannot give up. So you need to, one challenge is that you cannot give up. You need to really be consistent on a permanent basis. Then another challenge is we have this, all the IKEA product has been assessed from the circularity perspective with all the principles. Many products, because it's important that products are designed for circularity. So when at the end of the life, then it goes back. And then many of them are today already recycled and are fully circular. Others are not. And then this is when you have to develop materials and innovation to keep closing that gap on a permanent basis. And then the challenge is to also find new ways. For example, we have launched all the extending the life of the product, the second hand. So we have started to embrace that, that activity.
Welcome back to the set. We just had 3 great track sessions: IKEA, happiness, high impact entrepreneurship. Very parallel themes and complementary, but what they all have in common is the importance of commitment. a commitment to the planet, society, and business, and also a long-term commitment. So just to remind you, we've been talking about the 4 challenges of the GAR: understand, align, innovate, and commit. So we've just been focused on the last one. And Greg, I'd like to know, do you think we've been talking enough? Do you think we've covered these 4 challenges over these 2 days?
We've been thinking about having a quiz, an online poll for those of you who are here, see who can name all 4 of those. But we've been working on it, and I think certainly the ideas, even if people don't remember them specifically, the ideas about understanding sustainability and also getting people to innovate, that how important that is in changing business and changing business mindset. And then of course, commitment is the big thing. When are you willing to pay for it? Are you willing to make the difference? We've had a great couple days. We're into our final sprint here towards the end, but still some really good stuff coming up. We've got the CEO of Telefónica, Jose Maria Alvarez Payete. He'll be speaking shortly. And also we're going to have here with us on set again Arthur Brooks. He's a very popular professor and a good friend of IESE. He comes to IESE often, actually, between Barcelona and Madrid. He was in Madrid for the MIM graduation. It's actually a great speech. You can look up if you want to see it on our YouTube thing. Now, we are keeping Billy Gray, though, very busy, our roving reporter, and he is outside with a couple of interviews. He's going to be speaking with Terry Nelidov, of the new sustainability chapter, and also Cristina Sabara. She's with the public leadership program at IESE. Billy Gray.
Thanks again, Greg and Michelle on set. I'm standing here right now with Cristina Sabada. Cristina is the Executive Director of the Center for Public Leadership and Government at IESE. Cristina, thank you for being here. We're very happy to have you. And thank you for coming to the reunion. The first question I have for you today is, who is leading ESG strategies? One in corporations and in business, but also within civil society.
Hi, Billy. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you. So as you said, I run this center where we organize and we set education training programs for public and social leaders. And we can clearly see an evolution from a few years ago till now, where the roles of those who are leading ESG sustainability is changing a lot. We can see that some years ago, those roles were led by people who were committed to these topics, to these areas. However, right now, companies are looking for more technical, specific profiles, and we can see this in these programs where we gather people who are touching these topics.
And in terms of those very specific profiles, if you could go into a little more detail, which skills and capabilities are really required of these roles? What do people wanting to have these roles need to learn and need to possess?
So I would say it's a combination of technical and soft skills, because clearly there's a need for economic knowledge, environmental knowledge. Of course, this is very important, but at the same time, we're talking about making these topics strategic. So it's crucial to make these leaders to have a very broad perspective, to have a very good understanding of leadership, with training in soft skills. So it's very important to have like this whole look of the company and a whole look of management at all.
It's a lot to learn and a lot to really get a handle on. How exactly does the center help prepare people for that? It seems like it's hard work.
Yeah, thanks. So we prepare. We have a program called Programa de Gestión Estratégica y Liderazgo Social. It's very well known here at IESE Madrid because we're starting in 10 days the 12th edition. November 22nd is going to start the 12th edition. And in this program, we really work a lot to to gather these people from ESG sustainability, but also people from philanthropy, foundations, NGOs, association. They have a very real impact and a very real contact with social issues. And this combination in the class makes very rich conversations. So it's a very good program to mix knowledge and to share knowledge.
Fantastic. Christina, thank you so much for being here. We appreciate your work and helping us train future leaders that are responsible and do good and do well. We appreciate it. Thank you again.
Thank you, Billy.
Thanks for your time. Okay, coming up next, or right now, I am here with Terry Neladov. Terry is an alumnus of the MBA class of 1994, I believe, and like Maria de Oca, who we spoke to earlier, is a board member of the Alumni Sustainability Chapter. Terry, thank you for being here with us today. The first question, we were talking earlier, and you said that you thought of this really as a historic day. Can you tell us a little bit about why this has been such an important and historic day here at IESE Madrid?
Thank you for the opportunity. I hope we can pause just for a moment to recognize this as a really historic day. And I think there are two parts of that story. And you are now a witness to history. You're interviewing the history makers. But it's the first part of that story is we heard our Dean Franz this morning really put a stake in the ground for sustainability at IESE. He launched the new sustainability initiative, which will be a school-wide initiative dedicated to social and environmental impact. But he also raised the bar really high for sustainability. And he said, IESE doesn't want to be just middle of the pack or a follower on sustainability, he wants to lead. And he said his vision is that if in 5 or 10 years we ask somebody on the street about business schools in around the world that work on sustainability, that he wants IESE to be one of the top 5, 3 to 5 business schools. So that's really ambitious. And for us as alumni, that's really motivating.
And it's a challenge as well. I'm curious, we're looking forward to seeing what the sustainability chapter does in the future, but I think a lot of people would like to know a little bit about the background of this chapter. What are sort of its origins? What work went into bringing it to where it is today?
Yes, well, so the second part of the story of this historic day is the Alumni Sustainability Council. Launched today, that's the second exciting part of this. And it really comes from a personal perspective. It comes from 25 years ago when I was an MBA student here. And I was searching for these opportunities to learn about business and impact, to learn about business and the environment, to go out and have impact in the world as an MBA student. And now 25 years later, we have that opportunity. So the initiative, the history comes from partly from the deep roots that IESE has in ethics, partly from its background in Catholic social teaching, has always been part of the ethos of IESE. And now what we're trying to do is to bring it from kind of awareness to actual implementation, and to create the learning opportunities, the management tools, the business partnerships to actually do sustainability. We've been talking about this among a group of alumni for about 5 years now, and the time is perfect to launch this as a school-wide initiative.
I think we'd all agree. So a long time coming and much good work to do in the future. Obviously, this is a global problem, climate change, a global goal, a more sustainable world. Tell us a little bit, I understand you do similar work at the University of Michigan. What do you do there, and how do you sort of link this all together, this collective effort?
Absolutely, it's a global problem, and we also talk about it as a global opportunity. Roughly, some calculate $15 trillion in global opportunity from climate change alone. I'm the managing director of the URB Institute at the University of Michigan. We're a partnership between the Ross School of Business and the School for Environment on exactly these issues, social, environment, and human rights impact of business. And I think what's really driving our work, we've been around 25 years as an institute, what's driving our work is really two things. Our students coming into the classroom are asking for more and more social and environmental impact in their curriculum, and so they're a key audience. And the second audience are the employers, the recruiting companies. And they're asking more and more that when they hire our MBA and our undergraduate students, that they come ready, equipped to deal with these really difficult issues that companies are facing. It's climate change in the US, racial justice, it's biodiversity, it's business and human rights. It's really overall the role of business and society. And so we want to bring those tools and those perspectives to MBA students at IESE so that they're really equipped to lead their companies to be force for good in the world.
Fantastic. It's really kind of a revolutionary time, I would say, and we're happy to speak to someone who's part of that revolution and part of this historic day. Thank you, Terry, so much for being here with us. We look forward to following the progress of the chapter. We're going to take you back now to the set with Greg and Michelle. See you in a bit.
Billy, thanks a lot. Great couple interviews and great work all day. Really, really good job. Welcome back to the live coverage of the Global Alumni Reunion. We have a couple of great guests with us right now. Arthur Brooks, who just spoke recently, teaches at Harvard, and Ana Luz Reyes is professor at IESE and managing people and organizations. I want to get at it with Arthur Brooks because you're famous for happiness. We're going to talk about sustainability, the serious stuff.
Okay.
But happiness is pretty serious too. Do you get a refund if you buy your book and you're not happy afterwards? I mean,
it's a good idea, actually. Yeah. I should guarantee happiness and bankrupt my publisher.
Guarantee.
That's right.
Guarantee.
Doesn't matter what I guarantee. But so.
Yeah. Okay. But let's go beyond that. I mean, you have a background, American Enterprise Institute.
Yeah.
Entrepreneur. What's the role of entrepreneurs in this subject of sustainability?
Well, entrepreneurs are central to basically all of the new ideas and progress that we have in almost any society. And the key thing to keep in mind is that entrepreneurship is not about business. Entrepreneurship is about finding new ways to make progress, ways that conventional people hadn't thought of before. So one of the things that I teach my students, for example, is they need to live their lives like startups. And that means, explosive goals that matter in love, for example. And if you want to be if you care about sustainability and you care about entrepreneurship, then you want to be an entrepreneur in the goals of our society. And that requires new and interesting and innovative ways to create the solutions for sustainability, solutions for happiness, for more people to live better lives into the future.
Okay, you're talking about new ways, and yet, if you allow me a criticism, a lot of your solutions to the happiness are like old-fashioned: faith, family, get a good job, a meaningful job, right?
Yeah, but everything is old is new again, and this is an important thing to keep in mind: is that the oldest ideas, the wisdom of the ages that actually brings happiness, we always forget it. See, here's the key thing. So for a person to be the happiest possible person, the key is faith and family and friendship and work. And I don't mean a specific faith, I mean a perspective on life. The problem is that left to our devices, we forget that and we pursue a different four things. Money, power, pleasure, fame. Yeah. Those things won't bring happiness, and yet we always go back to them. And so we need the wisdom of the ages, which is the entrepreneurial newness that actually brings the happiness to life.
Great.
Great. Sure. So, Ana Luz, a question for you, perhaps for both of you. Well, as an expert in people management, what are the advantages of humanistic management? And how can you bring happiness into management? And what does all this have to do with sustainability?
Well, I guess honestly you can answer that in many different ways. For once, you can say working on sustainable aspects of life, of work, of environment, of circularity, whatever it is, you would expect that to bring happiness because you contribute to something bigger than yourself. I would also imagine that happy people have more energy, have more creativity, or have more chances to innovate, so you would also expect it the other way around. You would expect that people who are generally in a happy state come up with more creative solutions, are more optimistic about the future, have more confidence and faith that things can turn for the good. So I think that, it's a broad question. I can come up with 10 more things, but I would expect at least these two effects, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get people? I mean, it seems to me one of the big questions here is getting people to think beyond their own selfish interests, self-interest, maybe not selfish, self-interest, getting countries to look beyond their own self-interest as well. And how's that shift work? I mean, that's sort of you need a religious conversion to do that, right? I mean,
that doesn't hurt, actually. But the whole point is that we need a sense of solidarity to be truly happy. Yeah. And in an intensely and in an increasingly globalized world, solidarity means solidarity with the rest of the world. And so if we want to be happy as people, we need to be happy in communities. For communities to have more happy people in them, they need to integrate into society, which is increasingly in a flat world. and where people have knowledge of how people are living around the world. It's incredible how the benefits of globalization have blessed us all. I mean, the fact is that the ideas that we hold dear, like the free enterprise system, that entrepreneurship, the rule of law, that the idea of property rights, of the culture of entrepreneurship, that these things have pulled 2 billion people out of poverty since you and I were kids. I mean, this is the greatest economic miracle in history, and yet we sometimes forget that we need to continue to share these values and make sure that they can be sustained in a world going forward. Do we have a world in which 50 years from now people can pull themselves out of poverty with the free enterprise system, or don't we? True sustainability means a sense of philosophical consistency, solidarity with the people at the margins of society, and what a great and beautiful adventure that is. That makes me happier to be able to be part of that worldwide.
Yeah, and in a way, I also think it's a little bit of a false dichotomy, because in the end, I mean, what is your own interest? The things that bring you happiness, like you yourself, are in fact what you do to contribute to others. So by serving others, you also make yourself happy. So in that, I know it doesn't always work like that. We would have solved all world problems.
Well, no, it's like Arthur says, you forget that because you see a big pot of money and you think better for you than for someone else, right? I mean, yeah.
No, it's true. I mean, we're distracted easily is the problem. And one of the biggest mistakes that we have a tendency to make is this idea that if it feels good, do it. I mean, the truth of the matter is that might be a biological prerogative, but the truth is if you want something to make you happy, sometimes you need to go against your immediate instincts. This is one of the beautiful things about being human. My dog can't do that, but you know what? I can, because I'm fully alive as a human living in a community with bonds of love, including even love for people I've never met and will maybe never even see.
Yeah. You both know IESE pretty well. You know, it's a mission-driven school.
Yeah.
What's purpose have to do with all of this? And how many companies do you see with real purpose?
Well, I mean, I guess this was a conversation that also we had over lunch, and I think the key to that is also consistency, because it's one thing to have like a nicely formulated company purpose, but it doesn't, I mean, in the end, it's more about what you live. And I would also say even you can live a purpose, even if you haven't formalized that in any way. I know companies that are living it, that are doing it. I wouldn't know any full numbers on that, but yet I would be optimistic that people and companies have a purpose, and even if they haven't necessarily formalized it and they wouldn't be able to put it in fancy word on the walls, but there's a lot of that sense, exactly because it serves an individual need. So people, it's not something that we have to be told to do. We have an inherent need to see a meaning in what we do. We're primed to do that. This is what young kids do. They seek for meaning. So it doesn't necessarily go against us, and it needs to be forced upon us. The only thing, though, is that you need to be able to channel it and kind of mobilize and orchestrate that energy to kind of put it collectively. But in that sense, I think a lot of good things are happening there.
For sure. The interesting thing is that we have a tendency to, for my students, for example, to think that you have to do something in particular to have a mission that's noble and a mission that's good. And you know, I one time I met a guy who is the CEO of a cardboard box company, and I thought to myself, at first, you know, I'll admit, I thought it would be really, really hard to find the world-saving mission in this cardboard box company. Then I met the guy, and there were two things that this guy did who ran this company. Number one, he sanctified his work. He believed that his work was a blessing to other people. He took his work seriously. He wanted his work to be a good thing for all the people around him, including the people he worked for, including to his clients. And furthermore, he took great steps to help people in his company understand what they were doing for others. Now, we need cardboard boxes. You know, I move sometimes, for example. I mean, there's things that actually, that this is important for commerce, it's important for people's lives. And so what did he do? He actually showed, he would bring people in who were doing important things in their lives and using boxes, and bring those people in to see how the boxes were made and watch the amazement on their faces. And his employees saw people who were appreciative of what they were doing. Sanctify your work as a leader and show the people who work for you how they are serving others as well, and that will expose your mission.
Great example.
Good. Michelle?
No,
yeah,
simple.
thanks very much to Anna-Luz and to Arthur Brooks. We're going to move into the big tent now, the main auditorium here in the New Madrid campus of IESE for the plenary session.
Absolutely. And then after graduation, he started to work at Arthur Young, where, if I have been briefed correctly, he found a job not in a very digital way, but through a traditional newspaper ad. So obviously that was quite a different time, and already gives us an idea how things have changed, no? And then he was working at different companies in different management positions, and in 1999, he joined Telefónica. And in Telefónica, he has been, during 70 years, taking over some different management positions to eventually become the chairman and CEO in 2016, which is the current position he still holds, no? And beyond that, during those years, he has also been awarded with many different distinctions. And again, the list is long, and I don't want to take too much time, so apologies for that. But nonetheless, let me highlight a few of them, like Best CEO of Forbes, Manager of the Year by the Asociación Española de Directivos, Business Leader of the Year by the Spain-US Chamber, or also the Ecofin Prize of Financiero del Año. And if that still would not be enough, he also has been granted entry into the Royal Order of Merit in Sport. I don't know if all of you know that Jose Maria is an avid marathon runner. I don't know if you keep record of how many you have completed.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes? How many?
16.
16. So congratulations on that. And also has been granted the Cross of Military Merits with high distinctions. Okay, and obviously all those distinctions are truly remarkable, but I think there are even another aspect that makes him the perfect guest for today, and are the commitments that he repeatedly has made in his public appearances. And I would highlight three of them. First, a strong commitment to innovation. And I think it is a fact that Telefónica has done that not only internally, but also with a lot of open innovation programs. Second, and I think that's probably part of the reason that he's here today, is a commitment to education. And with that also as a way to reduce inequalities and bridge the digital divide, which is very likely a point that we're going to touch upon. And last but not least, a strong commitment to digital transformation, the actual topic of today, not only at Telefónica, but also at society at large. And in that relation, I have been having a look at the Digital Manifesto, which Telefónica has been publishing since 2014, and the latest release actually is titled A New Digital Deal Towards a Human-Centric Digitalization, which I think is exactly the topic that we are addressing today. This triangle between people, digitalization, but also sustainability. And therefore, I think I'm very much convinced and looking forward to a conversation where we are going to learn a lot of things about those three things. And that said, we're going to organize or try to organize the conversation according to these blocks. And as you know from previous sessions, that you have the opportunity, either those you've been here or remotely, to also submit questions that then I will be checking with the iPad, okay? But in the meantime, with no further delay, let me just start the conversation so that we take most advantage of your presence with the first question, which is this connection between digitalization and the benefits for society at large in general, but particularly sustainability. Why do you think that there is this link, and in what way does it come to life? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm really honored to be here today with all of you, representing my company, Telefónica. First, the first thing that I would like to say is that we need to realize that sustainability and digitalization are really linked, and unfortunately, we have a very good example recently with the pandemic. I mean, in fact, there are no longer two lives, one analog life and one digital life. There is just one single life, and every single refrain or fear that we might have as a society to digitalization basically vanished through the pandemic, because during confinement, we were forced to do everything digital. I mean, we were forced to work remotely, we were forced to educate our kids remotely, to do everything remotely, entertainment, online e-commerce. So basically, we burned the bridges of digitalization. And in fact, every week of confinement has been the equivalent of 1 year in digitalization on our business plans. Things that we were supposed to have in 5 years from now, we are having them now. I mean, SMEs moving to the cloud, remote education, remote working. So basically, now digitalization is here and it's going to stay. Probably now we are going to be back to some new normal, but this new normal is not going to be the normal that we had before the pandemic. And therefore, sustainability, which is another of the concerns that we have, needs to go through digital. In fact, in our case, there is no longer any customer that we serve that is not attaching the same level of importance to digitalization and to sustainability. And in fact, digitalization needs to help for sustainability. In our case, I'm sure that during the conversation we share more examples, but keep the idea that pandemic, confinement has accelerated everything, and especially this merger between digitalization and sustainability.
Absolutely. Well, also in our case, as you know very well, the outbreak has been a catalysator for speeding up, for example, the online. And to that extent, I can absolutely understand. No? If we dig a bit deeper into sustainability, and looking particularly at the case of your group, Telefónica, what did you do in terms of becoming a more sustainable organization yourself? I don't know if you can provide us examples. And also, I think interesting being a connected company, no? And we talked also about openness, and one thing that only you need to visit your campus, no? Or your headquarters. It's intended to be open. Maybe you also can provide examples about how you helped other companies, customers of you, suppliers, to become more sustainable.
Absolutely. In our case, remember that the factory that we used to have to produce minutes of voice is disappearing. Therefore, we have been forced to build a new factory to produce data. This new factory, which is the fiber network and the 5G network, consumes effectively 80% less energy than the previous copper network. So just the transformation of us going digital, going full digital in our network, means that we have become a much more sustainable company. On top of that, keep in mind that every single year through our networks, we carry 50% more traffic than the year before. So it's a cumulative, exponential kind of growth that we have. And we are still consuming the same amount of energy that we were consuming 6 years ago. And then finally, we have committed to become carbon neutral by year 2025 in all our core geographies. Therefore, and we have been advancing that goal 5 years. And then finally, we are already consuming in our 4 core markets 100% of our energy through renewable sources. So just the transformation of our own factory has forced us to become much more sustainable in terms of climate change. Every single time that we go to a customer and we digitize a customer, digitizing meaning that we bring state-of-the-art connectivity, and on top of that, tools in order to take advantage of that state-of-the-art technology like cloud or edge computing or Internet of Things. Everything helps to provide more data. So basically, it's connectivity, tools beyond connectivity, and then the information that those tools are generating being correctly used in order to have a more sustainable business. So basically, what we do is through digitalization, we basically transform businesses. We have been transforming ourselves. We are not selling nothing that we have not been applying to ourselves. We are a different company, and we think that through the things that we do, we help others to become different kind of companies.
So at the end, also being yourself catalyst for that change in other places, no? And again, as we're talking about this binomio between the sustainable part, the digital, if we look a little bit, and here I'm sure that this is a topic that you could be talking very long about, but if you can do the effort to provide us the essence. No? When we talk about the digital transformation, the journey you're going through at the Grupo Telefónica, based on your experience, what should be the priorities for people listening to us? What were your learnings about digital transformation? How to embrace that? What would you, I know it's difficult to summarize, but if you could do that effort, much appreciated.
Well, keep in mind that we are a 97-year-old company. Therefore, we will be 100-year-old in 3 years. When we were born originally, we were born to produce and sell voice. The main purpose of the company was to connect people through voice. And therefore, the factory that we produced at that time was the copper network. And therefore, we have been living out of that business model for 60 years. But then suddenly people realized that they were not willing to pay for voice anymore. voice was supposed to be for free, I mean, and unlimited. So you face two dilemmas. First, you need to question yourself, what am I here for? And then if you answer that question, then you need to prepare yourself for the next 50 years. So fortunately, in our case, we found that collaterally to voice, data was something that people was loving. And in fact, the more data we produce, the more data we sell. But the factory that produced voice used to produce data as a product. That was the former ADSL lines, and in the case of mobile technology, 2G or 3G. And then we realized suddenly that we need to transform not just the factory, but our revenue function. We used to be a 60 billion euro revenue company selling voice. And then your voice starts to decline double digit, and therefore your revenue function is to change. So for a while, you need to do two efforts at the same time, which is that managing that transition, that decline on revenues, invest very heavily in this new network, and therefore you need to sacrifice cash flow. You need to invest heavily for the next years. And that transformation requires also new talent, new skills, and therefore you need to train people for that new world. So in our case, it's like, you know, replacing the engines in the middle of a flight. I mean, that's what we have been forced to do. Last year, in 2020, we were selling 70% data and ultra broadband connectivity and 30% voice and traditional products. That used to be the opposite just six years ago. So that transformation of the business requires a lot of persistency to be sure where you're going to go, and to be very bold on your moves, because at the end of the day, you need to explain to, we are 110,000 people worldwide, and you need to have the whole company moving if you want to make these things happen. So it's not just the vision, it's execution, which is essential. And that's why we have been doing a huge amount of effort of explaining internally what was the target, where we were going, where we were driving the company, where we were willing to have the company in 5 years from now, and sharing that with as many people as possible. So at the end of the day, I think that mostly every business that has not been born digital is going to be forced to do the same kind of transition. The sooner the better, but it's going to require a very clear vision and ruthless execution. In our case, execution is the key.
Very well, very well. Well, I have to tell you here in this conversation, I could remember myself, when I happened to work for Telefónica more than 20 years ago, there were a lot of people at Telefónica talking about the number of lines, and not customers. So I think that was actually how much the mindset had to change. And after all, I think it's one of the cases, one of the examples where an incumbent has been so successful and kept market share, while in other cases, I think a part of what you are saying is it's not only the way you have to change, but also the speed you have to change, because others do not stand still. So in that sense, thank you very much for sharing. When we talk about digital transformation, we also said the importance of this human-centric approach, putting people first. And it's obvious that, at least I think in an audience like here, we mostly all would agree that digitalization can improve lives for the better, But we should not forget that there is also what we call a digital divide, That, first of all, I don't know exact percentage because there are different sources, but at least half or more of the world population don't even have access to this, what we call internet or any sort of digital, But even from those that have, a lot of people run the risk of falling behind, Because, as we say, things go so fast, And if you are not able to catch up, the risk is you are going to at least fall out of the labor market. So on that side, again, from your work at Telefónica and all the institutions you collaborate, what can we do as a society? What can companies do? What can we do as individuals to both overcome this digital divide on the one hand, on the other hand, help people that they can stay in the labor market, that they don't feel like I'm just too old for this,
Well, it's even more complicated than that. I mean, this is the deeper and largest technological revolution in human history. This is 4 times the size of the Industrial Revolution, measured in impact on GDP per capita. Every single time that in our history we have been having such an accumulation of technology in one specific moment in time, was that to be the Renaissance or was that to be the Industrial Revolution, it has changed everything. It has changed culture, politics, economics, and in most cases through revolutions. So we need to acknowledge that this technological revolution is not just internet, it's the artificial intelligence revolution. And it's going to change everything. It's already changing everything. If we don't do it right, there's going to be a social dilemmas, very deep social dilemmas. Education is certainly one of them, but access is probably the most important one. There's 50% of people, as you were saying, that has not access to internet today. That will be corrected. The more we deploy network, the more that's going to be corrected. But there are three kind of divides that exist today. The first one is access. The second one is the tools. If you have access, you need tools. During the pandemic, there's people that had connectivity at home, but kids were forced to do their homework on their smartphone of their parents because they didn't have a tablet. So it's not just connectivity, it's also the tools above connectivity, and then the skills. The most concerning thing is that probably through artificial intelligence, a significant part of the labor force is going to have their jobs vanishing away. So this technological revolution is going to destroy millions of jobs. It's going to create millions of jobs, but that transition needs to be handled, because if we don't handle it correctly, it would create a revolution, because people would not accept to be left behind. So there's going to be like three kinds of levels again that we need to complete. First, education, kids, the more the better. Certainly universities, but there's also the ones that are already working. In the case of Telefónica, we have 23,000 people working in Spain for us today. We are retraining all of them, which means that reskilling is essential. 50% of the people that is working today in a specific job is going to have a change on that job description in the next 5 years. So unless you qualify that people, you're going to have a significant friction on your labor force. So in our case, in the case of a company like Telefónica, what we are doing is we are investing very heavily on education, in our social corporate responsibility. We are doing a huge effort of training people. We have the largest reskilling program in Europe. And we are also trying to be very vocal about the need of doing this kind of transition in a responsible way. So I think that the most significant challenge that we face is this transition. And I think that the only way to go through it is through education.
Thank you very much. And in fact, this leads very nicely to the next question I wanted, again, from moving a bit more from the general case to the specific case of Telefónica, no? And saying, how did you do this management of talent? I know there are jobs, or at least skills, even better said, these days that are very demanded in the market. No, if you look at data engineers, data scientists, and the like, no, that most companies are having difficulties to find. But if you look at your case, no, how did you basically develop talent, more in-house, outsourced, bring it in? How did you ensure, and how do you know what is needed today and what will you need? Because at the end, this takes time, no? How to develop those talent pools in the company for the next years?
Well, the first thing that we did an audit of where we stand today and where we think the company is going to be in 5 years. And according to that, we have designed the transition period, so to say. And therefore, we are using all the tools that Telefónica has. The first one is the one that I already mentioned, this reskilling program. Most of it is online, and therefore you can measure effectively what is the degree of transformation that you are driving on your company. The second one, we have our own university. Telefónica has an internal university called Universitas, where we train people. And at Universitas, we have a physical site, and then we have also online programs. And then the other thing that we have is that we have decided that talent doesn't belong to anybody in specific, belongs to the group. And therefore, every single time that there is a vacancy or a job being needed, is very, very transparently published at the level of the group, and therefore there is talent pool, talent management in order to make sure that we address the people that we have been skilling to the right places. So it's no longer the individual that drives a department or that heads a department who's going to be selecting the people. It's the group that is going to be providing the best talent in the best places. And then through the foundation, what we have is different programs. I'm just going to mention one of them, which is 42. 42 is a coding school that gives no official title, no official recognized title. There are no classrooms. There are no teachers. It's online, but you need to do that physically at the building of 42. It's collaborative. You don't need to have any previous experience in programming, in coding. You can have from 18 to whatever years, and in fact we have people from 18 to 67, I think. When we opened that program in Madrid, the first promotion, so to say, we have 300 positions, and 18,000 people applied. And remember that it doesn't give any official recognition title. So coding, it's important, and make sure people understand this new world is important. And then we collaborate with organizations like Code.org. So we try to extract the best talent out of the different sources that we have, internal or external.
If I understood correctly, before you mentioned you're opening these schools like 42 in different locations in Spain, and in fact you're going, I think, next week for one in Barcelona. Is that correct? So
it's correct. I mean, 42 is not from Telefónica. 42 we are licensed by it's a French program, and in fact we have been open in Madrid. We have already opened in the Basque Country. We'll be opening Barcelona next week, and then in a few weeks in Malaga.
Okay, so, well, I'm sure that those people will be really grateful, because it's probably going to take them less than a minute to find a job, at least from what I'm seeing in the market, no? And related to that, another, at least news, and I hope to have better understanding after your answer, that I was really surprised, no? That I read recently that you are opening your headquarters to train 100,000 people in digital capabilities. Could you elaborate a little bit more? What is the plan? What is the idea, the motivation?
Yes, I mean, the only thing that we are doing is the Telefónica R&D has a tradition for decades of being at the forefront of innovation, and therefore every single thing that we think needs to be around us, and I'm talking about not just state-of-the-art connectivity like fiber, GPON, new prototypes, or 5G is already here, but we are already experiencing with 6G, holographies, edge computing, hyper-edge computing, quantum computing, Internet of Things, blockchain. So we realized that we were doing a lot of things in different parts of Telefónica with a specific purpose. So what we have decided is that we are going to be bringing all of them together, because we are already funding them, so it's already here. And we are going to create a hub in our headquarters here in Madrid, and in which we are not just going to be training our people, but we are going to be training as well customers and people around us. So normally, I was today inaugurating the 5G B2B hub, lab in Madrid, in our headquarters with the mayor of Madrid. And the only thing that we are doing, we are already receiving like 1,000 customers per year. We are going to be, and our own people, we are going to be opening that to universities, we are going to be opening that to professional centers, and therefore the things that we are doing, so it's not going to require an extra budget, because we were already funding those, but we are opening that to externally. And then we are merging that with WIDA, with Open Future, with all the venture capital and startup vehicles that we have. And we will bring everything together to Distrito C to make out of Distrito C, we think it's going to be one of the largest innovation hubs in Europe.
If you allow me a follow-up question, would that be that it develop more decentralized? You let the different actors to find the ways they want to collaborate, or is somebody going to keep a centralized kind of control and management, or how do you envision that?
Once you open that, you can no longer control that centrally. So traditionally innovation in a company like us was done internally and in closed environments, or through our suppliers. Traditional suppliers. When we started WIDA 11 years ago, we realized that innovation is no longer happening in the traditional places. It's happening everywhere. So open innovation, it's not just the thing to do. It's needed. because you can no longer pretend that you're going to be able, because now with the technology that we have and that we are putting in place, you can have innovation everywhere. You know, we were presenting today the way with a 5G backpack, you can broadcast a football match. Before now, you needed a huge station to move. So we are not pretending that we are going to be controlling. What we are trying is to select the initiatives that are closer to us. And that's what we are trying to do. But once you open that ecosystem, you can no longer pretend that you're going to control 100% of it.
I understand. No? So, and you will start that quite shortly, I have in mind. No? So this is something that...
No, it's already, we are, today we inaugurated the 5G. We have 42 is already there. Wire is already there. And we are bringing the fiber lab, the GPON lab. So it's
great. Yeah, so it's really happening as we speak, no? So if I may, we move to the third block I had in mind, and then I'm starting to check the questions from the audience so that we also have some time for that. And I mentioned in the introduction, no, that digitalization is obviously bringing a lot of opportunities, but at the same time, it also comes attached with some challenges, no? And a few of them we have mentioned, but I would be interested and I saw that also in the manifesto, no? And if you could enlighten us a bit in terms of how can we make that this digitalization is really fair, it's inclusive, and what would you think are the main barriers that this really becomes beneficial for society and not goes in the opposite direction, particularly for those that are concerned that this is like just a more radical form of globalization, no? That as always the strong ones will benefit and the rest will not.
It's a very complex issue. The first thing that we need to understand is that in every single technological revolution at the beginning, there is an asymmetry of information. There are people that gets what's going on and has privileged information to that, and people that is lagging behind that. And therefore, that creates a divide. In this specific situation, it's even broader than that, because in our opinion, this technological revolution is creating a new production factor. Till now, we just had two production factors, which was capital and labor. But now, data is here. And data is not just a subproduct of the network. It's a production factor. It has value on itself. Right now, data is being expropriated out of us, each of us, refined, and sold back to us in the form of advertising. So the first thing that we need to acknowledge is that there is a new production factor, and data is like my dignity. It cannot be expropriated without a proper compensation. So if something is for free, it's because you are the product. And therefore, there is part of the GDP of Spain that is not reflected in the accounts, and there is part of our wealth that is being expropriated. According to the service we were just reading one of them from Harvard. The value of an individual data on social network is worth somewhere between $25,000 and $40,000 per year. That's a salary. Mm-hmm. So the first thing that we need to acknowledge is that there are rights, new rights, that we need to define. The other thing that it's important to say is that there are dilemmas that, for example, is democracy prepared to know in real time what's the opinion of 100% of the society of every single issue? Because through social networks, you might have that access. Democracy was thought to be representative and every 4 years to ask everybody. But now you can have that opinion online, real time. How do you drive democracy? How do you drive democracy when that public opinion can be manipulated through fake news? How far should we go in manipulating the human genome? Are we entitled to select the eyes, the color of the eyes of our kids, or their IQ? When you drive, when a self-driving car is going to be here, what are the ethical instructions that software is going to have in case of an accident between a big dog or a small kid? I mean, so our position is that this is not just the time of technology. Technology is already here. We're going to have as much technology as we want. because there is not just one single technology. There are a lot of them retrofitting each other. I mean, it's deep learning algorithms, visual recognition, voice recognition, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, Internet of Things, 5G, I mean, and you know, it accelerates. So we do think that this is the time for social sciences. It is the time to decide how do we want as a society for this to happen. That includes education, but I think that includes civil rights, that includes economic rights. I'm going to give you another example. I mean, and this is going to be a little bit controversial, but the market share of Telefónica in the pay TV market in Spain is officially calculated, and you can check that on the web of the Comisión Nacional de la Competencia, Mercados y Competencia. But then when you ask them, what's the market share of Netflix? What's the market share of Amazon Prime? What's the market share of HBO? What's the market share of Disney Plus? This is not even calculated. No. And I'm not going to mention any name, but when an online messaging platform drops down, my call center gets saturated, and they blame it on me. I mean, because they don't have a call center. So there are a lot of things that we need to redefine in this new world, starting for who owns what, and who is taking out what from me.
Well, I see. I mean, I was at some moment afraid that all the questions you were posing, you were expecting me to answer, but I'm happy. But I think, I mean, particularly the topics of trust and also the ethical dimension, no? I think at the end, and the more we move into artificial intelligence and this kind of technologies, the more important those will become, no? So I think, as you're pointing right, no? Technology is one thing, but then a lot more comes attached to that, no? So thanks you on that as well. Let me move in the minutes we have to a few of the questions that our audience is interested. And well, the first one, I also think it's very interesting. And when I say the first one, it's because it's the one getting the most votes. And it's a bit this feeling of self-pity we have in Europe that in terms of technology, we actually are not able to catch up with the US and China. No? And what do you think about that? And what would Europe, as an entity, whatever it is, the right way have to do about that? No? How can we in Europe become also stronger in technology and not just watching how the big two ones are playing?
This is going to be controversial as well. I mean, you know, in Europe we have around 450 mobile operators. You have 4 in the US and 3 in China. There are more mobile operators in Spain than in China. So I think that we need to decide, as Europe, what is the industrial vision that we want to have, because that's not compatible. If you need to devote X amount of euros to have 5 antennas in each roof, then you need, I think, is doing that correctly, and is that, you know, in this world of artificial intelligence, values are really important. And I think that how we define privacy, how we define the new social welfare state, how do we define this new digital constitution, I mean, values are really important in defining these rules of the game. So I tend to think that Europe is no longer the incumbent. And in fact, in our case, for example, in the case of Telefónica or the telecom sector, we are no longer the incumbents. Our business model does not depend on something that needs to be regulated. Others are the new incumbents. So I think that the pendulum has started to shift. You cannot pretend to fuel innovation by thinking that data is free forever, because data is not free forever. Data has ownership and it has value. So I think that this battle has just started. I think that Europe needs to decide where we want to stand, what's the industrial vision that we need to have, how much innovation we want to have, and derive from that, define competition policies, concentration policies, and mostly social rights. So I don't think it's late. I think that far beyond, I mean, you know, I tend to use internally on this effort to explain internally what we do. You know, it's like the Benjamin Button movie. I mean, we might have been born old in this new world, but our metabolism is reversed. We get younger every day. So we are starting to look like Brad Pitt, the handsome Brad Pitt, I mean.
And you know, this links very well to a question I think it will take you 10 seconds, I guess, to answer, which is the second most voted. If you think that one can still get upskilled after 50. No, like, I don't know, I'm probably now, because I'm 49, I'm starting to get scared, no? But
Relax.
yeah, any reason for not, but I don't know. Do you have a different perspective?
Well, relax, I'm 57, so I mean, I think that that's why reskilling is so important. I think that there is no longer an age limit for that, but we need to accept that there are some people that is not going to be able or willing to retrain themselves. So we need to have reskilling programs for whatever level of age, but at the same time, we need to have flexible programs for whoever wants to leave, is able to live in good conditions. So I do think that you can absolutely reskill 100% of your job force, but we need to decide there are people that might not be willing to do that transition. That is, might consider that they are not open to that. So I do think that you need to have different tools, certainly reskilling platforms, but also flexible programs for the one to come. And absolutely, I'm getting back to the ESG thing, diversity is going to be essential, because we were supposed to see the world through specific eyes, and the world became much wider suddenly.
Okay, so I can stay calm on that, no? Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. Actually, the clock already reached 0 a moment ago. I could continue on, both on questions I got and questions that come to my mind, but I think we have to call it an end here. So let me just take the opportunity to summarize. No, I think we discussed a topic that definitely is not an easy one, no, and definitely cannot be answered completely in 40 minutes, if at all, no. But I think thanks to you, having you as a guest here, at least in my case, and I'm sure everybody agrees, we were able to get some relevant insights on both opportunities that digitalization brings in general for us as people, for us as society, but also in terms particularly to become more sustainable, to make the world a more sustainable place. But at the same time also, I think it clearly highlights some of the, I would say, challenges, because I prefer to mention or call it challenges than risks, no? But some of them are at least have to be taken very seriously, no? Because, I mean, we mentioned, no, things inequality, ethical things that really need to play attention, no? And last but not least, what I also take away, and I think this is good news because we have seen that in many sessions during these 2 days, it's a call for action, no? You are an example, personal, but also as a company, that you walk the talk, no? It's not just about, and this is one of the, I think, criticism that a lot of people make when they think about the COP26 and all these things. No, there is a lot of talking, but then where is the action? No, and I think you provide specific examples, and for me, being from operations, that's at the end what also is very valuable. So let me finish thanking you again very, very much for being here today with us, for sharing your experience, your insights, and best of luck going forward.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the Global Alumni Reunion at the New Madrid campus of IESE. We've had such an incredible lineup of speakers. We just saw now Jose Maria Alvarez Payete, the chairman and CEO of Telefónica. It's been really 2 jam-packed days. We're about to come to the end here. In a short time, we'll be getting to the closing remarks. But first, we want to go back to Billy Gray one more time at least. He's going to be speaking with some recent MBAs from IESE.
Thanks again, Greg and Michelle. I'm Billy Gray here with 2 MBA program alumni at the Global Alumni Reunion 2021. Connie and John are joining me. Connie, can you tell us a little bit about your IESE background and experience, and also what you're up to these days?
Sure, I'm Connie, I'm from Argentina. I'm MBA 2020, so quite a recent graduate, and today I'm working at Bain & Company in Zurich, Switzerland.
And John, how about yourself?
I'm Jan from Poland, 2019, so also quite recent, currently working at Citibank in London.
Fantastic, very impressive. How has the experience been here at the Global Alumni Reunion 2021?
It's been a really fantastic day, so I only joined today, but I can compare it also to joining as a student, and it's really great coming back to the whole IESE community, and also the topics discussed today I think are so relevant, so it's been really interesting to now see it as an alum from the outside in, so to say, so really happy to be back.
Fantastic. And John, what were your first impressions? How has the event gone for you?
Similar experience. I also joined today. No, I couldn't join yesterday. Joined 2 sessions. Also connected with other people, with other students and professors during lunch and coffee break. So great experience. Good to be back in Spain at IESE.
And we were glad to have you here. If you could pick one highlight, maybe if it was a learning session or maybe a networking opportunity that really stuck out that you're going to remember for a long time, what would that highlight be, Connie?
I think it was a session with the IKEA CFO. It was super interesting to learn what they're doing in terms of sustainability and how it's really at the core of their culture. And it's not something that, you know, they just live for the outside, for the consumer, but they live internally in all their policies and everything that they're doing that perhaps you don't see from the outside. So really cool. So it's great to learn and also to apply in other settings or future companies that I move on to.
And John, how about you? One highlight, if you had to choose just one.
I must say a banking session. There was my boss was there as well. She was one of the panelists. That's one of the reasons I also came here. But also, like you said, it's good to see other perspective, other industries, you know, perspective from other industries, and to see that we are just like a part of the banking industry is a part of the whole system. Like when you work every day, you talk only with people from banking, you forget about the rest, and you feel like it's a core of the business, but actually you are just a partner, just a provider to the rest of the society. So banking my highlight, but good.
Excellent. And I think another highlight for all of us, and one big part of this event was unveiling to the wider public the new IESE Madrid campus. What are your thoughts? Connie, you first.
Wow. I mean, I had never been to the Madrid campus before, but it's really great coming out here and seeing this, like you said, the unveiling. It's wonderful. I've joined, as I said, a previous Global Alumni Reunion that wasn't even at the IESE campus, so being here was fabulous.
Thank you guys both so much for being here with us today. I'm going to throw it back for the final time this year to Greg and Michelle on the set.
Thanks so much, Billy. Thanks once again for another great interview, 2 great interviews. Now we're going to head back to the auditorium. We're having the final closing remarks with Professor Fabrizio Ferraro.
And of course, here we had more than 400 people every day. But as many of you noticed, this GAR was also an experimental platform where we have really tried to innovate on the model of the hybrid conference. And we have set up a small TV studio out there, which many of you have been interviewing at, or you've been seeing. And we have tried to create, as much rich content as possible for all of you that have been connecting from home. In many ways, we probably had a lot more content for those people at home. And they tell me that there are some people that joined yesterday at 1 p.m. and they're still with us. We are stickier than TikTok, apparently. So all of this was the work of many people at IESE, and I won't be able to name all of them individually. But let me just, tell you how much the Alumni Association, and Mireia Rios, who is here with us today, has been leading this process, and all the people in the alumni team have been working on this for months. Of course, all my colleagues, faculty members who have been helping setting up the content, moderating a lot of the great sessions. Our IT department, our marketing and communication, which together have put together all this fantastic production. Our operations in Madrid, our campus experience unit, and the many also external providers that have been helping us make this GAR a great experience for all of us. But of course, again, most importantly, I'd like to thank all of you, the alumni, who joined us here in Madrid and have been connecting with us over the last 2 days, that you have been making this experience a fantastic success in our view, and we hope we'll do it again next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fabrizio, and also my part, thanking at the end of this unforgettable, I think we already can say that, Global Alumni Reunion, the different people that have been involved in planning and getting everything ready. I think we have seen that the Global Alumni Reunion, and in this specific new format also, taking advantage of the power of digital precisely, creating an even more connected community with more alumni than ever being present either in person or on the digital platform in this event, and creating opportunities for learning, reflection, inspiration, reconnecting among alumni, and of course reinforcing the connection, the link with the institution. I think this year the theme of sustainability was also specifically significant, and it's going to be significant. In this year, we talk about sustainability, a theme at the heart of what IESE wants to do, and it's going to be with us. We have launched here 2 very important initiatives, our sustainability initiative that will be committing the institution to research, to teaching, to its own way of managing the institution going forward. And we also saw the creation of the sustainability chapter, which again will stay with us, which will grow, and which will be also a pilot, a pioneering way of connecting the alumni among themselves around the topic of common interest, and also with the institution. And I can tell, I think we all feel this is happening in the fall of 2021, when everything is starting to get aligned, to be more engaged, to be working more harder on the topic of sustainability at all levels. So I think in that sense also this has been a very significant GAR, which we can already tell just before it's actually coming to an end. Let me join Fabrizio also in thanking all of the speakers, and thanking Fabrizio himself, of course, as the academic director. It's been an incredible amount of work that he's been doing at all different levels of getting everything lined up, the speakers lined up, the initiative lined up, the chapter lined up, etc. So Fabrizio, a special thank you also for you. Please join me in an applause for Fabrizio on this. And it goes without saying, Fabrizio already mentioned that we're very much indebted to our teams that have been making this possible. On the campus here in Madrid, we have José Luis Suárez, the director of the campus, sitting next to us. The alumni team, of course, with Mireia, the communications and marketing team, the campus experience team, and there are many more that we can all mention here today, and of course also the outside partners, the different sponsors that have made this possible. And remember also, for those of you who are here on campus, this is one of the events also to open this new extension of the campus. And again, that's something that's only been possible due to the hard work of many people here in the institution, but very importantly for the alumni, through the alumni that are helping us, have been helping us in making this possible. So thank you also for that. And please, another round of applause for the alumni precisely in making this possible. And this leads me to our last speaker. It's my pleasure and honor to ask Isabel Díaz Ayuso, President of the Autonomous Community of Madrid, to address the audience, to give farewell word from the podium up here to our alumni in this wonderful auditorium and around the world. Por favor, Presidenta.
Muchas gracias a todos. Bueno, quiero saludar al consejero de Educación, Universidad y Ciencia y portavocía del Gobierno de la Comunidad de Madrid y a su viceconsejero, al presidente de la Asociación de Antiguos Alumnos.
Welcome back to our live coverage, the final part of our live coverage of the Global Alumni Reunion. It's been an amazing couple days here. We've had a lot of fun doing the lives. This was a new experience, you know, a hybrid and new format of the Global Alumni Reunion, a new format for a new campus. Not only did we have a great discussion about sustainability, we also got a great look at a wonderful new campus. So with that, I would just like to say thank you to everybody who's behind the scenes, because you've seen this operation, you've seen it run relatively smoothly, I think, but there are just dozens of people behind. I'm not going to try to name them all, but from camera people to communications people to people setting up all the interviews to people making sure we show up on time. And they did, by the way. We always made it on time. So a big thanks to them for making this work. And I'd also like to thank those who I worked most closely with here, Billy Gray and Michelle. I'd like to start with Billy. I think he did a record number of connections today, and it was great work. Billy.
Thank you, Greg, for that, and thank you, Greg and Michelle, for being great teammates, and also for being anchors for me in the almost literal sense, I would say, and for our audiences. And thank you to the audience for tuning in and for your time. We hope you all enjoyed it. And Michelle, tossing it back to you.
Thanks, Billy. It's so nice to have you here on set with us.
I know, first time sitting down, so this is a new experience.
Thank you so much. Well, it's really hard to believe that these 2 days are finally coming to an end. It's been a great experience. My first time running a live show like this, so lots of fun. I hope that you guys have enjoyed these 2 days with us as well, and that you've enjoyed the event. Don't forget that you have more content available on the website, on the Attendee Hub afterwards. And just a big thank you again to everyone that's been here with us, of course my co-hosts and everyone again behind the scenes, really pulling everything together and making it click and making it work. So we'll look forward to seeing you next year in Munich for the GAR 2022. Thank you so much, everybody, and have a great night.